炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油，举世而望，天下无双。
巴塞罗那不只是一家俱乐部，此言非虚。这不，巴萨的电竞俱乐部炉石传说战队即将出征黄金世俱杯。7月27号18点，我在黄金世俱杯炉石传说等你，不见不散。
Hello， 大家好，我是娇娇，祝7月27日黄金世俱杯顺利举办。
祝7月27日炉石传说黄金世俱杯顺利举办。
黄金世俱杯巨世无双。
希望咱们中国的国服的俱乐部能够有好的发挥。
希望国服俱乐部能够发挥出色，夺得冠军。
宣扬炉石加油！
宣扬炉石加油！
黄金世俱杯巨世无双 ，WE 加油！
大家好，我是王师傅，这是我们 IC 要参加世俱杯的比赛了，希望我能够获得冠军。
大家好，我是 CBA 北京首钢队翟小川，北京老炮战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油
！RNG 战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
嗨，大家好，我是江苏苏宁足球俱乐部的谢鹏飞，苏宁战队世俱杯加油
！VK 战队世俱杯加油
！WE 战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
大家好，我是汪松，在这里祝 LF 战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
大家好，我是炉石战旗的主播诺斯塔利。炉石的黄金世俱杯马上就要开始了，我最看好的队伍应该是 WE 啊，因为我最开始就很早就已经在看 WE 的比赛了，就沃3那一会儿，所以我还是希望他们在战旗这一块啊能够有出色的发挥。炉石黄金世俱杯加油 ，WE 加油
！IG 俱乐部加油！炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
祝炉石传说黄金世俱杯圆满举行，中国战队加油！
大家好，我是段轩，很高兴得知巴塞罗那进军卡牌游戏电竞，祝巴萨在炉石传说黄金世俱杯中打出好成绩。巴塞罗那不只是一家俱乐部。
大家好，我是亚洲电子体育联合会总干事刘钊，在这里我们 AESF 恭祝炉石传说黄金世俱杯顺利举办。
大家好，我是古神 VS， 欢迎收看第17密探来报。炉石传说黄金世俱杯开赛在即，从黄金战队联赛前4名挑选出的奇宗、卢宗各4支队伍将迎战来势汹汹的4支国外战队 Team Liquid、G2、T1 及巴塞罗那俱乐部。惯例的赛事预测活动也早已开启，同时猜对奇宗组和卢宗组的冠军，即可获得珍贵的胜利之月卡位。谁胜谁负我可不敢断言，不过在这里我还是把密探带来的情报分享给大家，方便大家去选择自己想支持的战队。在艰苦卓绝的备战过程中，选手圈里发生了不少大事，比如我们的 WE Network 半夜瞎溜达，走夜路夜神。在战队联赛上半赛季到世俱杯开赛之前，吹宝连破2进，达到13000分段。升级之后，吹宝的各项能力值也水涨船高，比如他本就非同一般的计算能力。
给你一套小学数学题，对吧？你考就是100分，那有什么办法？我现在我跟你说，就给你百度一道小学奥赛数学题，现场解给你看。几年级？3年级。幼儿园买来一些苹果，昨天吃了一半，今天又吃了剩下的一半，还剩下18个，一共买了多少个苹果？12个呀！
不过有一说一，吹宝作为战队赛上半赛季积分第1人，与 WE 战队的融入十分完美，除了丁长长。作为一支奇宗、卢宗全部晋级世俱杯的战队 ，WE 的阵容堪称豪华。擅长钻研战术的下雨不睡觉和擅长控场运营的半夜瞎溜达，两人撑起了 WE 奇宗的半边天。两人甚至还在赛前自信满满的立起了 flag。而在卢宗3人组中，元素和羽翼两位都是曾经的黄金公开赛冠军选手，带队的又是我们的中国队长，2018年世界杯冠军队长优辣我爱队，战队阵容不可谓不豪华。如果 WE 还想招打杂的，我都想
怎么办？你们 WE 还缺打杂的吗？我煮饭挺好吃的，哎，对，我可以去。
要钱吗？
叉 hope 又为什么会这么说呢？这要说到前几天的炉石传说2020大师巡回赛亚太战的比赛了。这个举办在世俱杯前夕的比赛，如同是世俱杯的预演一样，不少世俱杯的参赛选手都出现在了舞台上，和对手们提前展开较量，其中就有叉 hope。在一番激战过后，叉 hope 最终挺进了8强，想着更高的名次冲刺，然后输给了 Team Liquid 的战队 Bunny Hopper。战败后，叉 hope 也没有太过沮丧， 站到了无敌的解说席，和爱队共同 OB 比赛。
我肯定无限看好北美说法，能赢了我，那我感觉他大概率也是冠军。我肯定接受不了他4进2输，他4进2输证明什么？证明我就是个拔强。怎么都传？刚我们领队给我发了一个微信说，为什么都说你要退役？我说我什么时候说退役了？我不知道，我这是傻了。哎，为什么？我要被退役了吗？是不是想把我开了，让我说自己退役，显得好像我有点面子？怎么办？你们 WE 还缺打杂的吗？我煮饭挺好吃的，哎，对。
这也不怪这位领队，不管是弹幕还是解说和选手们，平时都喜欢刷插画不退役的梗，刷着刷着还真把人给骗到了。虽然没有晋级到世俱杯卢宗赛场，但其中方面在 LP 全员都有登场的情况下，靠着胖峰的出色表现以及与其他几名队员的娴熟配合，最终还是让 LP 获得了征战世俱杯的机会。而他们战期比赛的首场对手里，就有在大师巡回赛中击败叉 Hope 的 Team Liquid 的战队。让我们在这里一起祝福叉 Hope 能够在赛场上一雪前耻，五运昌隆，像自己的 ID 一样充满希。
叉就是没有 ，Hope 是梦想，就没有希望，没有梦想。
那不是，我主要是就是让我的对手看到我这个名字，就觉得他自己没有希望。那你为什么叫优容爱呢？优容是哪个演员的名字？有没有哪个女演员？
你能不能学的高尚一点？
什么爱？我
学的
我知道，可能有叫是吧？我认识个人叫什么什么爱，优容是什么意思？我不知道呀。
你不会拆开吗？优容爱拆开，你想一想，优柔寡断，容易犯错，爱无比。
Team Liquid 的那头 B 博士没有如叉 Hope 所愿的成功夺冠，最终止步4强，这个成绩已经相当不错了。而像 B 博士这样能打的人 ，Team Liquid 的战队里可不止一个。新晋加入 Team Liquid 战队的卢宗选手 Dead Draw 说得上是这一年大师巡回赛中成绩最好的选手之一了，这个之一甚至可以划掉。而卢宗的另一名特级大师 Frozen 也是一个亚军专业户，包括2017年全球总决赛在内 ，Frozen 囊括了3次亚军，这个称号可算不上贬义，恰恰证明了他拥有角逐冠军的实力。Team Liquid 战队的阵容堪称豪华，这个豪华可不止卢宗，其宗也同样如此。作为战队联赛其宗成绩第一的战队 ，Team Liquid 其宗的2名队员各有各的亮点。新加入的 Show 成绩稳定，胜率喜人，而另一名选手方丈则是颇有大器晚成的味道。前期战绩感人，后期成绩吓人。战队联赛结束后，甚至飞速的把4服账号从1万分上到了12000，用的时间比他从天梯4级升到3级都短。防住！既然方丈都出场了，那么全真杀手蟹自然也不会缺席。G2 战队的 RDU 曾在一场邀请赛中2次击败方丈，近期又在大师巡回赛严雪平战中击败了 Allen， 这个全真杀手蟹的名号可就坐实了。在卢宗强劲的实力外，这位老哥也是位战旗万斯大神，称得上是万能选手。而他的队友们同样不容小觑，成名已久的炉石长青树太子自不必多说，打牌速度快到解说都看不清的 Cassie 也同样是 G2 的队员。值得一提的是 G2 其中的出战名单上还有着一位特殊选手 Simi， 太子的女朋友。这对往日一个在场上奋战，一个在场下助威的恩爱情侣也总算站在了同一个舞台上，二人的表现也让我十分期待。尽管由于抽签机制问题，外国战队首先要对阵的都是中国战队 ，Team Liquid 一时半会儿还碰不上全真杀手蟹，但 Team Liquid 要对上的对手依然是一个硬茬子 IG。虽然 IG 战队的其宗战绩并不尽如人意，卧龙凤雏2位大将的发挥实在奔放，并没让他们拿到其宗比赛的门票，但 IG 的卢宗战斗力可就强到爆表了。IG 如今的这班人马可不仅仅在今年战队联赛上半赛季中积分登上榜首，在去年的2个赛季战队联赛中也都同样稳居前2，更何况他们出战人员之中还有一位令外国选手闻风丧胆的大将 IG 泽鼎。
With your best known Chinese player, what do you think of him?
So from what I heard, it's IG the Ding.
I also think the Ding is both Show and me heard from Frozen, right? Frozen said that like
我听说 IG 的 Ding 是国服最强选手。
虽然 IG 的卧龙凤雏参与不了其中，但在 LPWE 之外，还有苏宁和 VK 参与其中战场。苏宁这头自不得说，往年护国瓦，如今3冠王。其中常驻人员的瓦娘在战旗方面可有着自己独到的见解。在这个版本更新没多久的时间点上，相信瓦娘的理解可能会帮助队伍再进一步，打出比战队联赛更加默契精彩的配合。VK 这边稳定上场的则是 Kimi， 不过他不止出场稳定，还有着稳定拿分的能力。VK 这边的选手显然在卢宗刻苦训练外，其宗也并未落下。在上半赛季的黄金战队联赛上，几乎每一位选手都在其宗比赛中登过场，而且胜率不容小觑。在世俱杯之中，他们也将和巴萨、Team Liquid 的 LP 一组争夺 A 组的胜利者宝座。这场比赛也值得让我们期待。卢宗方面要出场的战队还有 T1、LF、巴萨和 RNG。传统豪门 T1 中，橘子哥、Ciso 可都是咱们中欧对抗赛上的老朋友了。其他队眼里 ，Surrender 又是我们在中韩对抗赛上的老朋友。这下这一个队几乎全是熟人，也全都是明星选手。T1 战队另一大特色就是他们的不少选手都有着网红气质，在选手的身份之外，在直播方面也很有自己的心得。结果他们首轮碰上的却是专打主播的 LF 战队。帝国绝星虎和北美杰尼龟可都是败在了 LF 战队的周郎手里。当时他说的话我可是记得清清楚楚。
不可能还有第3次。
但就现状来看，这第3次可就要来了。除了周郎外，月影、Reconnect 和白鹿同样是一群年轻有实力的队员，他们又会和这些战功赫赫的炉石老将擦出怎样的火花呢？让我们敬请期待。尽管每一场比赛都充满悬念，但要说重头戏还是 A 组第1轮 RNG 对上巴塞罗那俱乐部。虽然巴萨战队仅仅是5月份刚刚成立，但是足球豪门的底蕴还是让他们迅速将队伍打磨成了世界实力1线的强队。3名特级大师强联合，其中选手 X Blessy 更是获得过在连续2届大师巡回赛中夺得冠军的夸张成绩。不过其中方面这支队伍就略显神秘了，目前还没有什么相关的情报。究竟这3人是扫地僧级别的隐藏强者，还是与卢宗成绩相反的反差萌小白，这仍然是一个有趣的悬念。与这支备受瞩目的战队碰撞的则是 RNG 战队，足球豪门对战电竞皇族，也称得上是旗鼓相当的对决。虽然队员只有3人 ，LYS 和 Callins 却都有着黄金公开赛冠军的名号，而队长李队又是2018年炉石世界杯的冠军选手之一，想必对上巴萨也会从容应战。而且这次他们还有神秘的场外援助。
但是我是一个足球的粉丝，我觉得巴萨应该非常好。大家不要迷信这个东西。
这下压力可就来到了 RNG 的领队身上。至此，所有的战队我都介绍完毕了，也许会有些混乱，这里也给大家捋一捋。卢宗方面 ，A 组 RNG 战队将要对阵巴塞罗那俱乐部，展开豪门与皇族的巅峰之战。而2支历史悠久的电竞豪强 Team Liquid 与 IG 则将相互交锋，互探锋芒。B 组这边，老将集结的 T1 战队则将与新秀频出的 LF 战队相互碰撞，风头正盛的 WE 将与曾经击败中国战队的太子展开激烈的角逐。其中赛场 VK、LP、Team Liquid 和巴萨将展开激烈的混战。成绩稳定的胖鹏和 Kimi 将与逐渐摸索出自己打法的方丈，实力未知的巴萨争夺晋级的名额。WE 和苏宁则是要与 T1 和 G2 碰上一碰，看看到底是护国瓦神功不减，还是 T1 的老将更胜当年，看看是太子和 C 妹的情侣组合双剑合璧，还是下雨不睡觉半夜消流大组合再创奇迹，也请大家敬请期待。7月27日世俱杯开幕在即，在这样豪华的阵容之下，想必又是一场酣畅淋漓的电竞盛宴，100万大奖究竟会花落谁家？各位观众老爷们心中肯定有了自己的答案，到时候也让我们比一比谁会拿到胜利之月卡位。节目的最后，让我们一起来看一下这次世俱杯的宣传片。在片中找到方丈的人，可以来找我领取长金阁365天套餐1份，领到就是赚到，各位观众可不要错过了。
Welcome back, everybody, to day 5 of the Gold Club World Cup. My name is Language Hacker. I'm here with Nyara, and we're going to be bringing you the start of day 5 of this 7-day tournament. Nye, how are you doing this morning?
I'm really good here. It's super early in the morning here in Argentina. I don't know there, but yeah, we are going to start with all the action for Battlegrounds, and this is the last day of lobby for Group A, right?
Yes. We have 6 days in total for Battlegrounds that we're going through, where we have 2 groups, Group A and Group B, and every other day we'll be having alternation between the two. And today is the last day for Group A, where we have 2 lobbies left over out of a total of 6. So teams will finally be able to show us what they've got to be able to maybe get at the top of the standings on the final day now, before the Battlegrounds finals will be on Sunday, along with the constructed finals. Now, before we start getting into some of the recaps and what to expect over the next couple of days, let's talk a little bit about context and what the Gold Club World Cup is. Now, to get to this tournament, there was some qualification from the Gold Series Team Championship, where Chinese teams had to battle in not only Battlegrounds and Constructed. I believe the top 4 or 5 teams from that Team Championship were given invites to this tournament, both in Battlegrounds and separately in Constructed. So even though this is both parts of the same tournament, they are technically separated. On top of this, we have some international invites where teams FC Barcelona, I believe Team T1 and Team G2 have also been invited. So together we have 8 teams competing in Battlegrounds and 8 teams competing in Constructed, for a total prize pool of 690,000 yuan, or approximately 100K USD. Now, let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday, because yesterday was an incredibly long day with a lot of priest games that I'm sure every single one of you loved to sit and watch through, as I'm sure casters had a wonderful time in there as well. Nye, did you get the chance to see that?
Yesterday I didn't get the constructed thing, so oh my god, I lost.
I wasn't able to cast yesterday as well, but I had a lot of fun watching Lorinda, Gallon, and and Gia sit through all the priest play yesterday. It was pretty fun. Maybe we'll get to see some ourselves today, but we'll see how that goes. Now, so yesterday, what happened yesterday? Yesterday was the conclusion of Group B initial matches before the semifinals that we'll be seeing today and tomorrow. In this Group B, we saw T1 being the first advance into the semifinals in the winners brackets, taking a win over World Elite. After this, we had a close series between G2 and LF, but G2 was ultimately knocked out in the lower bracket, leaving teams World Elite and Lucky Future to battle it out in the cider match to figure out the second team to go to the semifinals from Group B. And in this the cider match, we had another priest all kill, as the Chinese casters have been calling it, where Blow, piloting Team LF's Galacon Priest, swept World Elite 3-0. Now, Nye, this is the third 3-0 Priest sweep we've seen so far this tournament. We've seen teams banning a lot of other prominent classes. We've seen Demon Hunter get banned, Hunter, Warlock even, Warrior. Do you think we're going to be seeing a change in ban strategy from any of these teams now that Priest has been doing incredibly well and just sweeping teams?
Yeah, it seems like the teams will have to not improve, but in somewhat change the strategy, because for some of them it's not working. It's really surprising that Priest is really doing a good job, because in constructed sometimes we see like compositions going into Priest counters, so yeah, it's working really well for last hero standing at least.
Yeah, definitely. And for those who aren't aware, the constructed format is actually very interesting. So normally in tournaments that we've been used to in the international scene, we have Conquest and Best of 5. Now this tournament is still Best of 5, but it's a little bit wackier. All teams have to submit 10 classes, so 10 deck lists, 300 cards. From these 10 classes, there will be a few ban phases where one class is banned on both sides, both teams get to see which class was banned. Then they get to ban 2 more classes. They see what classes are banned on their side, and they get to, again, ban 1 final class. So out of 10 classes, 4 will be banned. Now with the 6 remaining, the teams play a best of 5, last year standing, which means that they don't have to use all 6 classes. They can use any classes left over to try and win up to 3 games. And whoever wins 3 games first will win a match. So it's a lot of interesting things going on, and it's not even the normal last year standing you're used to, because you have these weird, wacky decks like Murloc Paladin or Totem Shaman or Galakron Shaman that you can kind of come in and try to get counter queues with, which isn't normally available in 4 class last year standing. What do you think of this format?
Even Isera, Maligus, Geppetto combos on druids, right?
Yeah, I think T1 was playing that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it allows for some really wacky deck building, which is something that we've also been kind of rating the players on. All the casters got together and kind of gave some individual ratings on players based on a bunch of different metrics. And one of them, actually 2 relevant ones, were deck building and tech cards, which I think can definitely come into play in a tournament like this. All right.
Yes, for sure.
What do you guys have to look forward to today and tomorrow before we start our grand finals on Sunday? So today, we still have 2 lobbies left in Battlegrounds for Group A. Tomorrow, we'll be having the final 2 Battlegrounds lobbies for Group B. And after that, we'll know which 4 teams we'll be seeing in the finals for Battlegrounds. After Battlegrounds today, we have the first semifinal, and that's Team IG versus Team LF. And our semifinals are going to be a little bit different than what we've been seeing so far in Constructed. Format's still the same in terms of 10 classes. The 4 bans are the same. You get to pick out of your 6 classes as well. The difference now is they'll be playing 3 best of 5 matches. So or 2, that's true. It's a best of 3 of 5, which means that they'll be playing a match. Same, whoever gets 3 wins first will win that match. But first to 2 match wins will be advancing to the finals. So this way we get to see a lot more action from the teams. There's a bit more consistency in who's going to be advancing to the finals, and that means more action for you guys and for us to cast. Tomorrow we'll be having...
I'm super excited to see if a team will ban some classes in one match, and then they will make different things on the second match.
Yeah, we might be seeing mind games. That's true. If, let's say, a ban doesn't work out, maybe they start switching it up. For example, about priests, which we were talking about, maybe if they, if some of the priests get annoying in match 1 and it causes a match loss for one of the teams, maybe they just get rid of it for match 2 and 3.
Yes, for the first match of Constructed, me and Language Hacker already have the spoilers, but we will not tell you. But it's a surprising. They let a super huge class open, so yeah, you guys can't miss that.
Yeah, it'll be a class we haven't seen yet this tournament played. Now tomorrow we'll also be seeing semifinal 2, which will be between T1 and Team Liquid. Now these 2 semifinals, that means today we'll be seeing the battle between the last 2 Chinese teams left in the tournament, and tomorrow we'll be seeing the battle between the last 2 international teams left in the tournament, which means that we will have an international versus Chinese grand finals. Nai, did you expect to see a kind of even split between the Chinese and international teams in the finals and semifinals?
On the Battlegrounds, you mean?
So for Constructed still.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we are going to see that, right? Because on the Group A, we already have IG and LF, and on the Group B, we have Team 1 and Team Liquid, right? So we are going to see a final between Chinese and the international team, which was what I was looking for since the beginning. Yes.
Yeah, it's cool being able to see the clash of the regions here and seeing the powerhouses from both the international and the Chinese teams. And we've got to see a lot of very interesting play from both the Chinese scene and the international scene in this tournament. Mainly a lot of priest play, but I think that's still noteworthy because it is a long and grueling sort of match you have to get through. All right, Constructed aside, let's talk a little bit about Battlegrounds. As we said, today is the final initial matches for Group A with 2 lobbies left. The 4 teams in Group A right now are Team Liquid, Team VK, Team LP, and FC Barcelona. where we left off previously, Team Liquid is in the lead with 48 points. VK is second with 39. LP is not too far behind that with 37. But FC Barcelona is at a pretty big deficit with 24 points, literally half of that of Team Liquid. Does this kind of surprise you? Did you think there was going to be a closer sort of spread between the top and bottom teams, or do you think it's going to be very disparity, a high disparity like we see now?
Yes, today I don't know, but I think mathematically speaking, Barcelona can't get like the first place anymore. But I think if they have a chance, they know, of course, they have to go everyone for first, second place for sure, Hacker.
Yeah, I believe there's one or two scenarios where if FC Barcelona gets first and second in both lobbies, which is a tall order in Battlegrounds, if they can secure first and second place in the last two remaining lobbies, there are chances for them to get second place in this group and advance to the finals on Sunday. But we are hopping in game now.
Okay, I'm excited. Well, I was telling that I'm excited to see which tribe would be banned on this lobby, and it's Demon. So we are not seeing Demon here.
No Wrathweavers here, no Jiraxis, nothing like that.
Sad.
Early on, we got some strong class heroes here. Edwin, Eudora, no surprise there. Yogg, Nosdormu, Rafam, Daryl, Kilthos, and Toki as well.
Yeah, it's only like super strong heroes, right? Yesterday we got to see some Alexstrasza, some other classes that we are not used to see very often, like Pyramid and this kind of stuff. But yeah, those classes, those heroes, I mean, they are very strong on this lobby.
Yeah, so when players enter the lobby, they're given 4 options to choose from for the heroes. So generally, this gives them a bit of agency to pick something that they think can help them the most in the lobby. And they also get to see which minion type is banned before choosing their hero. So if they believe that one hero works a bit better with, say, beasts and murlocs, maybe they want to pick that hero over something like... an example would be not picking Jiraxis and demons, but Jiraxis isn't even offered if demons are not in the lobby.
Okay, yeah, and demons, it's not like an issue. We didn't get to see like any demon composition getting first or second place here, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, I think demon is the least of their problems, right?
Yeah, I find demons can occasionally work very well when there's no murlocs in the lobby, because there's no super annoying poisonous minions to kind of get rid of your huge Wrathweavers and huge other big demons that you're trying to get. You can still do some Soul Juggler comps where you have a lot of tokeny demons, and then as they die, the Soul Juggler pumps out some damage and starts shooting the opponent's board. But again, we won't be seeing that this round, maybe perhaps the next lobby.
Yeah. So yeah, when we see Eudora on the lobby, we already know that this player is going to top 4 at least. I think we didn't see until now any Eudora getting less than that, Hacker.
Yeah, she's a very strong hero. The way her hero power works is she spends 1 gold every turn if she wants to. After 4 hero powers, she digs up a golden minion that is of her current Tavern tier or less. So right now she would be Tavern tier 2. If she finished it now, she would get any random Tavern tier 2 or 1 minion. And actually, we'll be seeing it right now. Trunks levels, puts in the 4th hero power, gets a golden crowd favored. He gets to play it now and discover Tavern tier 4 minion. And this is why Eudora is kind of powerful. You get a golden minion off the bat. And this one was a great one at that. And on top of that, you're leveled a bit higher than everyone else, and you get higher rewards as well.
Yes, this is looking really good for Trunks here. And on the last lobby of them, we saw Trunks talking with his partner with emotes, because they can't talk like on the chat or anything. What do you think about that? It would work like talking in emotes?
I think it's interesting. Like you said, the teams aren't allowed to talk to each other during the course of the game, but they're only allowed to use emotes. So There are some maybe universal emotes that people might recognize from playing in-game, where happy cow means, hey, let's level together. Or a wave means, I'm very strong. But
yeah.
I don't know, maybe they have some code set up that can kind of help them. Now, if teammates end up facing each other and one's very much stronger than the other one, they might want to try to make their board a little weaker, make the positioning a little worse, so that if they do beat their teammate, they don't do a crazy amount of damage and kind of allow both of them to continue on.
Yes, yesterday CMA was like a bit weaker than RDU, and RDU went with like a weak composition against his teammate, and he took like 20 damage of her. But he managed to get first place on that lobby anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, you can kind of see it's difficult to actually, without the verbal communication, it's hard to tell, right? I mean, trying to be a little bit weaker and then finding out that, wait a second, I'm taking 20 here, that's not what we were going to do.
Yes. So yeah, we got to see like Toki getting a lot of damage for the Trunks composition that he already have, like Savannah and a lot of tier high minions. So yeah, Toki will have to do a lot of work here.
We see Kimmy here with early rat packs on Edwin. Edwin's hero power buffs a minion +1/+1 for every minion you've bought this turn, and it costs 1 gold. Very good on an early rat pack. Rat pack is a minion that you'll recognize it from normal Hearthstone as well. It starts off as a 2/2. The Death Rattle summons a number of 1/1 rats equal to how much attack the minion has. So buffing it higher and higher means that the initial body is bigger, but it also spawns more rats, which tends to be very, very powerful early game.
Yes, we don't have like Deathwing on this lobby. Like Red Packs is insane on the early game with Deathwing, but yeah, it works as well on the early game for every class you are going to face here.
See Sho turning in a triple early for Rafam as well. Generally, if you follow this sort of curve based on the gold you're offered per turn and what you can buy or level up, people generally level to Tavern Tier 4 on 9 gold. But Sho with the triple here decides to do it a little early and try to get a kind of build-defining 5-drop. And he does find Bran, which is very important for something like a Murloc build.
Yes, and here Team Liquid is in a really good spot. Like they are on the first place, so I think they can have like this aggressive approach, right?
Definitely. Since they're leading in the standings right now by a little bit, they don't have to necessarily fight for first and second place. They can try to go for some more safer comps, maybe go for something that has a weaker overall power level in late game, but strong enough that it can guarantee a 4th or 3rd place. Because the point distribution in the lobby is from first to last place, goes from 9 points down to 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So you still get points for finishing 3rd, 4th, 5th, whatever. So we might be seeing players switch up strategies if they're trying to go for a specific consistent finish.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see how Barcelona is going. I don't know if they showed us like recently, but seems like Zing is already with 23 of health here.
Yeah, Zim's quite low here. He does have some econ built up with these free-dealing gamblers. They sell for 3 gold, so he has some extra gold banked here. It looks like he's got some pirate stuff going on, but he also has his toe dipped in Murlocs. So we'll see what else is offered and which way he'll decide to take that.
Yes. Talking economy, for us that we are used to Battlegrounds, we know what economy inside means. But for who is arriving by parachute on the string, can you explain what the economy and why it's so important on Battlegrounds?
Sure. So the purchasing system, I suppose, in Battlegrounds is a little similar to Constructed in terms of how much you start off with and how much you get a turn. You start off with 3 gold, not 1 isn't Constructed, but every consecutive turn you'll get 1 extra gold to work with. So on turn 1 you have 3 gold, on turn 2 you have 4 gold, etc., up to a maximum of 10 gold. Each minion in the tavern costs 3 gold to purchase, and when you sell a minion back to Bob in the tavern, you get 1 gold back. Generally, on turn 1, we see people buy a minion because they only have 3 gold. On turn 2, they might tavern tier up, which allows them to have access to higher quality units, and then they might buy 2 more units and so on. But the amount of units you can buy is dictated by your economy, how much gold you start off with. So you kind of have to plan out your turns thinking, how many units am I going to buy next turn? How many tavern refreshes can I do? It costs 1 gold to refresh Bob's Tavern and get a full set of minions, a new set of minions that you can choose to purchase or roll past as well. So there's a lot of things to keep in mind in terms of economy. And there are some units that make other minions cheaper to buy. There's units like the Free Dealing Gambler, which costs 3 gold to purchase, but also has the benefit of being sold for 3 gold. So even though it's not a powerful minion, you can buy it to kind of bolster your economy, sell it later for 3 gold, maybe on a higher tavern tier, and then buy another minion that's better than the 3/3 you initially had.
Yeah, was a hell of explanation. Thank you, Hacker.
I wasn't sure how deep to go.
Well, we are seeing here Blaze trying to go with the Murloc composition, but without the composition definer, which is Bran. So what do you think about that? It's a good way to go, or do you think it's because Murlocs was appearing for him?
So if Murlocs are offered to you, trying to make Murlocs work is good. Murlocs are one of the strongest late game comps because they have powerful late game adapts that can give them stuff like Divine Shield and Poisonous. Just like in Constructed, Poisonous kills a minion if damage is dealt from a minion with Poisonous. So having a big board of Divine Shield, Poisonous Murlocs generally wins lobbies. Obviously, it's not that easy to get that because some of these build-defining adapts, such as Gentle Megasaur, which you may also recognize from Constructed, which adapts all of your Murlocs. These units are found at high tavern tiers. And Murlocs early game generally aren't super strong unless you have a bunch of them together with some health buffs, with some attack buffs, maybe with a War Leader. As you can see on Blaze's board, he has some Murlocs, he has some more in hand, but he doesn't quite have enough synergies for himself to feel comfortable fully putting his board into Murlocs. Because having so little health, it's dangerous to lose rounds at this point in the game when you have a weaker board because you want to not die. So I think he's holding on a little bit before he makes the switch.
Yes, I want to point out the positioning of his cannons. I don't know if they were like right because both of them were on the left, like between only a minion. So the minion died and the cannons were like weird
next to each other. So yeah. The double cannon is actually very interesting because if you put them farther apart, it doesn't actually. It's kind of complicated. If you have a cannon next to a cannon, the cannon on the far left, for example, will not get any use because the cannon to the right of it can't attack, so it won't actually send any missiles flying. However, you can't really position it in a way that stops the cannons from not being next to each other. You can put them on the two ends, but then the cannon on the right won't actually be shooting missiles because the attack order is randomly from left, is from left to right. It's not random. What you attack is random, but the attack order goes from left to right. So if you have a cannon on the far right, it doesn't get used until the final minion attacks. So putting the second cannon a bit earlier, like third, and having the first cannon first means that the first minion to attack in between them will get 2 cannon pops off. 2 cannon shots off. I don't know why I said pops. So it's weird to position them, but generally having 2 cannons isn't super. It's kind of extra. If you end up going for triple like Blaze did, and he did end up getting it, that's fine. But having 2 can kind of be clunky.
Yeah, so that's why he gave off one of the cannons of him.
I think he actually got a triple there.
Ah, okay. And here Zing is going for Murlocs as well.
Yeah, we saw him a little bit earlier with some Pirates and some Murlocs, but it looks like he found enough to try and make the switch here. Both him and his teammate Blaze are a bit low on health, which is a little concerning. If you can't fully get your toe into Murlocs and get a strong enough board, you can die very quickly, which is one of the downsides of trying to force Murlocs. And we see here Zim facing a huge board from Eudora. I think is going to take lethal damage here.
Yeah. And this is brutal for Zing because they are already in last place here.
I believe with
the
Zim's
stages.
finish here that FC Barcelona is out of the running for second place. And I think they can only improve to third place from here, if they can even improve to third place. The math is difficult.
Yeah. So here, Kimi has Bran as well, but I don't think he is going with that composition since he already have the Baron and the Death Rattles composition by Salvana and all the Exot thing.
It's an interesting comp he has here. So there's a Death Rattle comp you can kind of make. Baron Rivendare doubles the effectiveness of your Death Rattles. So with spawns, a spawn of the Zoth, which generally buffs your board +1/+1. If they die with a Baron on the board, they get +2/+2 to your entire board. And there's also a cute thing you can do where you play an unstable ghoul, have the unstable ghoul die, it triggers twice, 2 damage is dealt to the board, then both of your spawns die, buffing the rest of your board. There's a very cool comp you can make, but it's very complicated, and I'm not 100% sure if I can explain it properly. So we'll see if he goes for that or if he switches to something else.
Yes, and here White Bill is like dancing like a crazy.
Yeah.
And this max like annoy mode is huge.
Massive. Yeah, absolutely massive. How Dancing Daryl works is he has a passive hero power. We talked earlier about buying and selling minions. When you sell a minion with Dancing Daryl and give it back to Bob, he sends 2 hats flying at Bob's Tavern, and they randomly attach to a minion, giving them +1/+1 for each hat. So a strategy you can do with Daryl is buy some minions in Bob's Tavern, leave 1 left in the tavern. That way when you sell minions off, the hats can only go in that 1 minion. So what you can do is isolate a strong minion, something with a Divine Shield, maybe something with Cleave, like a Cave Hydra, and start buffing it up really, really, really big, really early. And that's kind of how Daryl works.
Yes, and the dancing of White Bill wasn't enough here. One of the things is because his board wasn't complete of minions, and who gets less minions on the board is the one to attack second every time. So yeah, it was brutal here. And here Van Cleef will have a lot of damage as well. Oh god,
just enough lethal damage from Kimi gets knocked out here, I believe, in 6th place. We still have both players from Liquid left in the lobby, which is going to further cement their position as first place in this group. Looks like Bly's ended up finding a Megasaur. Divine Shields on Murlocs can only be given through a Gentle Megasaur adapt, which means that he's kind of on his way to getting a top finish in this lobby. All he's missing is maybe some extra poisonous Murlocs to try and guarantee that he can kill a minion with the Murlocs. Having Divine Shield is nice, but if you're hitting something that's a lot bigger than what the Murlocs are, and you don't kill it, then the Divine Shield doesn't really do as much as, having bigger minions.
Yes, if they have like Hydra or even the Full Reaper that we are seeing on Trunks composition, yeah, it's brutal for the Divine Shields. Okay,
we see PF on the right here having a sort of mechy Divine Shield Death Rattle-y type build with Baron Rivendare and Selfless Hero. We have an egg there as well, and a Golden Kaboom Bot. So it looks like an amalgamation of builds, but it's stuff that generally ends up being played together. Mechs and Divine Shields kind of end up being played together, and Death Rattles, Mechs, and Baron end up getting played well together. And there's also a dragon here that gains +2/+2 every time a Divine Shield from a friendly minion is popped. So it's quite an interesting comp. It gets stronger faster than some of the other builds, but how strong it can get is lower than some of the other builds. So it generally ends up being a 5th, 4th, 3rd place comp, but it loses to some of the late game comps like Dragons and Murlocs eventually.
Yes, and we are not seeing Dragons composition here on this lobby, right?
No, we haven't seen too many. To make Dragons work properly, you generally need some high Tavern tier minions, like a Caligos on Tavern tier 6, which lets you scale your entire board of Dragons, or an Undina the Red, which is also a Tavern tier 6 minion, which has a Death Rattle that gives all your Dragons Divine Shield. So if players are unable to find a triple on Tavern Tier 5 and get offered something like a Kalagos early enough, then they can't really make dragons work. There's some sort of mid-game dragons you can go, but they don't really scale easily, so it's hard to make those work. And generally we see people stay away from those.
Yeah, so like Caligos is like a definite minion composition, and Nadina is not, right?
Sorry, could you say that again?
On the defined composition of minions, like Caligos is a really defining composition, but not Nadina, right?
Right, so Nadina gives you a bit of a power bump, because giving Divine Shields to everything is still powerful, but that's all that happens. You get Divine Shields. Kalagos, you get to continuously improve your board over and over again, buffing your dragons by +1/+1 for every Battlecry minion you play. So you can scale even farther with Kalagos. Nadina gives you a bit of a power bump, but you can't scale more with her.
Yeah. Right. And this amalgam of Trunks is huge as well. I think Trunks is in a really good position here to finish this lobby, Hacker.
He's in a pretty good spot. Yeah, he has some very large minions here. Funnily enough, Golden Nadina the Red, which Trunks has here, does not actually give 2 Divine Shields or anything. It's just a bigger minion. When you triple a unit and get 3 of the same unit, they fuse together to a golden unit and then give you the option to pick a reward from the next Tavern Tier up. But Nadina is one of the ones that generally doesn't gain a benefit from being tripled, because she doesn't have anything extra from being golden, whereas some other minions do get benefits when they're golden. They have a double battle cry, or they have, something like that.
When that Dragons was first released, I got my triple Nadina and I was, what? It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, you don't end up seeing it until you kind of try it out for yourself, so it's kind of it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
All right. So X-Bly's with Murlocs on the right. Let's talk about this a little bit. He doesn't have Bran, so he's kind of working with normal battle cries. Bran Bronzebeard doubles the effectiveness of your battle cries. So with a build like Murlocs, where you want to continuously buff them with attack, with adapts, with health, having Bran can help quite a bit because it helps you scale twice as fast. Now Bly's has not had the option to get a Bran here, but he's still been able to find an adapt. He's still been able to find some health buffs, and he's kind of, getting his way through. He is scaling, but slowly. Is he scaling slower or faster than other people? We'll kind of have to see how the matchups line up and see if he is still stronger.
Yes. So Bly's here, even without Bran, he is in a good spot. He could scale his Murlocs, but not all of them have the poison, as you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Now, there is a Toxfin Murloc on Tavern Tier 4. So if you're not given access to a Megasaur that adapts all of your Murlocs, you can manually apply Poisonous to each of your minions. It's just a bit harder because you have to find a Toxfin for every single Murloc you want to Poisonous. And I'm not surprised if that's what he'll just start doing if he doesn't hit the Megasaur, because it is a way to just make your board stronger. It's slower, but it can still get the job done.
Yeah.
Okay. You see WTY Bill here on the right, I think. Finally going to be knocked out. It looks like Rafam's board is a little bit too big, and we also see LPPF on the left here falling to Bly's Yogg Murloc board. Just enough to knock him out of the lobby. So Bly's is top 3 now. WTY Bill falls out. Show is still left in the lobby for Team Liquid, continuing to secure them points.
Yeah.
But we are down to our top 3.
Yes, and Team Liquid is like rocking on this lobby again. Yesterday, I was talking with Gia, and we both agreed that on Group A, on Battlegrounds, seems a bit more stacked than this one. What do you think about it?
You guys were saying that Group A is more stacked than Group B?
Yeah.
There are a lot of players in this lobby that I would be scared to play against. I will tell you that. There's still some very good players in Group B that I think are worth watching out for. Nightwalk specifically was one that we were told to keep an eye on because he's known for having some crazy Murloc transitions, which involve a lot of actions in a short amount of time to try and completely switch your board from one composition to another. We also have players in Group B like RDU, who has been playing Battlegrounds for quite some time, like an incredible amount of hours every day, practicing, getting better, streaming it. So there's still, I think, a lot of people to look out from Group B, but I think from what we've seen so far, Group A has had a lot of consistent powerhouses, namely Diana and WTY Bill have each finished first place in 2 of the 4 lobbies, which has been pretty incredible having consistent finishes like that.
Yes, for sure. This is my first time casting the Group B, so I will get there.
All right. Starts the battle. Show when there's an odd number of players left in the lobby, one of the players will randomly be assigned to facing a copy of someone who has died already, a ghost. And on the left, we will see Show facing Kel'Thuzad. This is generally seen as an advantage because if the player was knocked out, it generally means that they had a weaker board. So Show getting a bit of an easier hit. I mean, you can still lose to the ghost, don't get me wrong, but they tend to be a little bit weaker.
Yes,
Trunks
because they
Flies
didn't get
well.
like for the last time to upgrade his board, so
Yeah, exactly. Trunks against Bly's here on the right. Both of them are very low on health, so whoever loses this will end up being knocked out. It ends up being very, very close. Only 3 health left for Trunks, but he does manage to knock Bly's out in third place.
yes.
We see Show getting another triple here, which allows him to discover a Tavern Tier 6 minion. I believe he already has an Amalgadon on board, that's the card in the middle, and an Amalgadon on hand. So it means he can pick another triple here if he wants to. Decides not to.
Yeah. Okay, he has Bran, so maybe he wants to buff it out like different types of Amalgadons.
Yeah, it's possible. Having 2 separate Amalgadons, if they're both Divine Shield poisonous, tends to be better than having one bigger one. And the reason for that is having 2 still large minions with buffs on them, such as Divine Shield poisonous, is harder for your opponents to kill. If you have one very, very large minion, your opponent can have something like a Myexna or a Poisonous Murloc that even if it's a 1-1 Poisonous Murloc, it can kill your 50-50 Amalgadon. So I think sometimes we'll see players try to keep their pairs separate, especially when there's something like Divine Shield here. We'll see this in mech builds a lot when you have Deflectobots that are kind of large, and instead of tripling them, players will leave them because they'd rather have the separate Divine Shields because Divine Shield is powerful.
Yes, it's like on the mech composition when we have 2 Deflectobots, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's better 2 than a triple. Yeah.
Now Show here, he's got some Murloc stuff going on, but for the most part, I think I would describe this as Menagerie, which is a little harder to pull off because you do need Bran for this, just like you do for some other builds, but it generally doesn't scale as well as some other builds because there's some specific Menagerie battle cries you're looking for, whereas in another build such as Murlocs, you might be having access to King Bagurgle, Cold Light Seer, Primalfin Lookout, Felfin Navigator. There's a few more options you have available to try and buff your entire board. But Show getting a pretty good Menagerie build in here. Having Amalgadons, which count as any minion type, means that a lot of battle cries are now available to buff them as well. It doesn't have to be a Murloc buff, it doesn't have to be a Dragon buff, it can be any buff, any battle cry buff can hit the Amalgadons.
Yes, but seems like Trunks will get this lobby against Show.
Yep, Trunks takes the win here, and he's the first player in Group A that isn't W2I Bill or, I believe, VK Diana to actually win a lobby. So now we have someone new winning the lobby, which is kind of nice.
And this is huge for LP, right? Because they were in the 3rd place. So yeah, if they want to get that finals on Sunday, they have to go with the 1st, 2nd place here for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So Team Liquid was farther ahead in the standings compared to VK and LP, but VK at 39 points and LP at 37 points before this lobby. So it's pretty close between them. So if LP can continue to perform like this in the final lobby, they will be looking to secure themselves a place in the Battlegrounds finals. We'll see what can happen in the last lobby. FC Barcelona having a bit of a better showing than they've had in the past 4 lobbies. I believe Blaise ended up finishing 3rd place there. So a pretty decent finish, but I think even with that, I don't think Barcelona, even if they finish 1st and 2nd place in this final lobby, will be able to get 2nd place or higher, which means that they will not be in contention for the finals. But they can still, I believe, try to... I'm not even sure if they can actually get 3rd place. But there's 1 lobby left. They should still play it out in case we get the math wrong and see what they can make of this last lobby.
Yes, for sure they will try his best, because you are here, you are already competing, so why not try the 1st and 2nd place to show that they can do that, right?
I believe the composition that won there at the end with Trunks, I believe on Eudora, was a little... I say menagerie when I talk about any build that's not one specific thing, like if it's not Dragon specifically or Mech specifically. I believe Trunks had a few different things on his board, including a Gold Grubber, which is a 2/2 pirate. Well, it starts off as a 2/2 pirate that at the end of your round gains +2/+2 for every golden minion on your side of the board, so every upgraded minion, which tends to be very powerful in a Eudora build because your hero power gives you a golden minion. So I think at the end we ended up seeing something like a 40. It was a very large Gold Grubber, even though it started off as a 2/2.
Yes, for sure. And on the standings, Trunks is the 4th place to get like a huge amount of points. Besides this run, he already have like 24 points for himself. So yeah, Trunks is doing a really good job here on Battlegrounds. I remember like back in times, Trunks playing Constructed like in World Championships and on ACT Championships, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's cool seeing some of these constructed players take on a new format and still bring us the same kind of oomph that we see them doing constructed. Here's the
like
standings.
Sixo, right?
Yeah, exactly. Sixo coming back as well to do some Battleground stuff, which I believe we'll be seeing some more of him tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so points acquired from this lobby. LP got 14. Oh. All right, here's the updated standings. Team Liquid in 1st place, still a bit of a lead, but with the poor showing in lobby 4 in the final lobby here, they could fall to 2nd place. Is it possible for them to get 3rd actually? I'm not sure if there's enough points available for them to actually drop to 3rd. If they get absolutely 8th and 7th place, and the 2 other teams are positioned in such a way, maybe it's possible that Team Liquid does end up in 3rd, and misses out on the finals.
Oh my god.
I think there might be, if Lorinda's awake and hanging out in chat, I'll stress him out and see if he can do some numbers. And well, I mean, we'll find out eventually anyways, but I think there might be one scenario where Team Liquid might not be in the finals, but I think the lobby would have to be disastrous for that to be the case. And I think with the way that W2I Bill and Show has been playing, I don't think we'll be seeing that.
Yes, would be really sad, but Show is playing really good today. He's in a really good shape, so yeah, I don't think we will see that, Hacker.
So Team Liquid aside.
Yes, but for VK sides, we saw them fall for the 3rd place. They were with 39 points and LP with 37. So now LP is on the 2nd place and VK is on the 3rd place. So yes, they will fight a lot on this last lobby.
I'm curious now if, because VK and LP, I'm sure they will know the standings. I wonder if they will try to go for an aggressive strategy. And what I mean by that is if they see that they are up from someone from the opposing team, for example, if Diana ends up being up against Trunks, I wonder if Diana will just start throwing all the strong minions on the board, even if they're not part of his composition, just to try and knock them out faster.
Yes, we are going to see that, and we have Finlay here. Which hero power? I don't know them for the image, so you can send the light for us, Hacker.
So the hero power on the left is Lich King's hero power. 1 gold, give a minion reborn for this round only. The middle one is Bartendotron. Tavern upgrades cost 1 less. And the one on the right, which Diana does end up going for, is Queen of Dragons, which is Alex Strauss's hero power. When you get to Tavern Tier 5, discover 2 dragons. Sir Finlay gives you 3 options at the start of the game, 3 options from the hero powers, and lets you kind of choose one based on what you see is available.
Yes, and none of them was like really great, right?
Yep, Alexstrasza can be okay. Leveling up to Tavern Tier 5 early and surviving means you have access to very strong units, and the discoverable dragons include something like Kaligos, the super important Tier 6 minion we're talking about. That being said, you have to survive till you can get to that point. So
yes, and
high
on
payoff.
this lobby, we are not seeing beasts.
No beasts. Would have liked to see a Murloc-less lobby. Those tend to be a bit funner.
Yeah.
Okay. Deathwing in this lobby, which we didn't see last round as well. Eudora, no surprise there. Wait, was Trunks on Eudora last round as well?
Yeah.
I think he was. Okay.
He was. Yeah.
Trunks positioning himself very nicely here, getting a second Eudora for the day, which should help their standings if he can manage to pull off another top 4.
Yes, and we see White Bill here with Fungal Mancer Flurgle. What do you think about that?
So Flurgle is one of those heroes that when stuff hits well, he's incredibly strong. Flurgle's hero power is that whenever you sell a Murloc back to Bob, a new Murloc will pop up in the shop. Which means that if you're trying to build on your board of Murlocs currently, you can get a Battlecry Murloc, buff your board, sell it, get another Battlecry Murloc, buff your board, sell, and so on and so forth, without having to spend money on rolling with refreshes. And this works especially well early on when the pool of Murlocs is limited, because you can find those buff Murlocs on Tavern Tier 3. Again, that being said, you need to actually find Murlocs to be able to make this work. So it's one of those high risk, high reward heroes, similar to what I would say like an Alexstrasza is.
Okay.
We see a Reno in the lobby as well. Reno not picked up too much. Another one of those high risk, high reward heroes, but maybe this being the final lobby and these teams understanding that they need to get a high finish perhaps to get the job done and secure their place in the finals, maybe they are going for the riskier heroes like that.
Yes, and here Trunks has like not such a really good minion, but he has some interesting choices here from the gold minion.
Definitely. I'd be leaning towards the Mechano Egg or the Herald of Flame. Herald of Flame, when it overkills a minion, it deals 3 damage to the leftmost minion on the opponent's board. So early on, if all the minions have less than 3 health, or 2 health, for example, and the Herald of Flame hits and overkills something, the entire board gets wiped, and maybe we'll get a chance to see that. So I think Herald of Flame early is definitely strong, but I believe Egg in general will be a little bit stronger later on. But with only 2 minions left on the board, I believe he wants to try to go for a more aggressive strategy with Herald of Flame.
Yes, and I think Zing was with Nosdormo as well on the last run.
Yeah. I wonder if they got offered the exact same heroes. That'd be kind of a funny thing. Probably not, but you know, a few players look like they do have repeat heroes here. Zim picking up the South Sea Captain pair. Pirates are not the strongest minion type, I would say, but having something like double South Sea Captain early on can actually get you very strong very quickly. Getting +2/+2 on all your pirates early, it will scale you, well, in air quotes, scale you a little bit faster than other players, because most other players won't be looking for buffs and battle cries. Generally, they'll be looking for more powerful minions. So having the bigger pirates early can help carry until you get later on to the game. So I do like that he's going for the double South Sea Captain right now.
Yes, but like in general, Pirates doesn't get first or second place, right?
Not often, definitely not. And in a Murloc lobby, in a Dragon lobby, not often. But if the Pirate gets online fast enough, the Pirate build, the way the Pirates work is there's a lot of synergy between buffing each other, between the South Sea Captains. If you get a Grand Admiral Eliza, if you get a, which is a Tavern Tier 6 minion, if you get a Seabreaker Goliath, there's ways to buff your board with Pirates faster than some of the other classes might have access to buffs, which means that if you do end up winning a round with Pirates, you can end up doing 20 damage upwards of 20 damage with a pirate board. So even if you can't win a lobby super late game, that may not matter if you just kill everyone before late game happens.
Yeah, sure.
We'll see if that ends up being the case. But just to kind of give you a taste of what pirates end up, what can pirates do, basically.
Nice. And here Blaze is going with a mixed composition, but more related to pirates.
Mm-hmm. He's got some pirate stuff going on. He's just picking up good units right now. Spawn is off, very good early on. It buffs your entire board. Cannon is pretty good early on. He did get a gold in there and a gold grubber, so that'll start scaling pretty nicely, which will be good for him. Kimmy now, leveling to Tavern Tier 4 early, but with a strong board, makes sense. Picks up a Lightfang Enforcer. So this used to be a very important build-defining card, or minion, because it buffs one of each minion type on your board by +2/+1 at the end of every turn. So in this case, a Pyre will be buffed, a Dragon will be buffed, and a Murloc will be buffed. If Kimmy also had a Mech and a Demon, those would also be buffed. So this is a way to scale over time without having to invest in further minions that require battle cries.
Yes.
Getting this early on can help you scale quite a bit. It will not end up outscaling some of the late game builds, but having this early can definitely help you just get to the late game pretty safely if you have enough health to work with.
Okay, and here we have BF with Deathwing, going with the Divine Shield Dragons, which is really good with Deathwing.
Yep. Deathwing's hero power is a passive one that says all minions, all on the battlefield, get +2 attack, which means their opponents as well will also get +2 attack. So with Deathwing, you generally want to be picking up token units, Divine Shield units, because Divine Shield uses that +2 attack well. Tokens also use that 1 attack well. If you have a rat pack, it spawns more rats, and each of those rats does more damage. So Deathwing can be very strong early, but can also be very weak if he doesn't find any tokens, and your opponent finds tokens.
Yes, on this tavern we don't have beasts, so
True.
he may go with mechs, right?
Yep. Mechs is a good way to having something like a replicating menace that spawns extra 1/1s or divine shields, like Bronze Warden, like Annoy Module can definitely help with Deathwing. We see WTY Bill picking up a gold grubber as well. Not your average Flurgle board, would you say?
Yes.
Generally, we see Fungalmancer, Flurgle going Murlocs, but it looks like WTY Bill, understanding that he did not get enough early Murlocs to make it work, is just not trying to force and saying, hey, I found some other powerful units. They may not be as strong as Murlocs late game, but we're in a pretty good spot here as Team Liquid. I don't think we need to be super aggressive. I don't think we need to force stuff. Let's take a nice top 5, top 4, get some extra points, and make sure we're in there.
Yes, and this is the last lobby for the Group A, so who gets the first and second place advance to the final on the Sunday.
Yeah, everything's on the line now for the 4 teams in this lobby now.
Yes,
Okay.
and here Maev is doing a really good job on imprisoning things for her.
Yep. Maev's hero power is a 1 mana. Give a minion in the tavern dormant, take it in 2 turns, and give it +1/+1. So it's similar to something like Reform, where you pay 1 gold for a minion, but in this case you get it a little bit later. Whereas normally you would have to pay 3 gold for a minion in the lobby in the tavern, because you actually have to pay 3 gold to buy it. This is a way to get around that, which is very interesting. Minions like heroes like these play a little differently in terms of their early curve. They don't level on the same as the same speed kind of as other players at the start. They want to use their hero power more often early instead of leveling on 2, for example, or leveling on 4 or 5 or whatever it is.
Sure. And here Trunks is going with a demon composition. He already have the Imp Mama.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think both of these players on Tavern Tier 5, so they will have access to stronger units now. Looks like Kimmy got a Foe Reaper, and as I was talking, that Lightfang buffing the Foe Reaper here is going to be pretty powerful. I think it's still relatively early for a Foe Reaper, so being able to scale a cleave this quickly, and we see Kimmy positions on the left, when Foe Reaper attacks, just to explain what cleave is, whatever it hits, it will deal the same damage to the left and to the right of that minion as well. So a big cleave minion can end up killing 3 entire units on your opponent's board. So having a cleave is useful, but it has to be big enough to actually do enough damage. And Foreap right now is doing that.
Yes, and he's taking the Murloc from the tavern already.
Looks like
soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
WTY Bill falling early, even though in his defense, I think he wasn't offered a lot of Murlocs, so he did end up going for a build that he thought was more likely to do a bit better. But still, I think getting he took so much damage there. The Foreaper did a lot of work, and there were so many expensive minions left that Flurgle just did not have enough health left to work with. So with that, W2I Bill is knocked out in 8th place. But I think that Liquid will still be fine in the standings regardless of this.
Yes, and here X-Blaze is with 1 health. So yeah, he will have to step it up to not get killed on this round and try to get in the first place again.
It looks like Blaze does have the Pirates going on here. There's still a Gold Grubber. Captain Hoggar is one of the build-defining units here. Captain Hoggar reads, when you purchase a pirate from the tavern, get 1 gold back, which means that you can buy pirates at a discount, and you can end up buying a lot of pirates that there's not that many that buff your friendly pirates, but there's a couple that do buff based on how many pirates you purchased this round. There's another pirate minion, Salty Looter, that gains stats for every pirate you play on the board. So there is like a super crazy APM style build where you have Salty Looters, multiple Captain Hoggars, where to the point where pirates are free or give you gold when you buy them, and then you just buy a pirate, play it, sell it, roll, buy a pirate, play it, sell it, roll, and so on. It makes really big Salty Looters. We haven't seen any, I think, yet, but it's a difficult build to make, and it's a bit riskier because you need a lot to get it done, and it still ends up losing to something like Murlocs. So it's not gone that often, but it's really fun to see when it does pop up.
Yeah. Here we see a show going with a demon composition as well.
This is a little bit like the juggler build I was talking about earlier. Sure, still does have that big Wrathweaver that he was scaling by playing other demons, but he still has some tokeny demons with the jugglers to help do some extra damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, tied.
A tie.
I think I'll be happy to see that. He was up against someone who's very strong. The first place in the lobby currently, Kimmy. So tying at this point, I think, is pretty happy for Sho. It means obviously it means he doesn't die, but it gives him a sense of how strong he is compared to everyone else as well. If the first place person in the lobby just tied you, you're probably feeling okay against the second place, the third place, and so on.
Yes, and here is Joe has to go super well on this run because, like you said, mathematically they could get the 3rd place yet, and with White Bill out of the tavern already, so yeah.
Lauren informed us, I believe, that no matter what Liquid placed in this final match, they were safe.
Okay.
I wasn't completely sure. Thanks, Lorinda. But yeah, Team Liquid, I believe, has secured a spot in the finals regardless of their performance.
Okay.
Okay. Sho making himself as strong as possible. Still worth trying to play your best. I don't know if they have Lorinda speaking into their ear and telling them, "You guys are safe. You don't have to. You don't have to win." They're probably just trying to make sure that they get what they need.
Yes, and here PF is going against Hafan, which is X-Blaze. And yeah, for sure he has to get with the Brand because they has a lot of things that they can scale on demon composition as well.
Rafam with a full board of pirates. And a boat, which spawns some more pirates. Interesting to see this. It's actually probably going to be kind of close, depending on what pops out of the Imp Bomb and what pops out of the boat. PF and Rafam, Deathwing and Rafam here, it could go either way here, I think, depending on what pops out of the boat.
Yeah. Okay.
Not a crazy boat. I think with this, Deathwing and PF will take the win, and Rafam will be knocked out. On the right here, we have Kimmy on Maiev, who has been sporting a menagerie comp. Oh, it's a tie!
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He
Never mind then.
Yeah.
Good. Well done. It's hard to do the math in your head when you see two boards at once, and I'm trying to focus on both. It looked to me like the pirates weren't good enough, but it looks like there was just enough health to be able to knock out the remaining demons and dragons on the on PF's board. Diane going for some dragons here. We see Razor Gore, which is a dragon that scales by itself. At the end of the turn, it gains +1/+1 for every dragon currently on your board. So right now, every turn, Diana's Razor Gores are gaining +6/+6. So this is a way to scale dragons without Caligos. But Razor Gore still is a Tavern Tier 5 minion, so it does take time to get to that point.
Yeah.
And Nadina the Red here picked up as well.
He has like only 6 of health, so he has
That's the scary thing, yeah. He needs to not lose anymore.
And he is going against X-Blize, who is with 1 health, so who gets to lose on this tavern will knock it out.
So this is actually incredibly interesting. So FC Barcelona with Blaise left. It doesn't matter how Blaise's finishes here. I think FC Barcelona will not be included in the finals. However, out of the other 4 remaining players, there's 2 players from VK and 2 players from LP. So the entire lobby now will, whoever wins out of these 4 players will decide which of the 2 teams will get to go to the finals. It's cool that all 4 of those players are still left in this lobby.
Yeah, this is crazy.
They're very close, so the placement will definitely be decided by which of them will be able to stick around and which will be knocked out.
Yes. And whoa, Maiev and Deathwing, they have a lot of health here, like 30 and 25.
There's a lot to work with, but it looks like PF is going to take a hit here from Maiev. Not quite strong enough. Deathwing doesn't have many scalable minions here. He's using, so PF is using the fact that Deathwing's hero power buffs the board to pick some just good units that do well by having Divine Shield, but he doesn't have scalable minions. So compared to some of the other compositions in this lobby, he will, I think, eventually start losing because he just doesn't have, he can't scale. And when everyone else is scaling and you're not, you will generally just become weak. You will become weaker than the other players.
Okay, so here, VK Diana and Kimi will face each other now, and they send like emotes, so I think they are trying to communicate.
This is definitely important because they need to make sure that Diana doesn't die here.
Yeah.
I wish I could process this in real time and kind of understand if Diana gets knocked out here, how does the rest of the lobby have to finish for VK to win?
Yes,
so it's gonna
let's make a pause.
Yeah, can we, Lorinda, quick.
But yeah, this board of Maiev for Kimi is like huge.
It's pretty big. Having that Light Fang helped scale early on, and now you see that Kimi got rid of the Light Fang Enforcer. So eventually Light Fang Enforcer loses as much usefulness as it has because something like a Brand Bronzebeard can help the board scale faster than the Light Fang would be able to. So Light Fang is a guaranteed +2/+1 for every minion, but with 10 gold, with purchasing some battle cries, you can end up having more than +2/+1 for every minion every turn if you have Brand Bronzebeard, which is why we see the Light Fang being gotten rid of now. Looks like Kimi holds back a buff here to try and make himself a little weaker against his teammate.
Yes, and he put like 1 less minion on the tavern. So he gets the second to attack on this tavern.
Oh, I just realized that. So if both players from VK are facing off, that also means both players from LP are facing off as well.
Oh, it's true.
So we have the 2 boards here. It looks like Kimi will be knocking out Diana. Even playing a minion down, Kimi's board was just too far at this point to actually be able to stop to stop himself from knocking out his teammate.
Okay.
Looks like Trunks loses on Eudora against Deathwing, but he has a lot of stuff left in hand. Yeah, so this is fine, which means that both players in LP are still in the top 3 now, and there's only Kimi left over.
Yeah.
This is tough. This is close. Trunks has the pieces here for a Murloc switch if he needs to. He has 2 Megasaurs, an Amalgadon, and a couple of other Murlocs. So what Trunks can do is, if he needs to and thinks that he needs to do this to win the lobby, he can sell his board, play a bunch of Murlocs, adapt them, and try to get the super powerful late game Divine Shield Murloc full board. The Divine Shield Poisonous Murloc full board. We'll see if that's something he's looking for, if he wants to just play it a bit safer and maybe just adapt a few things.
Yes, and here Trunks will be against Kimi, so yeah, he have to win this one. And Kimi yet has like 30 of life, so even if he die, maybe he will not be knocked out.
Yep, it's possible. With 30 health, the board has to be pretty crazy for 30 health knockout, but it is possible. So Nat Pagal here, which Trunks has a golden copy of, when Nat Pagal overkills a minion, it spawns a treasure chest, a 0-2 treasure chest. That treasure chest has a death rattle that spawns 2 golden units. So if... Okay, Pagal's gone, never mind. So 30 damage, probably not happening this round. But I think I do like what Trunks is going for.
Yes, but Trunks managed to get like the Divine Shields and the poison on his Murlocs.
So I think he knows that his opponent here, Kimi, has a sort of menagerie build, which means that there's going to be some large minions. And against those large minions, it's better to have poisonous Murlocs than it is to have your own large minions if you think that yours are smaller. And with this switch, Trunks is able to take the win here against Kimi. Doesn't knock him out, but still gets some decent damage, and 20 is a lot. So now Kimi might not have more than 1 loss left in him. If he loses the next round, Kimi will be knocked out. Unless he gets the ghost.
Oh,
this was close. PF almost lost to the ghost there, but it was a tie. Still in it. And it looks like PF's going to be facing Kimi.
Oh, for
this
Kimi,
is it.
This is brutal.
So PF is doing the Murloc switch. He sold off his entire board when Bran, Khadgar, Murloc Tidehunter, which spawns a bunch of tokens. Bran doubles the tokens you spawn, Khadgar further doubles it, and the second Khadgar doubles it even more. So you get, I believe, 8 tokens from each Tidehunter you're playing, and when you have 3 tokens paired together, it also gives you a triple. So what PF is doing here, he's getting a full board of Murlocs. They're small, but whatever. And he has so many Discovers on Tavern Tier 6 to get that Megasaur. Together with a Bran, he's looking to get a full board of Divine Shield Poisonous Murlocs. And even though they're small, that's fine. All he needs to do is beat Kimi's large minions. It doesn't matter if his minions are 1/1s or 40/40s. As long as he can kill the minions with Poisonous, that's what he's going for.
Oh my god, and
he is running out of time. He might not have enough time.
Hacker, this is really crazy. I don't think he will manage to do it.
Oh no, he got Poisonous and Divine Shield, but he didn't get the other Murlocs down in time. Oh, he knows too. He's like, oh my goodness. See, the thing is here, he did everything almost perfectly. The problem was he went too far. He didn't need 10 Discovers here. He only needed 4 or 5 to try and get that Megasaur. Maybe even 2 Megasaurs. So I think he went a little overboard with how many Discovers he tried going for. I think he could have slowed down a little bit. The main issue here is that animations take time. So even though you can queue some stuff up, discover, sell, buy, it takes some time for the animations and the client to kick in. And these players there is an exploit where you can kind of disconnect from the game, which gives you a bit of extra time. Players are not allowed to do that in this tournament.
Yes, I wanted to see the reaction of Kimi here. He is pretty happy, I'm sure.
Yeah, but still a good effort. I think PF recognized that he was not strong enough to take out Kimi there, so he had to make a switch like this to give himself a chance. So even though it didn't pan out, I think what he did was the correct play, and unfortunately he just didn't have enough time to get all of it through in that round.
Yes,
right.
And here they are both with the Murloc composition. So let's see if Kimi can get like the Divine Shields or something or stronger. Because here Trunks has like the Wind Fury on the Amagadons. So yes, but he's thinking a lot on this turn.
So what does Kimi need to be able to make himself stronger? He does have a few Murlocs, and they do have Poisonous. He sells Divine Shield on the Forever and on the Amalgadon. So the Divine Shield plus the big minion is kind of equal to one of the Poisonous Divine Shield Murlocs. So he has 2 big minions that can contest the 2 Divine Shield Murlocs. He has his own Poisonous Murlocs, but without Divine Shield, it's kind of hard to make that work. Oh, he has the Unstable Ghoul. So Unstable Ghoul deals 1 damage when it dies to all minions on the board. This conveniently gets rid of all Divine Shields. Maybe this is enough to get him the win? I believe whoever wins this here will probably knock out the other player.
Yes.
This might be the final match of Battlegrounds for today and for Group A.
Oh my god, this was the exciting one.
This might decide, this final battle might decide if VK or LP gets to go to the finals. It's that close, guys.
Yes, and I think Kimi will get this right.
Yes, the Unstable Ghoul that he picked up allowed him to get rid of Divine Shields, making the Murlocs less useful for Trunks here, and he does manage to take first place in this lobby, even though LP is still doing a great showing. They're getting second and third place.
Yeah, so we are going to see who managed to win this lobby and go to the finals on Sunday.
I believe we have been sent the standings. It's not going to show up on screen right now, but in first place now, Team LP managed to get to 64 points. In second place, Team Liquid, who was first before, 63 points, just 1 point behind Team LP. But both of these players have made it to the finals. Shortly after, VK also coming in third place with 57. So even with a good performance in this lobby, LP's consistency over the past 6 lobbies was just enough to have Team LP get in there over Team VK. And in last place, we have FC Barcelona with 38 points, who had a bit of a rougher time in the past 6 lobbies. This was exciting.
Yes, and for tomorrow we have like the same scenario for WE and G2, because WE is with 40 points and G2 is with 39 points. And T1 is with 43, so it's super close.
That's kind of what's so exciting. The fact that these teams have been kind of so close over the past 4 lobbies, and the final kind of big finale of the initial lobbies is going to come down to the 2 lobbies because of how close these teams have been over the course of the past week so far. So congratulations to the teams here. Congratulations to Team LP and Team Liquid for making to the finals. They will be continuing on in Battlegrounds on Sunday. Tomorrow we'll be seeing Group B of Battlegrounds and seeing which of the 4 teams remaining will be able to advance to the finals as well. Any final thoughts on Battlegrounds so far?
Oh my god, I'm so hyped about it. It was really nice today because we get to see like so many good players here. Unfortunately, only 2 can go to the finals. So yeah, I'm super excited for tomorrow already.
Yeah, it's been pretty nice seeing a kind of mix as well. We've been seeing, I was kind of scared that everyone would try to force Murlocs and all we would see at the end is just Divine Shield Poisonous Murlocs again and again and again. But we actually haven't seen that. We've seen players, we even saw WTY Bill on Fungalmancer Florgirl, a Murloc hero, make a demon type thing work. We saw him start off with like a Wrathweaver, even though that's not what you conventionally go as. We've seen a bit of... we've seen some mech builds hanging around as well. We've seen Menagerie, which Menagerie is I said I liked Murlocs a lot earlier, but I changed my mind. Menagerie is one of the funner things to look at. Being able to bounce a bunch of stuff over like an entire board instead of just the Murlocs sounds a bit funner to me than the Murlocs. We've seen Menagerie, we've seen some dragons as well. Obviously, we've seen Murlocs because, the Murlocs are strong. But even that last lobby...
demons, right?
Yeah, and in that last lobby, Murlocs didn't even get the win there. We had... well, there were still some Murlocs on Kimmy's board, but it wasn't a full Murloc board. There was a Foe Reaper, there was an Amalgam. Okay, it was kind of like Murlocs. But anyways, it was still nice seeing all these kind of different builds and not everyone trying to force the same thing. The diversity is nice.
Yeah,
okay.
So now we are almost heading to Constructed, right?
Hopefully there'll be fewer priest mirrors than over the past few days. for whoever ends up to be casting them. Yeah, but
I'm feeling so good because when I'm casting on Brazil, I'm almost the only one that doesn't like priest mirrors, but seems like here is like anonymous. Nobody likes priest mirrors. So thanks, Hacker.
Are you telling me the other casters and your other casters like priest mirrors?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Do you want to bring them over? Or?
They like suffer. Yeah.
It can be interesting.
Who hates priest like very much. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I think there's a lot of other players and casters who aren't a huge fan of them. I personally like them. I may not like casting them. I haven't had to cast it yet. Maybe I'll change my opinion. Anyways, that's been Battlegrounds for today. If you are looking for some more Battlegrounds action, the Group B will be wrapping up tomorrow as well before the Battlegrounds finals on Sunday. We'll be switching to Constructed shortly, but first we're going to take a quick break.
血缘万古长，我发源源流淌。我们传承闪耀荣光，愿你永远地绽放。所有的魔法都会乖乖听话，一样好好学习它。许多社团
教派派对也挺多的，
全都欢迎你参加。学会了神奇的魔法，混天生小亮开花。
跟着玩具足不要到处乱逛，
我的园长会让你长大。
开玩笑的，别当真。
你要将这城市永远不忘光，动力学院是我的家。嘿，嘿，我爱它。
Are you ready for the Inter-Multiversal Nexo Weight Championship? You better be! El Bandito Imperious! Gata de Batalla Lele! Malgocho! Ganas! Legendario! Bienvenidos a la catedral de las mejores batallas del Nexo. Ding, ding, ding! The fun is on! Épico! What a takedown! Give it up for MC Tombstone! Rampage, all right! We got ourselves a winner! We're going to Nexomania, y'all!
Hello， 大家好，我是刘雨熙，祝炉石传说黄金世俱杯顺利举办。巴塞罗那电竞俱乐部打出好成绩，希望他们不仅球路好，牌运更出色。巴塞罗那不只是一家俱乐部 ，Barcelona more than a club。
Salut, c'est Antoine Griezmann, joueur du FC Barcelone, et j'encourage notre équipe française Hearthstone qui va faire la compétition Gold Cup World Cup le 27 juillet. Un petit coucou à tous nos amis chinois.
大家好，我是小特黄旭东，在这里祝黄金世俱杯的参赛战队巴塞罗那加油
！WE 加油！炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油 ！WE 走月路选手加油哦！
大家好，我是夏一可，炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！举世而望，天下无双。
巴塞罗那不只是一家俱乐部，此言非虚语。这不，巴萨的电竞俱乐部炉石传说战队即将出征黄金世俱杯。7月27号18点，我在黄金世俱杯炉石传说等你，不见不散。
Hello， 大家好，我是娇娇，祝7月27日黄金世俱杯顺利举办。
祝7月27日炉石传说黄金世俱杯顺利举办。
黄金世俱杯巨世无双。
希望咱们中国的国服的俱乐部能够有好的发挥。
希望国服俱乐部能够发挥出色，夺得冠军。
岳阳炉石加油！
岳阳炉石加油！
黄金世俱杯巨世无双 ，WE 加油！
大家好，我是王师傅，这是我们 IT 要参加世俱杯的比赛了，希望我能够获得冠军。
大家好，我是 CBA 北京首钢队翟小川，北京老炮战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油
！RNG 战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
嗨，大家好，我是江苏苏宁足球俱乐部的谢鹏飞，苏宁战队世俱杯加油
！DK 战队世俱杯加油
！WE 战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
大家好，我是汪松，在这里祝 LF 战队炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
大家好，我是炉石战旗的主播诺斯塔利。 炉石的黄金世俱杯马上就要开始了，我最看好的队伍应该是 WE 啊，因为我最开始就很早就已经在看 WE 的比赛了，就沃3那一会儿，所以我还是希望他们的战旗这一块啊能够有出色的发挥。炉石黄金世俱杯加油 ，WE 加油
！IG 俱乐部加油！炉石传说黄金世俱杯加油！
祝炉石传说黄金世俱杯圆满举行，中国战队加油！
大家好，我是段轩，很高兴得知巴塞罗那进军卡牌游戏电竞，祝巴萨在炉石传说黄金世俱杯中打出好成绩。巴塞罗那不只是一家俱乐部。
大家好，我是亚洲电子体育联合会总干事刘钊，在这里，我们 AESL 恭祝炉石传说黄金世俱杯顺利举办。
It's semi-finals day here at the Gold Club World Cup, and I'm going to be with Gallen bringing you the first match of the semi-finals. Semi-finals, the likes of which we've probably never seen before, at least in the Western Hemisphere. And Gallen, can you explain what is different about this semi-finals and why that is a good thing?
There's a couple of really interesting things about this matchup. First off, both teams are coming off of multiple 3-0 sweeps. IGXC went 6-0 with Priest through the winner's bracket of the quarterfinals to the semifinals, and LF just came off a dominating performance with LF Blue taking a 3-0 lead also with Priest. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup because I think it's actually going to come down to who wins that Priest mirror in the end.
And it might come down to it 3 times because we're having best of 5 and then we're having another best of 5. And if it's still 1-1 in best of 5s, we have another best of 5. And then we'll know who's actually won this matchup. And I don't think that's definitely not a format I've ever played. And I'm excited to see a potential 15-game semi-final.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be the format for the rest of the week. Every single semifinal, both semifinals are going to be, like you're saying, 3 best of 5s. The first person to win 2 wins the series. And the grand finals is going to be the same format. So we're going to be seeing a lot of gameplay between 2 teams each day.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of gameplay if we get 3 Priest mirrors, because those tend to just go on and on and on unless somebody gets very lucky very early.
For sure. And also, like, we might be seeing just different strategies throughout the pick and ban phase. Maybe in the first best of 5, a team goes for a different strategy than the second and third one. And we actually see a different strategy for this pick and ban phase that we have not seen at all this entire tournament. IG's Warrior has been left up. It is the first Warrior gameplay that we will see in the entire tournament. And in fact, it's actually what we're going to be seeing in the first game of this upcoming series. IG Sif will be on the Warrior, and Yu Ying from Lucky Future will be on the Mage. Now, Lucky Future, before the match, actually thought that this was good for them. They think that Mage is a favorable counter queue into Warrior, which I'm not sure if I agree with. I think Warrior is pretty darn strong, but you know, for them, they must be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, I read that and I said to our producer, like, can we talk about that? Is that public knowledge? He goes, yeah, well, so it's public knowledge that they think that Mage is better than Warrior head to head. I don't agree with them. And I don't think many people do, but sometimes these people who have different opinions, I remember an American Grandmaster saying that Zoo was really good and getting laughed at. Sometimes they're right.
Yeah, I think it depends on what state of the metagame we're in, right? Where if it's just the very beginning stages, things still need to be worked out. People really don't know what the best deck is. I mean, even when that happened, I don't even think Warrior was like considered a very popular deck. And look where it is now. It's considered one of the best, if not the best deck in the game. But when you get into the late stages of the metagame where people kind of have stuff mapped out, and this matchup specifically, Warrior versus Mage, has been played enough to, you know, really come to some conclusive evidence on it. That's when it becomes a bit more questionable about whether the idea that Mage beats Warrior is a really true idea.
I tell you when Mage might beat Warrior, and that is possible in this, is when the Warrior hasn't played Warrior for 6 weeks. Like, it is a deck which requires a lot of practice to stay in touch with, and if you're expecting it to get banned all the time, maybe you don't put much time into it. So if you've been hammering Mage versus Warrior as the Mage for day after day in practice, and the Warrior just hasn't played it, that can definitely help you a little bit.
For sure. And I think for this tournament specifically, where people had 4 bans to choose from, I doubt any team was expecting their Warrior to be left up. If I was going to this tournament, I would expect my Warrior to always be banned, my Hunter to almost always be banned. And then from there, there's still a little bit of discussion whether you ban Warlock, Rogue, or Demon Hunter. But the 2 classes in my mind that were on perma-ban status were Warrior and Hunter. So, maybe they didn't actually prepare at all for this tournament with the Warrior. It kind of makes sense, if you have to choose and pick what time you have to practice on, why would you practice the banned decks? So maybe that's a strategy that Lucky Future is going for. And they're like, hey, we actually know that Sword from Invictus Gaming actually just isn't a very good Warrior player. And even though Warrior is a very strong class, it's very hard right now. There's tons of decisions that you have to make every single turn. Maybe they decided that, they're playing the player and not the matchup. And they're going to get Sword on some of his mistakes or errors that he might possibly make.
It's going to be interesting. They got what they wanted. Like, they left it up and predicted that if we leave up Warrior, our opponents are going to think we're idiots and they're going to just try and sweep with it. They got that all right. They've queued their Mage first. They've got the matchup they planned to get. So win or lose, or maybe they're just bluffing and they say that's what they wanted, but win or lose, they've set up what they wanted to set up. And again, with it being 3 matches today, or the best of 3 matches, there is that room for a little bit of creativity like this.
For sure. My one worry is, though, that even if Mage is slightly favored versus Warrior, what happens if they lose? Because Warrior is a deck that is one of the easiest to sweep with in LHS. I don't really think any real decks in the format hard counter it. Priest is a maybe, but beyond that, I don't think any of the 5 decks that Lucky Future has really counters the Warrior.
I'm just checking because I think they've still got their Priest as well, which makes it even more weird that they want to play the Mage. Yeah, they do. Yeah. They actually have their Priest, which is really strange to me because I know we've had arguments. I know we've seen streams where the Warrior has beaten the Priest, but that was the green skin built to do well Warrior. This isn't. This is just normal Egg Warrior, which, let's face it, is not 50-50 against Priest. It might be closer than people think, but it's not favoured.
Yeah, it definitely is a bit unfavored. Looking at Invictus Gaming Warrior deck, they, like you're saying, they don't have a lot of the late game value cards. They don't have Captain Greenskin. They don't have Deathwing, not Dragon Lord. Oh, I'm losing the name right now. But the 8 mana 12.
Mad Aspect.
Yeah, Deathwing Mad Aspect. Thank you. And also, they're only running 1 Corpron Elite. I feel like in the Priest matchup specifically, you want as much charge damage as possible. Running 2 Corprons really helps with that. A lot of times in the late game versus Priest, what your game plan is to kind of chip away to them for 8 to 10 damage, and then follow up with a Corcoran Elite, Inner Rage, Rampage, Bloodsworn Mercenary combo to just finish them off out of nowhere. If you're only running 1 Corcoran Elite, then you're just going to have that much less consistently.
So we are going to see that in progress. Let's see how Lucky Future get going with this. Point to note about Sif. We haven't seen anybody else from IG yet, so we better introduce their players. Of course, XC has just run through everybody so far. When Lion won the World Championship, she obviously did a lot of text interviews, both in English and in Chinese. And in every single one of those, she was saying, the player to watch out for from China is Sif. She play tested with him a lot, and she thinks that he is the player that's going to come out of China and show us all how it's done. Not that she hasn't already done that, so who knows what that could mean.
For sure. And I believe that Sif had a breakout performance at Masterstroke Arlington. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe he had a top 8 finish there.
That sounds right. He's had one somewhere.
I believe it might have actually been a top 4. He played against Bloodyface at Masterstroke Arlington. And yes, I believe he finished top 4, which is a very impressive result. That's a 300-person field. To finish 4 out of 300 is a ridiculously cool achievement.
So he's not got the best of draws here. It can soon become a good hand, but as it stands at the moment, this is a little bit awkward. You'd rather get some minions in play against Mage early. It'd be interesting to see if Yu Ying actually plays the Doomsayer next turn or waits a turn, anticipating the weapon turn on turn 3.
I did mention that it's a ridiculously good achievement to finish top 4 at a Masters Tour. It's a ridiculously bad achievement to have this kind of hand in the Warrior versus Mage matchup. This gets the least valuable hand award for me. This is all garbage. 2 Battle Rages when you're at full health, and the Mage is very much on the control plan. 2 Livewire Lances do not synergize well with each other at all. It means that Corsair Cache is a very good draw because it'll draw you the Ankar, but then you're stuck with 3 weapons in hand. And I mean, Sif's game plan is just weapon up past turn 3. That's like not at all the curve that he really wants to go for.
Yeah, he did have a long think there about whether to use the hero power or not. I'm glad he did not, because it's going to be hard to injure himself more than once as it is in this game. Quite often it is wrong to play the Battle Rage game. You should usually hit the armor button, but that was one of the cases where you don't do so.
Lorinda, that Ankar draw was a mixed blessing for Sif. Yes, it was really important to be able to cycle through his deck, and I think getting cards that do stuff matters, but now he has just 2 dead draws in his deck. And not the good kind of dead draw, the bad kind of dead draw. The good kind
bad
being
kind
the
of dead draw.
Well, the
I'm
good
glad
kind
to
is
see
having
Yu
Team
Ying
Liquid on your side, but
the good dead draw. Yu Ying did wait a turn for this Doomsayer. He did read the fact that it was likely a weapon on 3, and so managed to get the maximum out of this Doomsayer by delaying it weirdly until turn 3. Really nice piece of play there from Yu Ying.
Yep, I don't think it was under any pressure to have to play the Doomsayer, and it just curves really nicely into this Escape Mana Saber.
Just gives your opponent a chance to play the 110, and then when it doesn't come down, you just instantly just drop it. So buys him some nice time, and as you say, gets into his Mana Saber, gets into that 6 mana turn, and Mage does start going really well after turn 6 and beyond.
For sure. Twilight Drake was also a consideration there. I think that the Escape Mana Saber was right. I like Yu Ying's play so far throughout this entire game, but a 4/8 is still a very large minion. Just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and for all of the good things Warrior does, dealing with large minions isn't something it's very good at. Sometimes it gets to bomb them all off the board, but in general, those high health minions are there for the game, or they eat up a lot of your resources.
Yeah. What's really funny about high health minions is that it means that some weird matchups actually have pretty favorable matchups versus Warrior. I think that Libram Pure Paladin, while it's not a great deck at all, the fact is that it just makes very large minions pretty early, and most decks can deal with it, but Warrior really struggles, and I think in that matchup, Libram Pure Paladin actually has a pretty easy time at winning.
I'm really glad you said that. I struggled with that matchup for a month, running at sort of 45 to 50%, and started to think I was more of an idiot than I actually am, which is pretty impressive. So yeah, I had that issue. It's like, well, what do I do about this 8/8 that just healed their face? And why are they playing 7 things on their 1/1 dude, and now it's massive? And yeah, I just had that issue a lot. And I think that's going to get more of an issue into the next set as well.
Not the initial options that I'd want to see off of a Malygos aspect of Magic. Flamestrike is great, but not really against Warrior. They generally don't have a board full of high health stuff. I think I would rather have had the 2 mana spell to just deal 1 damage to everything, or deal 2 damage to everything, excuse me.
Explosions of some sort.
Arcane Explosion, excuse me. Yeah, thank you for the correction there. But Polymorph also has some merit.
I like Polymorph. One of the things, especially with him being so far in front, getting rid of a Bomb Wrangler might be quite an important thing later on. Just because that might be a way that Sif can generate a victory. Although, one of the problems with Polymorph is that Warrior tends not to leave its big things on the board. It tends to just kill you with them the turn they're played.
That's definitely true. The one exception would be a Blood Boil Brute, which, to be fair, a Flamestrike does answer. Just it's a difference between 1 and 7 mana, right?
Mm-hmm. So, looks like Sif's going to try and cycle into some different cards, try and get at least 1 Brute down here. Interesting that he knew he wanted the Skipper, but then didn't know what he wanted to do next.
Yeah, Well, playing the skipper first does let him see what lackey he gets, so far the ordering does make sense.
Yep.
The Brute's going to come down. I believe that means that Reno Jackson here does clear off this board. Seems like a very decent
easily.
Reno. It lines up pretty nicely into the follow-up, too. Yu Ying will have access to an Alex Straza if he wants to just go for the, push you to 15, deal another 7 damage, put you at 8, say go. Or if he just wants to take the defensive route with this improved Flame Strike that he has.
Yeah, and it's probably worse for Sif than it even looks because there's so many good 8 drops that currently aren't in Yu Ying's hand. Power Creation, Pilgrim, Deep Freeze, all in the deck. So he's going to have one of those next turn a lot of the time. And they usually end the game against Warrior, especially the Deep Freeze, which just says, you never attack me ever again.
Lorinda, he's had 2 Battle Rages in hand and been at 30 life this entire game. It's gone horrendously for Sif so far.
Yeah, he did have a chance to, last turn, I think he'd made the right moves last turn. This isn't a criticism. But he had the chance to use them last turn if he wanted to play the turn differently.
Yeah,
he felt his hand wasn't...
It's kind of given up. He already had, 9 cards in hand, so drawing 3 there is probably not the correct move. And he has to keep Mage off board. The way that you lose this matchup immediately is just letting Mage get on board with high health minions. We talked about how Warrior already struggles with dealing with 1 high health minion. If you have to deal with 3 or 4, then the game is just going to end. A single power creation, if you don't have board, is going to kill you as a Warrior.
Yep, and he's got 3 out of 20 chance of picking up a big thing this turn. That's big enough as well. Or he can just coin Alex.
I love the coin Alex. Hit with the Escape Mana Saber. Alex draws a face for a Pyroblast worth of damage, deal another 4 damage. I think this is just
deal with that
unstoppable.
Warrior. Yeah. So they're right then. Mage beats Warrior. Now we know.
Now that being said,
nothing to do with the fact
still has the potential to come back in this. As long as he has mana to play Risky Skipper plus the Blood Boil Brute plus the Bloodsworn Mercenary, I think he's going to be okay.
And he does have all of the makings of the secondary combo here.
I believe that he has the mana to do everything this turn with a 1-mana lackey that is not a Witchy lackey, so we can just go Goblin lackey here. That's going to reduce the cost of Blood Boil Brute down to 3, and he has 6 mana remaining, so we can go Blood Boil Brute plus the Bloodsworn Mercenary. What I'd like to see is for him to trade in this 2/2 into the 4/3 first, since it has Rush.
Yeah.
I believe that is just the... Oh, well, the one problem is that if he does copy this, then the 5/7 does not immediately clean trade over the 8/6. So this is technically a better ordering, because now he does not need to use an Inner Rage.
Yeah, he also gets to keep the Inner Rage for next turn, which if he can pick up a Rampage, is going to be a lot of damage available from hand with 9 mana.
Yep. That was a really clean turn from Sif. I think everything went his way. It's a horrible spot to be in, but he did the best with what he has.
Yeah, and Lucky Future had better win this game. Like, they got the hand they want, the opponent got the hand they want, they got the matchup they wanted, and to lose it would be kind of embarrassing, to be fair.
Yeah, a little bit. I think they're still in a great spot, though.
Yeah.
This Dragon Caster can power out the Flame Strike. And then, yeah, sure, it's just a 4/4 in play, but the opponent's at 7 life. That's clocking them for more than half their life total every single turn.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned this a couple times in the broadcast, but damage matters more when the number is smaller. 1 damage at 7 life is way more than one damage at 30 life. And, I think this normally applies with something like Dragon Caster, because a lot of times you see people saving Dragon Caster to power out a more powerful spell, and you don't, having a 4/4 in play is usually not that powerful. But in this
a little bit greedy with it. Same plan, but he's going to be greedier. That's all he's doing here. So he can Dragon Caster the Flame Strike next turn and just be... That's fine.
Yep.
Well, that's 18 from hand. Do you hit him for 18?
You're looking at Kor'kron Enraged Rampage plus Bloodsworn Mercenary? That looks sweet.
Mm-hmm. But it's 27 next turn. He hasn't got a million mana, so that's not how that works. He doesn't have enough. But yeah, he's got 18 from hand now and just hits you in the face.
How do you feel about something like Battle Rage instead and try to set up for that the following turn with a another Enraged top deck? That is the only Kor'kron Elite that they have. So
22? Hang on, it's important. Yeah, it would be 22.
Are you sure? I feel like it's 9 times 2. Kor'kron plus Enrage.
Well, if he gets the other Enrage, if he gets the other Enrage.
Sure, but that ends up being 11 mana, right? Kor'kron plus Rampage. Plus Rampage.
No, just two Enrages. 1 Rampage, which he didn't draw.
Oh, I think
you missed what I was saying. You said he was going to go digging for the second Enrage, and he didn't hit it, and I was calculating what happened if he did. That's all.
Oh, okay. You were saying Rampage, which is why I was getting confused.
Well, I'm stupid then, and I should be told off.
No, it's okay.
Okay, well, Lethal is on the board here for Yu Ying at the moment, and he's not going to die to any 11 mana plays or to any cards that he didn't pick up. So he has to find a way to deal with all this. And obviously, the combo we've been talking about gets rid of the 2 minions on the board, but then he starts to run out of ways to win the Hearthstone game.
Sif
can play the Challenger.
Sif would pay $1 million right now for a coin in his hand. A coin activates like 8 ways to lethal Yu Ying here. Unfortunately, there is not an extra 1 mana available. He's one off in multiple directions right now, Lorinda. Kor'kron, Rampage plus Enrage plus the Bloodsworn is more than enough to deal 24.
And that is not an accident, by the way. Yu Ying will know that what the magic numbers are, obviously, for this. So, chilling on 24 means he's absolutely fine. I think Hearthstone has become more about key numbers as Hearthstone's got older as well. I think in the old days you just played strategically, get as much on the board as you could and hit people with it. Obviously there were ways to go about doing that well and badly. Lethal. But these days, knowing exactly what they can do to you is more important in nearly every matchup than just Druid can hit me for 14, which was all you needed to know in the old days.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I think that some decks have gotten a bit less about that. Like, in my mind, I think Galakrond Rogue is a lot different than old Rogue, where nowadays, you kind of just kill them out of nowhere. There definitely are setups still with, looking for Kronks, trying to figure out Kronk Shadow Step Madness, stuff like that. But, the old Miracle Rogues were definitely a lot more about, okay, I need to find the Shiv, and then the Shiv is going to draw me the Eviscerate, and the Eviscerate comboed with the Thalanos is going to be the exact damage. But that's beside the point. Looking at that game, I feel like Sif just got the short end of the stick, Lorinda.
Yeah.
The draw was just abysmal. Double Battle Rage is not a card that you really want to see, specifically against Mage. Sometimes Battle Rage is a good card to keep, like against Priest, using it as a value tool, but not only 1, but 2 of them. And along with that, he drew all 3 weapons, which is just, that's like the most unlucky full house of cards that you could have in a matchup with the 3 weapons and the 2 Battle Rages. So I don't think you can draw like a super conclusive result from that game. I just think the Warrior got the really short end of the stick there.
And that's exciting because with this being that strange format where we play best of 5 3 times, both teams might go for the same thing next match, almost like mutual agreement. They might do the same bans and both teams might say, come on, let's run that again. We might just literally see in the second match both teams go Warrior into Mage again because neither of them believes the other's opinion.
For sure. And I mean, to be fair, like the strategy from Lucky Future worked out amazingly. They had no trouble winning that game at all. Sure, at the very end, the Warrior was 1 damage or 1 mana off lethal in like 2 or 3 directions. But, you can't just say that and expect a Warrior to win. It was 1 mana off lethal. It wasn't lethal. Those are the same phrases. So, Mage's strategy worked out. Maybe we will see Warrior stay up for the rest of this best of 3, best of 5. I would actually be pretty excited about that. I love watching Warrior gameplay. I think it's super interesting. And the sad thing about Warrior right now is that it's just too powerful and it keeps getting banned. And it kind of suffers from its own success in a way. Where it's a really cool deck, but the power level of it means that we just don't get to see it nearly as often as the other decks in the format.
Yeah, it is a shame because I think it's the most fun deck to talk about. There's so much going on, and Warrior mirrors, I'd happily just cast them all day. Like every single one of a 15 Warrior mirror match would be a different style of game. It's not just one, oh yeah, well you do this thing that wins. You have to literally look at your opening hand, choose what to mulligan, based not just on have I got the good cards, but have I got the good combos? Will I draw into the good combos? Do I think I can survive X, Y, and Z if my opponent keeps this? You don't just do your normal, yeah, I keep my 1-drops. It's really fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million different ways that you can take just the mulligan with Warrior. So, of course, the gameplay is going to spiral out of control in terms of decisions that you can make. And like you're saying, I think that benefits the better player in Hearthstone by quite a bit. The Warrior mirror match is crazy skill intensive. I think the better player wins way more often in the Warrior mirror than I'd say in most Hearthstone games. And already in most Hearthstone games, I think the better player wins more often. So, it's a really cool thing to look for. I doubt we will see it in this specific series. I don't think that IG is going to change their ban off of Warrior. I think they'd be kind of crazy to do so. And I still think Lucky Future is crazy to leave it up, but that's besides the point. It seems like we will be having our next match between... It will still be Yu Ying, but I think are we still waiting on the next pick for IG?
I haven't seen it, so the choices are Dragon Druid, Highlander Mage of their own, Libram Paladin, Secret Rogue or Secret Galacon Rogue, and Totem Shaman, which seems like a good one to put into the Mage. But we talked about this a lot yesterday, but refreshes as to why putting Totem Shaman in 1-0 down isn't necessarily good.
The reason that Totem Shaman is probably not a great choice is because it does have some really powerful matchups. Like if you're queuing it into a Druid, it's a really good idea. The problem is that you're already 0-1 down. And even if you get the win, Totem Shaman is super counterable. It has a very binary game plan in the early game. You have to stick a totem and hope it lives. And if you do, you win. And if it doesn't, you lose. And some decks just can't handle dealing with totems early on. Druid, for one of them, really struggles because they have to use some of their critical resources to kill a 0-2. Meanwhile, something like Rogue or Demon Hunter is just going to kill it with one of their minions and it's no skin off their back. So in that kind of scenario, you're just going 1-for-1 with your Totem Shaman. And now instead of being 0-1 down, you're 1-2 down. And you have to win 2 more games in a row and you can only lose 1. So generally, queuing those very polarized matchups when you're behind is just a pretty bad idea. Now, that being said, I still believe that Priest is up in this series, right? Priest has not been banned?
It's only up, I believe, on Lucky Future's side, if I've noted it down correctly, which isn't always certain.
All right, I'll take another look, but that's actually going to be a big deal because I think that in some respects, IG was relying on that Priest to carry them to a victory. XC has on Invictus Gaming has been performing incredibly well. In fact, perfectly with Priest, a perfect 6-0, in the
that's the guy who's winning the Battlegrounds, right?
Zixo? Yeah, I guess so. I'm not fully in tune with what the Battlegrounds results have been so far today. I know that T1 as a whole has been performing very well. Surrender, I've seen get multiple wins. But we're not casting Battlegrounds right now, Lorena. You're getting me off track. So back to the point. XC for Invictus Gaming has been dominating so far in this tournament, but his pet deck has been banned away. I think that might actually be a huge blow to their entire strategy.
I do think it will be difficult. XC, for me, I saw him playing in the Gold Team Championships, the Chinese Team League, as a lot of people know it. And the first time he played, he was rubbish. I'm going to make a lot of enemies saying that, but I don't care. The first match he played Generous Mummy in 2 different games. One of them may have been an okay desperation move. The other one was just, please kill me now. He played it into an 8-card warrior hand. Like, this is not the sign of someone playing good Hearthstone. Since then, he's done really well at Masters Tour events, picking up 6 and 7 wins all over, I believe. He's shown here that he obviously is much, much better than what I'm describing. And so I'm going to put it down to first-time nerves. Like just, oh no, I'm losing, put something on the board and not look stupid. And in the process. As always, when you try not to look stupid, you end up doing something silly. But I think he's a very strong player, and I think he's a well-rounded player now. And something that I think we're learning from the Chinese team leagues is the players are getting very good very fast. So we are into the game. It is the Mage Mirror. We didn't get to see the hexagons on Sword, but I can tell you that Sword is a very solid player. He's been around for a very long time.
That's definitely true. And I mean, going back to your point about the Chinese team league getting very good very fast, I have a little bit of a theory about that, where if you introduce a couple really strong players to a tournament, I think overall the league will just get stronger and stronger as people need to compete more to beat those really strong players. Like, I think that, for example, Surrender in the Asia Pacific League and Glory and Alutimu as well have kind of raised the bar in terms of like how well Asia Pacific performs. And I think a lot of people in APAC are actually meeting that bar now, whereas before I would kind of count them off maybe.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it turns out that being a part of a team in a competitive team competition means it's in everybody's interest for you to get good fast.
Right. You're not just competing for yourself.
Right, exactly. Whereas in our sort of system, it's a lot more important for you to find your own way in that regard. Everyone sets up with playtest groups and so on, and people have been very helpful in Hearthstone through to helping casters and helping each other, but you're still on your own. There's no structure to a large degree for you to go out there and say, I want to win a Masters Tour, help me now, please.
You know, I do think that with the team league, there does come a lot of added pressure. And it's not something that we see very often because we just don't have team leagues very often in Hearthstone. I can think of Trinity Series off the back of my mind. There's been a couple here and there, but, you know, the Gold Club World Cup is, you know, one of the biggest ones we've ever had. HEG would be another example. But when you're not competing for just yourself, you know, there really is that huge amount of pressure to not fail your teammates. You know, I personally, if I lose a game, I get really disappointed with myself. But I'd be even more disappointed if that causes someone else to lose their tournament run, if that makes sense.
It's really difficult. Just going to cut back to the game for a moment. We're obviously talking a lot because Mage Mirrors are slow, cumbersome things. But Sword went for the early wild growth. That's good, right?
I think so. Being able to power out the 8, 9, 10 drops is going to be really important. The person that does that first is probably going to win. And I mean, Sword is kind of 2 mana ahead right now. The Escape Mana Saber with the Wild Growth means that, you know, a turn 9 play might come out turn 7, which is just way earlier than the opponent's mage is expecting to deal with it.
Yeah, and 8's a very key number for me in this mirror match. You just start getting your good 8 drops down, especially if you get 8 into 8, which you might be able to do in some situations. You can just end the game pretty rapidly because Mage doesn't have that many ways to kill wide, big boards. Strangely enough, of course, that's kind of the point of Hearthstone, is you can't kill a wide, big board very easily.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely rely on cards from outside of their deck to do that. I'm thinking Malygos Aspect of Magic for a very large spell, Caligos to discover one, but even that one comes down a bit too late. And you always have the option to go for a puzzle box with the Dragoncaster, but you know that's never guaranteed.
Yeah, we actually saw a puzzle box yesterday, lethaling the person who played it. I believe it may have been you, Love, at the time, but I'm not sure on that. So yeah, puzzle box is a bit of a mystery box at times. Everybody loves to see it though. Maybe not so much in competitive play, and maybe not so much if you're Bunny Hopper.
That card gives Bunny Hopper nightmares. Malygos Aspect of Magic picked up. Yuyin can play it without discarding a card.
Will he choose to delay it though, so he's got more information about what he needs? He's not in that much trouble right now, so if he can get away with not playing it, that would be cool.
Sure, the problem is that if you delay it and then you are in a lot of trouble, suddenly you play the Malygos and you don't have access to the spell that you need.
Yep.
If Sword loads up with a Power Creation the next turn, and that's when you need the Flame Strike, well, you didn't play it the turn before, so now you can't Flame Strike until a turn later, and you're going to take 1,000,000.
I feel like the strategy for the Mage Mirror is one of the more simple ones in the current meta. It's not necessarily easy to pull off, but it's like, get the board and kill your opponent.
Yeah, It boils down to that very often. I think a lot of the late game value decks, Priest as well, kind of fit the same idea of get the board and kill your opponent. The problem is that, it gets way more complicated than just, play your biggest thing, because you have to play around a lot of stuff that your opponent wants to do. And, a very simple idea of just playing for tempo becomes very complicated.
Yeah, in the Priest mirror, like even playing down the Reliquary, which might get stolen and killed and go into your opponent's deck, is just a nightmare, and you have to think really hard about it. But in the Mage mirror, you don't have to worry about so many things. It's just, can he kill my things or can't he kill my things?
Yeah, there's a couple of freezes, a couple of extra spells from Caligos, for example, or Malygos. But beyond that, and I guess the Amazing Reno can do some ridiculous stuff too, but most of it is going to be minion combat. This is a really cool play from Sword, just using the non-stealth minion to kill the Escape Mana Saber without giving value to Yu Ying. He does delay himself a turn from his own power of creation, but I think that Yu Ying's game plan is probably going to revolve around getting that additional mana. So if you delay Yu Ying by a turn, that means that it's okay to take a turn off, because the game just doesn't really progress.
Yep. I don't think it's going to happen, but we have the opportunity for 2 games in a row to see somebody attack with Mana Saber and then play Alex afterwards, which is just a weird interaction where you do the minimum damage. And we might see it 2 games running. It's just a weird thing to come up, but he's much more likely to play the Power of Creation, obviously.
For sure. It was pretty cool that last series too, because Yu Ying actually attacked into mostly armor, so the Escape Mana Saber still did get some value, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's always nice. And something that's quite cool about Alex Straza, maybe we've had it around a long time, but playing it correctly is still something that's always fun to teach newer players, because it's something they can pick up and understand that there's lots of choices that you're making in this game about your opponent being able to heal and all that sort of stuff. Just one card can teach new people a lot. Ooh, there's a box, just in case. Might not matter.
I really like your suggestion of Alex Straza here. It's just an 8-mana deal 8. That's great.
We're going to see it 2 games in a row, aren't we? How weird. I don't know if I've ever seen this before, and I've seen it 2 games running. Turns out that 8/8s are just good cards.
When you can develop an Alex Straza in a matchup kind of like this, when you're ahead on board and you're under no pressure, that's like the dream come true for Alex Straza, I would say. You're pushing meaningful damage. Mage doesn't really have a way of gaining back that lost life. You're developing a huge minion on the board, and you're putting Yu Ying under a lot of pressure. Not only does he have to divert his game plan because it's an 8/8, he also has to divert his game plan because Sword could just potentially have a lethal setup the following turn.
Can you think of a good reason he's holding on to this 0 mana ice barrier? I can think of a few good reasons not to, like box might fill your hand up, or you might get another ice barrier and not be able to play this one. Can you think of a good reason?
I think we just saw the reason why he held the ice barrier. The Escape Mana Saber attached into life instead of armor. He just gained 3 extra life by holding on to that ice barrier. Escape Mana Saber would attack, the ice barrier would activate, and then it would be pushing damage against the armor, which would benefit Sword way more than it would benefit Yu Ying.
No, but on the other side, Sword's just sat there with an ice barrier he can drop at any time.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Well, the reason behind it is because Sword is under no pressure at all right now. And holding on to the ice barrier still, it doesn't give away any information. If Sword just plays the ice barrier now and Yu Ying is going to attack, which he's always going to do, Yu Ying is going to know that card is an ice barrier and not a flame ward. Now, Sword also just doesn't need to play it for a while. The 8 armor is great, but he's at 30 life. He can take a couple hits of damage to stop giving that info from Yu Ying.
And interestingly, I think you actually gave part of the answer in the question you answered that wasn't the question, where he may actually be able to set it up so he gains armor before potential Alex. Whereas if he played it now, that 8 armor might have gone by the time the Alex was played.
Right. So taking damage on his life total is also very relevant because, like you're saying, pretty much word for word what you're saying right now is that it stops. It's free armor. Puzzle box of Yogs are on.
Have fun. It's interesting it's come to this. He's been in quite a good spot all game, and now he's boxing, which is obviously a good thing on average, but you try to avoid it if you're miles in front, unless you're Fino.
The one thing I like about the puzzle box on the Chinese text is that I can't read a word of what it's saying, but there's a big old 10 on it.
I think actually not being able to read it helps me enjoy it more. It just adds to the craziness of the whole situation.
That should deal 1 damage, even though he has 0 attack. There's spell damage in play.
And at the end of the turn, he ends up with a Grand Slam token in his deck. Of course, why not?
It's a 4-mana 3/5. That's super powerful.
That's pretty good.
That's a card Jay Alexander would love.
He loves cards? I thought he just hated all cards.
4-mana 3/5 vanilla sounds right up his alley.
Right, okay. Certainly good design. And now Yu Ying has the nightmare of playing around secrets that have come from nowhere. They're only Paladin secrets, that makes it a little bit easier.
I mean, this is really cool too, because you were talking about how Mage actually kind of struggles with dealing with wide boards of minions, which it sounds really stupid because they have something like Reno the Relicologist and the Amazing Reno, but we see right now these are just 3/1s and 4/1s. Most decks could just kill these with anything, and Mage has a handful of 9 cards, and Yu Ying doesn't have an answer.
If only he'd held onto his Malygos, then he'd know that he needed the explosions.
Lorinda, this is so long ago.
Got to remember what's been happening in the game. This flashback to that decision, which obviously has worked out well because he needed that flame strike quite urgently at one point. But
I believe that he was offered. He still has the fireball.
So actually, yeah, apart from the 2/8 body, he could have held onto it and got the card he needed.
Sure.
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying how your decisions matter in this game. And delaying your decisions matters more. I'm definitely not saying it's wrong. I'm definitely being slightly facetious.
Sure. I believe the options that Yu Ying were presented was a Fireball, a Frostbolt, and a Tome of Intellect.
That sounds right, to be fair.
Problem for Sword, though, is that he doesn't have a good way of developing past this. He does have access to the double Ray of Frost to clear out the 3/4, which I definitely like. It pushes meaningful damage. Again, that's the most important thing in these kinds of spots. But his board is just empty.
Yeah, and the trouble with using removal now to push damage is if you don't get lethal damage out of it, you haven't got your removal anymore to stop your opponent's counter-attack that is coming shortly.
Rusty Raider can come down. If Yu Ying so chooses, pointing out the Bone Wraith also makes a lot of sense. You just saw Sword do a very lackluster play of Cone of Cold for 1 damage, Ray of Frost for 3 damage, and Ping, and that was the entire turn. So in Yu Ying's mind, I'd imagine that you start thinking that Sword has no development here. And I mean, even with this pickup for Rusty Raider, sure, it kills off a 2/5, but that's going to be a 1/6. That's really nothing.
Yeah, he's seen, like, when Puzzle Box has gone, and we talk about Puzzle Box, we've actually been okay, but Puzzle Box comes up too much when this matchup is played in people's minds. But when Puzzle Box is gone, you really haven't got too much to worry about if you're ahead on the board. You've got to be sort of careful and plan it out still, but you're not scared of just some crazy swing anymore.
Yes and no. I think that there's one more problem card from Yu Ying's perspective, which is Amazing Reno. And that card could definitely be in Sword's hand. Yu Ying has been on the defensive side of things for the entire game, right? So Sword really hasn't had a reason to play Amazing Reno if it was in his hand. It's definitely not in there right now. We can see that, but I don't fault Yu Ying for getting that read. But I do agree with you that once you see Puzzle Box and I'd say Amazing Reno, then there's really no reason to not just go in.
But even with Reno, as long as you follow Hearthstone rules of not overextending too badly, they Reno you, they spend all their mana, and you just put Kalecgos on the board. Okay, that's fine.
For sure.
Okay.
And to be fair, I think that Union did a really good job at that. Instead of playing the Kalecgos with the Power of Creation, which was easily the most power he could put in play, Yu Ying went for the Dragoncaster, which I think would have forced out the Amazing Reno if it was in hand. And that would have saved the Kalecgos for a later turn. So I think that Yu Ying has made these decisions very smartly so far.
Just a reminder that the winner of this match, well, the winner of today's semi-final, which is more than one match, will play the winner of Team Liquid and T1 in the final. So it is going to be China versus the rest of the world in the final again, which is always fun to see.
Very good to mention.
It's been fun as well. I think China always meme themselves. They're very self-deprecating in all the adverts for this. It's always... I remember one of the ones after Kalento won. The next season was fast forward to the year 2035, and the new Chinese hope was on the scene. They thought they were finally going to win. And the advert for this one's like got ties in his Aston Martin driving around because he won it against the Chinese players last time. It's an amusing, self-deprecating way to advertise the events.
The promotional material for the Gold Club World Cup has been amazing. I really enjoy watching all the adverts and, few-minute skits that they have put in front of the tournament broadcast.
Yeah, there's so much stuff in there. It really is jam-packed full of content. And just the little things like asking us what we thought of all the players, so we get those hexagons of different sizes and shapes and colours to show who the best players are.
That's how we determine in Hearthstone. Different size and shape colored hexagons.
Yeah. I'm sure there's games based on that philosophy.
Lorinda, Sword's Hand kind of stinks right now. And by kind of, I mean really.
Yeah.
It's really
I think
bad.
My plan here would be to try and get rid of my Solarian and get it killed off as quickly as possible. Because I think that's the only way Sword wins.
Could you ever
He
do
also has the
something where you're
Malygos
trying
double fireball plan, because 14's a number.
Could you ever do something to try to set up lethal with the Solarian? Ping face this turn, and then Solarian plus spell damage with the fireball next turn?
I guess.
Just so many turns away, right?
Yeah. I think he needs to set up for a high roll here. I know people don't like the phrase, but I think that's the spot he is now in. But 14 is a key number. Malygos Fireball plus real Fireball is a thing. But he has to find those two cards.
Yu Ying's perspective is really interesting right now. The Flame Ward is going to kill off these 4/3s if he decides to attack them and just go face. Doesn't sound great from Yu Ying's perspective. He knows that it's a Flame Ward and not an Ice Barrier. He's already seen the Ice Barrier.
Is he scared being on 14? Like, if he's not scared, he can just take forever here.
I don't think he's that particularly scared of being on 14. He's already seen a lot of the potential cards that would win Sword the game. Zephyrus is a big one in my mind. Alexstrasza's also come down. Not that that would necessarily matter right now. But a lot of the damage cards have been played from Sword's perspective. Another thing to keep in mind about this tournament series is that we have the potential to play only 2. Oh, this is a really smart play from Yu Ying. He's just deciding to steal the Solarian Prime. Pretty interesting use of Zephyrus, I would say.
Yep. I almost never do this, but Zeke Fox in chat got that absolutely bang on. Good call.
I feel like that's a room that's an area that I still have a lot of room for improvement on. I feel like the only time that I ever get, caught surprised by the players on this broadcast is when they do something with Zephyrus where it's like not what I'm expecting. And then I look back on it 20 seconds later, I'm like, oh yeah, this was just way better than whatever I suggested.
That's actually, when I was sort of learning to cast and when I play and when I watch, I look at how the turn started and what was in hand and how the turn finished and does it look right? Even if I don't know what the right play is, sometimes you just go, that wasn't the right play. I don't know why it wasn't the right play, but there's no way those cards should leave that board state. And you just said the opposite. You look at it and go, oh yeah, that's just better than the things I would have ended up doing.
Zephyrus is just a really tricky card, and I mean, you get so much mileage out of knowing how to use it properly. Like literally thousands of dollars of expected value if you can play Zephyrus better than everyone else in a tournament.
And it's getting harder to do because as time's gone by, Zephyrus has got a little bit more sloppy with the cards he offers, which makes sense because originally every single thing was hard-coded. And the team put a lot of time into keeping up with it. A lot of time into that. But slowly but surely, the number of interactions has made Zephyrus a little bit unreliable. Unless you know what you're doing, in which case he's absolutely reliable.
Yeah, I think that knowing, like, that's the thing, where Zephyrus requires a lot of practice actually to just be sure of what's going to happen in certain spots. We saw before that I think it was Dead Draw was against a Priest as a control Demon Hunter, and he was going for a Doomhammer to, you know, deliver some insane amounts of burst damage, but it just didn't show up. And, you know, knowing the conditions to discover certain cards that are necessary to win a matchup is really important with Zephyrus.
Sword has just been on a perpetual headache for about 7 turns now. He got off to a really good start, looked like he was going to be fine. The box wasn't really what he needed at the time, and ever since then it's just been frustrating for him because with Yu Ying on 14, he must feel that he has a chance of winning this, but it's so far away getting that 14 in.
It's a bit much, right? Like there's just not a clean way to get there. The Solarian Prime was the last card that I would say Sword really desperately wanted, but now it's just that was stolen by Yu Ying, so that's not even in the deck anymore. Counterspell is, I would say, a pretty huge secret to get here. Normally it's, you know, not a very playable one, but Sword's kind of running out of stuff.
Yeah, Yu Ying's actually going to get unlucky with his counterspell that the Frost Nova is still a thing. Because Mage doesn't have that many spells, weirdly enough, for a deck that you'd expect to have hundreds of spells. When you actually go through the list, there's nowhere near what you might imagine.
I mean, there's a reason that Mages played Book of Spectres for the longest time. It just drew 3 more often than not. Obviously, that's changed a bit. You know, people are running more spells than before, but the sentiment still holds a bit true. Okay, so Sword has drawn like the worst card in the deck every single turn for like the last 5 turns in a row, Lorinda. He just picked up a 6 Swampoos.
You just keep thinking, well, at least he's going to draw a power card now because there's no more rubbish left. And here's a Swampoos, proving us wrong again. Faced off quite well against this board, but not exactly what he wanted.
That's a big
Hearthstone.
one.
Sometimes Hearthstone just happens to you, and it's about to happen to Sword.
7 damage face. Unlucky. Oh, well, that's gonna...
Oh, dear.
make short work of the board. Oh, yeah, why not?
Oh, my goodness. Why not? With 0 mana cards in hand because he hasn't used his Caligos spell yet.
I would still recommend from Yu Ying's perspective to not do anything here. If this is more than enough to win the game, and if it doesn't get Reno'd, you're totally fine, right?
It's so tempting to Fireball face here because you've still got a Tortellon to back it up, but he is going with the Gallon Restraint, and it does make sense.
This is so awkward. You really wish that you could save the Fireball to just deal the damage base, but I don't know if that's going to work.
You've got to work out whether Deathwing is your only out or whether you can play realistic Freeze and Dragon Cast and just take your time.
You also always have the chance of just drawing the amazing Reno.
Yeah.
It'll
I
be
think
interesting to
staying
see what happens
alive
here.
makes sense.
This seems like the
wrong order.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe if he feels the fireball's the only way to win, maybe it's the right order. But is he just dead? That's a Malygos fireball in hand, right?
I feel like the Frostbolt or the Frost Nova could have just come out first. I don't think developing the 4/4 had any impact on the game state. You know, the 4/4 is never connecting meaningful face damage. There's really no reason to play it. You could just Frost Nova first and not even worry about the 7-mana 4/4. I think he got a little bit sidetracked by the minion. Obviously, in the perfect world, you got to just play the 4/4 on Frost Nova. But does playing the 4/4 really accomplish anything?
I think it might have just been a case of turn after turn of having incredibly hard decisions with really bad cards. Eventually, it just breaks you, right? Eventually, you just get one wrong.
Yeah,
You've got so much in your head of how am I winning this game every single turn? What do I do with this stupid Swamp Ooze? Keeping your concentration on point for, I don't know, 12 turns probably?
Yeah.
Eventually, his brain just like missed a step there, I think.
Oh, Swords draws in the last half of that game were absolutely abysmal. I put him on winning that game pretty easily just based on the fact that he had such an early tempo advantage with the Zephyrus, Escape Mana Saber, Alexstrasza, but you know, it didn't come together. I don't really think that was his fault at all. You know, like the cards that he was drawing turn after turn was all the useless garbage that are the defensive cards that, you know, if he was in Ewing's perspective, probably would have been pretty good. But, you know, he was playing from ahead, not from behind. And cards like Kartut Defender, Frost Nova, Ray of Frost just don't accomplish anything when you just need a card like Dragon Queen Alexstrasza to win you the game. So far this series, it seems like IG just has not had much to work with in terms of the draws coming together.
Never, ever a good sign when you choose to queue the mirror in Last Hero and lose. Like, if the mirror was your best shot and you've got to win 3 more games to win the match, you're in a bad spot. And they're left with Dragon Druid. Remember, this deck has got to win all 3 games against 2 counter picks. Dragon Druid, Libram Paladin, Secret Rogue, and Totem Shaman. So it's either the Druid or the Rogue, right?
If I had to choose a deck to win 3 games with in a Hearthstone tournament right now, it would be Rogue. I think that the Mage matchup is pretty difficult. Again, skill matters a lot in that matchup, in my opinion. But, you know, of any of the classes right now in Hearthstone, I think that Rogue probably has the least polarizing matchups of them all. So if they feel confident with Rogue, that would be the deck that I would go with. Totem Shaman makes no sense. You're never winning 3 games in a row with Totem Shaman. Druid also, you really need to draw the great hands to win 3 in a row with Druid. So it really does seem like Rogue is the only choice. I wouldn't even mention Paladin in this kind of series. That just seems silly.
Yeah, Paladin and Shaman are just too easy to queue into. And you've almost got to forget you're playing Mage and just say, what's my best sweep deck? Let's have a look at the players. And we see there that Yu Ying just has the bigger power curve, but XC is being rated higher in experience, which is interesting because Yu Ying has played a World Championship.
What's funny is these are like perfectly mirrored. They were perfectly mirrored shapes.
Yep.
Which is funny thing to know about. So it seems like Yu Ying's strengths are XC's not necessarily weaknesses, but Yu Ying plays more towards some areas of the game, and XC plays to the others.
Just goes to show though how I had XC down from my limited knowledge as the fairly newcomer, and Yu Ying is the experienced player. And the Chinese casters, who I'm going to assume know the Chinese players better than we do, don't agree with that. They think that Yu Ying is less experienced, if I read that correctly, which I think I did.
Yep, I'm sure that just comes down a lot to player perspective. We never really got to see XC on the world stage, and we saw Yu Ying multiple times at the Winter Championships and the follow-up at the World Finals in 2019, where he finished 8th place. So maybe XC's just been around for a lot longer, just hasn't had that breakout performance internationally.
Yeah, Yu Ying also likes to stream, or is a streamer, so I wonder if that counts against you in those sort of votes.
It is pretty funny how streamer is a negative connotation when all they're doing is playing Hearthstone for 8 or 9 hours a day. Like that's not preparing them for the next tournament.
Ty suffers from this. People think he's not a serious Hearthstone player sometimes because all he does is play Hearthstone 12 hours a day and win tournament after tournament. Because he streams, he can't be a serious player.
Right. He's not taking it seriously, even though he's playing more Hearthstone than anyone else in the entire game.
Yeah, whenever he turns up, he goes top 8 as
Right.
well, just in case that wasn't enough. I know it annoys him greatly because he is a superb player, and he is, strangely enough, mega serious about his tournament play. That's why he doesn't play many, because he's so serious about them. It actually distracts him, and he doesn't want to be distracted, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It does make a lot of sense.
He can't play a tournament for fun. He just can't do that. It's not how he's wired.
Well, XC does end up going with the Rogue. I'll be interesting to see how this plays out. We've seen his Priest gameplay, and the stats don't lie. It seems like he's insane at it. 6-0 against a field of very strong players, some of the best in the world. Hopefully his Rogue gameplay matches up, and if it does, I think that IG still has a very decent shot at winning this series.
How would you go about, if you were on a team for this with 2 friends, carving up who plays what? Obviously, the first pick, you go by the deck and then you decide who to play. As Yu Ying does it again, pings his own face. But how would you go about doing that? Like assigning which deck to which player?
That gets pretty complicated because a lot of times players have a ton of overlap. I think it would really depend on who I'm playing with, right? There's some people that I trust on Priest way more than I trust them on an aggressive deck. For example, let's say I was playing with Eddie from the Americas region. I'd be like, Eddie, you're steering clear of Murloc Paladin, of Totem Shaman. You're going on the Priest, and you're going to like it. But
right.
It really just depends on the players that you're playing with, I think. You generally want to shore up as many weaknesses as possible and also play towards people's strengths. But you really need to make sure that every single deck is checked and that it is going to be played well.
And I assume it matters on the day as well. Like tomorrow is going to be interesting, for instance, because some of the players have to stay up late tonight because it's the 31st of the month and they're trying to qualify for Masters Tours. So you don't really want your player who's been up for 20 hours playing Hearthstone on the Priest mirror.
Right. And also they're playing multiple best of 5s in a row. So sure, fatigue is probably not a huge issue for a lot of these players, but at the same time, if you're going into, the third best of 5 and it's game 4 or game 5 and the series has been taking 6.5 hours and you're on deck waiting for your matches to start and you have to constantly be prepared for what's going to happen, that's definitely going to start dinging you in terms of fatigue. And a couple players, like you were mentioning, have been up for 20 hours trying to get that ladder finish. Orange, for example, is doing the multi-grind right now with this tournament and trying to qualify for the next Masters Tour. So hopefully it won't affect him too much. I think that in a lot of regards, Orange is one of the best players in the world, even though he has been disqualified from Grandmasters. And it would be a little bit upsetting if his performance was, dropped by the amount of fatigue that he would be under right now.
So XC has the opportunity to make or break his reputation with specifically me and me only. I'm sure he cares greatly about that. He has a generous mummy in his hand, and the only 2 times I've ever seen him have this, he's played it and lost because of it.
Before this broadcast started, I was asking Lorinda for notes on players in the tournament, specifically the Chinese ones, because I just haven't seen nearly as much of them as the Western players. And Lorinda's notes was, XC plays generous money and loses because of it. And that is the thing that he does. Hopefully he's shown a lot more than that, but this third time's the charm, Lorinda.
Yeah, I was keeping a very close eye on the Chinese caster's Hexagon for partly this reason, because
he still has 3 mana, and he goes for the hero power. You love to see it.
Thank goodness. Yeah, because I know that my sample size of watching him in 4 games, 2 of which he's dropped a generous mummy, is not a big enough sample. But I just wanted to make sure that the Chinese casters thought he was much better than that. And no surprise for a player on Invictus Gaming who's top 8 or come close to top 8ing big tournaments. Oddly enough, he's actually really good at Hearthstone.
Sure. He recently got a 7-2 performance at one of the last 2 Masters Tours, which wasn't enough to qualify him for top 8. But, if he had better tiebreakers, maybe that could have happened. And even without a top 8 finish, 7-2 is still a very respectable performance.
Yeah, I mean, 7-2 is the people who didn't make top 8 because they didn't have good enough tiebreakers. It's a lot of people. Like 8-1 is the real top 8, if you like. But yeah, 7-2s is just awesome play.
From Yu Ying's perspective here, I'd be really interested in protecting this Doomsayer, even if that means giving up this Escape Mana Saber. Killing off a poisonous minion. It almost seems like the Doomsayer just can't die here.
And this is one occasion where he's allowed to play Generous Mummy, because he would get blown up. And
I am wrong. The Doomsayer is going to die here. And in fact, it could have died beforehand. What am I talking about? He would just backstab the taunt minion, attack with the 2/2 and the 1/1, and then, or he would rush Lackey on the 2/2, and then attack the 2/1 with his dagger, and then the 2/3 would connect with the Doomsayer.
And then everything gets
dumb.
blizzarded because Yu Ying set that up.
Right. But that's another resource that Yu Ying has to use.
Mm-hmm. But it's another turn nearer his big stuff on the other side. Like, resources as mage aren't your problem, it's mana. So every time you can buy yourself time to get more mana, and we're just getting a box. He doesn't care.
I had to interrupt you there. That's a huge pickup. I think that mage players in general have just diverted away. Yep, great. Have diverted away from like thinking about it, just instantly doing it. Yes, draw 3 cards. Excellent. Reduce the cost of spells. Why not? Heal for 5. Play a Dirty Tricks. Yeah, this is totally this. Okay, well, bad one to end on.
Yeah, it sort of undid all the good boxing right at the end there. But still reasonable. No fun playing Rogue against a box that's unfolding like that either. Rogue, you have to plan your turns pretty carefully at the best of times. And you're not going to know your board state you're actually playing against until the very, very last second of your opponent's turn.
That is pretty true. Interesting thing to note about Dirty Tricks, by the way, is that if you have a full hand, Dirty Tricks just does not activate. So you can't actually overdraw someone if they have 10 cards in hand with the Dirty Tricks. Just something to keep in mind.
Can also lead you to messing up and forgetting, assuming it's not Dirty Tricks. There's a couple of secrets like that. Snake Trap's a bit like that sometimes as well. XC assumes they're not like this position.
Actually did something that will look pretty weird. I'm sure that I don't have the YouTube channel open right now, but I'm sure a lot of people in chat are like, why did he trade off this the poisonous minion first? And that's because he does not know what the rogue secret is. It could have been Bamboozle, and attacking with the poisonous minion means that even if the minion bamboozles into a very large minion, the poisonous still clears it off. So looked a little bit weird from our perspective, since we know that it's Dirty Tricks, but just important to keep in mind.
Yu Ying's doing a good job of not panicking here. He's sort of forcing XC to play things, but at some point that's going to be an issue when Edwin and the questing come into play, if he can't deal with those. And at the moment, he can keep them under wraps, but he can't actually get rid of them.
By the way, Lorinda, this Galacron was for negative mana. The one card that he hit was Preparation. That's pretty silly.
1 mana prep.
On the flip side of things, which I didn't mention, was that if you have 9 cards in hand, then the Dirty Trick still goes off and you will overdraw.
Which is actually the weirder part of that. The first part was kind of fairly obvious, but not totally. The second part, where you can overdraw 1, is really strange. Oh. Do you want to Malygos for Polymorph? Do you feel lucky?
I feel like checking the Discover spell first is probably a pretty reasonable option. You know, it costs 1 mana, and you can still polymorph with the Malygos afterwards. What I'd be interested to see is how Yu Ying is going to use this Togwaggle scheme.
Yeah. Because a lot of them cards in Mage are good to have 10 times.
Right, but he still needs to play his Highlander cards, right? So Togwaggle scheme is great for getting more value, but it does shut off the power cards like Reno the Relicologist, for example.
So you probably end up copying one of those. Imagine having the... Oh, you can't copy one of those.
Can't really
you want
copy
10 Relicologists. Great, that doesn't quite work as expected.
At a certain point, they'll be insane, but not for a while. Flame Ward goes off. I think this benefits Yu Ying. I think he wanted that damage to happen.
Yeah, he's got this in range now when the Observer goes off of Evasive Worm. So that's how the Reno will be dealt with. The Edwin will be dealt with. Because it will take 2 from the minion and then 5 from the worm, so... means he doesn't have to burn his Malygos, gets to hold on to it a little bit longer.
XC has to make a really hard decision here. He hasn't found one of those value lackeys that he desperately needs. An Ethereal Lackey or Draconic Lackey would have been great because it would have let him develop more onto the board without using his power cards. But now he's stuck in a spot where, to develop, that means playing Kronk's Dragonhoof. And if an Amazing Reno comes down, then, your 2 power plays are just gone from the board and from hand. I mean, I think this is the play that he has to go for. It just doesn't feel good at all.
Does still have the questing as a final throw if this goes wrong.
Yep.
It's not obvious if this is going to go wrong or not because there's so many freezes available for Yu Ying.
Defreeze costs 7 because of the Incantress flow off of puzzle blocks.
Yeah, I knew that.
Just a reminder.
And this is where it gets hard to play Mage because you can basically only play one thing a turn. Obviously, he can.
Flame Strike. That is the good one. Frost Nova, Flame Strike the next turn. Yu Ying has this perfectly set up.
I love the way that he's acting as if he was being watched by his opponent. It's like, what do I take out of these 2 rubbish cards and this amazing card? Let me think about this a moment. So not only is he putting the time in, which is correct to do so, to pretend to think, but he's also actually acting that way as well, as if he's thinking. He's surely not actually thinking here. Yeah, there we go. That's amazing.
I think the much harder part of doing the bluff is when you don't have the immediately good option and you just instantly pick something.
Yeah, hunters do that sometimes with their secrets, right? They just take the secret that's wrong, jam it on the board. That's an explosive trap. Deal with it, and it's just not an explosive trap. It's some rubbish.
Right, because you still have to make the decision of what you're going to take, but you can only do it in 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah. I just like the way he was almost pretending to himself that he was thinking, which is actually the best way to do it. Because if you convince yourself, then no one else is going to know.
This is still a pretty close game. That Colossus of the Moon is not getting checked. Yu Ying has a lot of life to work with right now. I don't think 10 damage is that scary. Obviously, you don't want to take it, but...
Yeah, Rogue is just scary in terms of flooding you rather than sort of killing you from hand. So yeah, I agree. Love how Yu Ying has actually slowly, but through this game, there's been a ping here and 2 to face there, and just trying to at least keep things in range, even though he's got Alex in hand.
It's pretty tricky, I'd say, because you do actually need to kill the rogue as the mage. I think that mage, in almost every single matchup, at some point has to play as the aggressor.
I'm surprised the rogue wasn't played earlier. I'm surprised they went for the mirror first.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that rogue is just generally a very strong deck in LHS right now. Togwaggle Scheme. Both players now have the option to play not for the board, but for fatigue if they want to.
Yeah, I don't fancy the mage's chances actually if it goes that way. Because lackeys will just beat you eventually.
I believe that is the poisonous contract, and it's going to summon a patient assassin, 1/1 with stealth and poisonous, after it destroys a minion.
Yeah, that sounds right. Right. Good luck with this. So what he needs to try and do is get some sort of blizzard into Alex Straza into I have 15 on board. That doesn't seem very easy.
I think that Yu Ying's in a totally fine spot here. You just freeze the 10/10, kill the 7/2 with your Malygos. And sure, you're taking some pings from the one attack minions, but that's a pretty hefty board. 3 6s in play. It's going to force out the flick.
That's where he's going with it.
Yu Ying still has multiple turns to find an amazing Reno to deal with this Colossus of the Moon. I definitely think that the Rogue is in a favored spot right now. XC is not under that much pressure.
How long can he keep this Colossus frozen for? I think the answer is like forever. Not quite, obviously, before you take it literally. But
give or take like a couple hundred turns, yeah.
So XC needs to constantly have a backup minion, and that takes away some of the forever about all that. The flick. Oh, he's gone for infinite flicks. It's only 2 more flicks, but that's plenty.
I like that quite a bit, actually. I think flick is really important in this matchup.
And now Yu Ying has to worry about Shadow Step every turn. Because, not quite yet, but with the decks thinning, he will know when the Rogue becomes a Reno deck.
You're worried about Untamed Brand? Okay.
No, you're not worried, but you're not happy that you've got to face that. You're happy that's their 7-drop. That's good.
Sure, I guess. I wasn't really thinking of the 7/4 as like, wow, this makes Shadow Steps insane. I was thinking, wow, that turned a 4/4 into a 2/4.
Yeah, you're definitely happy about that part.
But is there a way to deal with this 10/10 now?
I mean, there was he's obviously going for Polymorph. There was the option to Blizzard, get rid of all the junk, and then Rolling Fireball, just the 10/10. But then he has to get rid of the second part of the 10/10, or the 10/1, which is just really irritating as well. So,
I wonder if Zephrys would be a potential shuffle into the deck for Yu Ying. Sure, that's a lot of Zephyrses to get through, and they're not going to be active for a very long time, but when they are, they're going to be nuts.
So if he can actually survive the 13 or 14 turns, which isn't as ridiculous as I make it sound with my natural sarcastic nature, then he would just win because he'd have 7 Zephyrs. I'm assuming 7 is the number. It's just a number I'm making up, but it feels about 7-ish.
Yeah, 7, 8.
And then he just wins because he's got 7 Zephyrs in hand, and we saw how Druid did that for a while. It just works really well.
I think he still has a couple more targets in his deck that are also really powerful. I believe there's a CMAT still left in Yu Ying's deck. Dragon Queen Alexstrasza as well. A lot of power cards, actually.
Impressed with how XC has paced. We haven't talked about his side of things much because it's been interesting to see how Yu Ying's thwarting the attacks, but XC has managed to have stuff on board and a handful of threats all the way through this game. I know that's kind of how Rogue works, but he's managed to keep it to that. This is a clear, right, if he wants it?
I believe so. I didn't do the proper math yet, but it does seem like that's more than enough. It's 7 plus 2, right? So that's 9. There's 7 minions to play. They all have 1 health, and then there's 2 more with 1 extra health, so it's 7 plus 2.
Nice. Always curious how different people count. It's the most basic human thing, and everybody does it differently. That's a really good one.
I'm going to be really interested to see where this Togwaggle scheme lands. Oh, the one problem, though, Lorinda. Togwaggle scheme, there's 2 flicks in XC's deck. So you need to bait out the flicks before he can actually go off with the Togwaggle scheme.
Yes. That's a really good point. It's a really good point.
I don't know how I didn't mention that before. I didn't even spot it until just now. And Yu Ying knows that information, but XC does not. XC does not know about the fact that there's a toggle battle scheme in Yu Ying's hand. So if Yu Ying plays this correctly, I think that he can actually get XC in the late game. I'm not sure if getting him really matters, but it's still really cool to think about.
You could just perma Alex. Just always be on 15. Siamat actually looks like the most sensible target ever. Now I've seen it appear in hand. I was just going through the deck list as well.
I agree. The only problem is
just
that
a good
you can't play it right now.
Right. But you can put it in situations where you constantly go for Rush Wind Fury and always kill it.
I'm not even talking specifically about that. I'm just saying that if you play it right now, there's a very high likelihood a flick will come out from XC's perspective.
Right. So what I mean is every time you play Siamat, you've got to do it so that it dies.
Oh, okay. Sure. That makes a lot more sense. I see what you're saying now.
So you play Siamat, you copy it, you give it Rush and Wind Fury, you make sure it takes 6 and dies, you draw another Siamat, repeat.
Sure. That game becomes super interesting if it goes that route.
Because then XC starts not putting enough to kill a
right,
Siamat
that's
on
the
board.
problem. Is there a mini that you can copy from XC's perspective?
Generous Mummy!
You can copy the flick, and then flick all of the flicks away.
I mean, how ridiculous would Hanar be if you copy it, and you just never get rid of all the secrets, ever?
I believe that Ying's played both. I could be wrong on that.
Okay. I think they went pretty early, to be fair. So finally gets his Reno, which is a little bit of insurance that he's been waiting for. Reminder that the winner of this match, or this series of matches, will play Team Liquid or T1 tomorrow. So we are going to have a China versus rest of world final, one way or the other. So the flick is in hand, so the game is on. For Yu Ying, the game's been on for a while because he's been worried about this flick for some time, I should think. He's obviously got a scheme target in mind.
What's really funny is that there's 2 flicks as well, so the first one can just be used preemptively. And XC doesn't even know about the fact that he actually has Yu Ying kind of checked with that. He doesn't know about the Togwaggle scheme at all.
I've just realised I don't think we've seen Power of Creation yet.
Power Creation is currently in hand.
That's why we haven't seen it yet. So that might be a really good target later on for the scheme. In fact, that's probably what he's going for. But like you say, he's first of all got to get rid of these flicks. Ah!
Now, Solarian, on the other hand, is a very good target.
Yeah.
Was there ever a world where you're supposed to shuffle Solarians into your deck? I guess you can always just shuffle the Solarian Prime, so that seems like a very reasonable play, right?
I'm pretty sure he's got this mapped out, and I think you're right.
Yeah, okay, so we finally come to the conclusion. Solarian Prime is the target.
Why wouldn't you want 15 of the best card in Hearthstone in your deck if you can get rid of the flicks?
It's going to be pretty interesting. The problem is that there's still another Shadow Step as well. And there's another flick, so there's like at least 3 more, flick Sky Shivs that Yu Ying has to worry about. And the problem is that Solarian Prime will likely just not die.
But like you've mentioned, Yu Ying is the only one of the 2 players who knows that this is the game they're playing.
Right.
So he should, if full information was everywhere, he would lose the game because it's quite easy to play around. But XC doesn't know he's playing around it. And he has no reason to ever guess either.
That's true. However, he's still doing a great job at playing around it. He even Shadow Stepped the Flick Sky Shiv back to hand.
rogue greediness is a thing that works.
Is there any way to kill off the own Solarian? I don't see it. I think that Yugi just has to play this out and hope it works.
I think you Reno.
This is where the game just gets really complicated. Not that it hasn't been complicated for the last million turns, but...
Right. Like, it's a hard enough game anyway, Rogue versus Mage, without all the really weird, intricate nonsense that's going on in this one. And amusingly, both players are kind of out of stuff. They're not out of stuff, but they're out of long-term board threats.
How about this, Lorinda? We've moved past that. What if the game plan is to shuffle a minion that the opponent has into your deck? Then you play Solarian and it kills the minion, and you just never play any of those minions for the rest of the game.
So are you saying you shuffle flicking, so all the flicks are finally dealt with, and then you just play Solarian and win?
I don't know about that, because, you know,
it gets rid of their flicks. That's how Yuyin can deal with the 2 flicks on the opposing board, is copy them and play one of his own.
Sure.
Force XC to get rid of his own flicks. And then he's just got license to play Alexstrasza and Solarian for fun.
Those are insane. Those are really good.
Is that your expert analysis on the 1-mana Alexstrasza?
Yeah, it's really good. I have nothing else to say. I think the game plan for Ying has shifted here. He's going to shuffle a bag of rocks into his deck. He's going to Togwaggle Scheme one of the enemy minions, and he's never going to play it for the rest of the game.
Okay. Can he get a Hana? Like, the question's there. Sorry, the question is, does he still have a secret left? I don't think he does.
He does not have a secret left. I'm thinking... I don't even think he'd play Hanar if he had the option to.
That's flick number 2. So he still might get all the flicks flicked.
Can you bait it out by going Alexstrasza this turn?
Do you need to? Look, I'm more and more serious about this. If I just Togwaggle flick and get rid of my opponent's flicks, how does XC win?
Well, they still, like... If they Togwaggle a flick this turn, right? They draw a lot of cards, but your flicks kill... Like, if you flick their flick Skyshiv and get rid of it from their hand, you also get rid of your own flick and the flicks in your deck.
Sure, but then you just go Solarian, Kartut, Alex.
Yeah, but is that enough against a Rogue? Rogue has a surprising amount of stuff that they can get done here.
Do they? That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering does XC actually have any threats left? I mean, he does because lackeys make value, obviously. But I'm fascinated to see
This is such a weird game, man. It's so hard because it entirely depends on how XC proceeds. I think that Yuying might have him checked here if XC goes for the Flick Skyshiv.
Gallon, he's played the 1-mana Alex on purpose.
Right.
To tell XC, I've made a mistake, please flick this with your final flick. Because you know I've got my 9-mana Alex left. It's like, oh no, big error, I played...
This is insane.
You can kill 2 Alexes.
That's crazy, dude. XC actually, I think that XC might have the read on Togwaggle Scheme based on the fact that he just keeps doing this. I think the bag of rock strategy still might be the strategy to win this one, where you shuffle in the garbage minion that you're never going to play for the rest of the game. Hopefully it dies to the Solarian Prime, and then you go from there.
Oh, that was such a bait, and he didn't walk into it. Like you say, and now... If XE did have partial read on that going into that turn...
Yo, that's nuts. You just got 2 4/5s with Wind Fury and Rush. That's so good.
Yeah, XE's crying. He's actually crying. Somebody phone him. And now it's all down to the best card in Hearthstone that isn't always the best card in Hearthstone.
Pyroblast?
Oh. Oh my.
Fireball? That's going to summon a minion. It's a terrible one, but it's still bigger than nothing. Why are you shuffling the Solarian? You know about the second flick. Shuffle in something besides that.
Can he just win though if the last flick?
I don't know. I think
it's
that
got to be
shuffling
wrong.
in a 3/3 might have been actually the right move here, because the flick is always going to come down.
Yeah. Give them a choice, like, do you want to kill the Solarian 7/7, or do you want to get rid of the 3/3s?
Right.
Yeah,
I think that he went 2 all
obviously pick
in
the
with
best
his
one.
with his last.
Yeah, I agree.
Play.
I agree.
Is that going to matter? Rush Lackey comes out. What is Xe just saying that he has no answer to this?
I think he's saying he's just going to be dead in fatigue before he can ever win, because all he's doing is answering things.
That was like a crazy
But
end, dude. The power of creation.
They had that calculated. Yeah.
Xe played that pretty magnificently. Not going to discredit Yu Ying. Maybe a little bit sloppy at the end there, but I think that Xe had that Togwaggle scheme game plan checked for a million turns in a row, and it just like at the very last turn where it was going to matter, the 2 gyrocopters came out. What else can you say about that? Power of creation for free, getting 2 rush minions for free is pretty nuts.
Yeah, I think that was a really, really intricate game of Hearthstone. And the Generous Mummy ended up in Xe's hand, so he's completely forgiven now, finally. It's taken me a month or two to forgive him. And I think he did. I think he had the read. Because when it was played, he sort of winced a bit, but he didn't look surprised. And I think he knew the 1-mana Alex was just a bait. I think that even... The weird thing is when you've got the read and you see that 1-mana Alex, it just confirms your read. If you haven't got the read, you walk into the trap, you're like, oh, my opponent's done a stupid thing, and you walk into the trap. But if you've got the read, and maybe it was helped that he already had his own scheme earlier in the game, because that makes you think about the card existing.
Yeah.
Then you can just not walk into it.
Yeah, I mean, so the one thing that I will say that I dislike about Xe's turn there at the very end was conceding into a Reno. Like, this is a pretty high stakes tournament, and Reno can always do something silly like overflow, heal you both for 5 and draw 5 cards. Multiple other cards could win Xe the game, I think. But the interesting thing about this matchup was Xe figured out what was happening before either of us did, and we got to see the fact that there was a Togwaggle scheme in hand. He had that game plan mapped out, for 5 or 6 turns before I even mentioned, hey, flicks play around this Togwaggle scheme. So,
do you think that Xe thought there was another card that had already been played left in the deck? Because that concede just didn't seem... The game didn't seem over. It looked like he had enough stuff to at least play Hearthstone with.
Yeah, I don't know. And it's specifically with the Amazing Reno left over. Maybe that he had something mapped out that we didn't, but... It's
possible that he forgot what flick does. like you start making stupid questions at this point. It's like, under the pressure, did somebody do something that you can't fathom not because they're stupid or bad, but because they've just played 45 minutes of this really intricate rogue game and then something obvious just goes to pieces? Like,
he might have been just tilted because of the power of creation that just happened, pulling probably the best 6-drop that it could have possibly pulled. I felt like it was really weird at the end there, because Yu Ying also had an option to kind of play around flick by shuffling in a worse minion. That sounds like really weird to say, that shuffling in the Skyfin might have been better than shuffling in the 7-mana Solarian Prime. But yeah, it's hard to say. Xe, did he really need to concede there? I don't think so. I think that there was still, a couple of percentage points, higher than 1% at least, to stay in that game and potentially win it. I don't know.
Well, the good news for Lucky Future is they won that first match. The bad news is it's the best of 3 matches. I would be surprised if IG open up with Xe in the next match. After that, they might give him some time to cool off. But we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to have the second match of this semi-final. Same players, same decks, maybe a different order. So see you in a few minutes. If you're wondering what is happening, I'm with Nyara for the semi-final. But you think we just played a semi-final? Well, we have another semi-final. It's the same two teams because there are 3 matches. It's the best of 3. And Lucky Future are 1 up. And Nay, do you think that they're going to go with the same strategy, or will they ban differently this time?
Yeah, I think seems like they ban it differently this time, right? We will not have a priest.
Yeah, the priests have both been banned by the look of what we're getting told, and IG not going to play their warrior, which was left up again, but we might see that in a moment. They are keeping it probably for a counter deck. So he's not in a hurry at all. He just needs to get that value at some point. Yeah, the mage can do nothing to pressure blue in the meantime. So he's just going to take his time and make sure he gets all the value he can. So this is interesting as well. We have seen Yu Ying ping his own face every time in this position. Sword didn't ping his own face and instantly gets Seal Fate straight in the face. Are you a face pinger?
Yes, I'm a really fan of pinging your own face as mage against rogue, because since I'm a rogue player, this is pretty annoying to not have a target or have to target your own face to kept the invoker, right?
Mm-hmm. And if he had done it, Blue would have probably had to play the Sage and cost himself some cards later. But because that didn't happen, Blue is now going to have an Edwin on the board and keep the Sage back.
Yes, and is he going? Okay. I was wondering if he was going to make the Titanic Lucky plus the backstab, but I think this is too greedier.
Yeah, 10-10's big though, right? But if it goes, then you have no other threat for the rest of the game.
Yes. And Reno in a couple of turns, and if he has like Ray of Frost, he would be super punished about that, but yeah.
And have you ever played? You've played obviously 7 Masters Tours and 1 million qualifiers, and you've commentated on goodness knows how much Hearthstone in the Latin America scene. Have you ever seen a format like this where you play 3 best of 5s against the same people?
Actually not. It's a real new whole format, and I'm loving to see it because we are used to see mostly Conquest on the regular tournaments, right? So I'm loving to see Last Hero Standing with the 10 mana format. So yeah, we can see like Shaman and Paladin. Hopefully with the new expansion we get to see them more often. But right now we doesn't. So with this format we can, right?
Yeah, I like that. And I like the fact that when you lose in a big tournament, normally you say, oh, but I was unlucky. Well, you now have to lose twice in your best of 5s. And so, you know, if you lose twice, I don't think there's much argument.
Yes.
Blue needs to decide whether to flick here.
Blue is in a really bad situation already because he has flick on the hand, which is the card you want to have against the elementals. But Sword has a really threatening board already with the Mana Saber, the Imprisoned, and the Dragon Caster is a lot of damage.
And this is the downside from keeping Togwaggle in your opening hand. It made sense for the value, but Sword has taken advantage and got a really big board because of that extra time.
Yes, and now Blue doesn't have a way to kill his mana saver, so Sword can get back with like Tiamat and made a huge turn again.
Yeah, and now with Zephyrus, it gets close to lethal quite quickly in a minute.
Yeah, I was counting like if it has some way to give lethal here, but I don't think so. So he is going with Winged Fury and giving a lot of damage and setting up lethal for the next turn.
Yeah, and now there's a lot of lethals with Bloodlust and Fireballs and whatever else you want. So
yes, Winged Fury, whatever you want, Zephyrus will get to you for sure. But now Blue, I don't see any way he can get out of here.
Just a miracle Togwaggle, maybe.
Or he can go with the questing plus some cards and taunting, but...
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know about the Zephyrus, so he has to try and stay alive with what he can see, I guess. And just accept that sometimes he's dead here.
Yeah.
So we may see him do something that looks really stupid, but it's not. Actually, he is going to go for the better option, the option that does give him a chance to stay alive. So that's going to be fun. And he dies.
Yeah. Pretty quickly, Lorinda from this start.
Yeah, much quicker than some of the matches we've seen otherwise, but I'm glad to see Blue took that option, even though he lost, because he's the most inexperienced in the team, and this is a play to win. Even though he died immediately, I said it might look stupid, that's an experienced player's play. He's playing to sometimes win the game if my opponent can't kill me, and I like that play.
Yes, and now they doesn't have the rogue anymore, right?
Yep, so he has Demon Hunter, Mage, Paladin, Shaman, and one other class, which I'm not sure what it is, because my notes are wrong.
Druid.
And Druid, thank you.
Yeah, so against Mage, what do you want to kill this? Maybe the Demon Hunter, let me see for LF.
It's the control Demon Hunter with the Horde Pillagers and the weapons and such like.
Okay, so I think you go for the mirror here.
We see the mirror queued a lot in this tournament. Priest mirrors and Mage mirrors. They seem to be the two decks that are just really hard to counter once you've banned out Demon Hunter, like real Demon Hunter and Warrior. These just seem really hard to stop.
Yes, I think so. Like Druid, you certainly have a chance, but I think they will go with the mirror because if they win, they have like the same thing for the other side. So yeah.
The other thing, if they queue the mirror and they win, they will expect IG to queue the Warrior, which they've left up. Now, Lucky Future have said they think that Mage beats Warrior. And it did in match 1, but that's, of course, the Warrior drew the worst Warrior hand ever. So I think they might try and win the mirror and challenge IG to play that Warrior again and see who is right.
Yes, we already saw this matchup earlier, and the Warrior, like you said, had like a terrible hand with the inner raise on the beginning hand and the battle race without a combo to do. So yeah,
2 Lance and no mana, no minions.
Yes, but I don't think like Warrior is that unfavored on that matchup. It really depends on the beginning of the game, right?
I think the whole world thinks that Warrior is favourite, apart from Lucky Future. I think I don't
Yeah.
even know if they believe it. They're just saying that's what they think, but it'll be
It's
interesting to see.
the kind of matchup that you give lucky sometimes, so you tend to see that is favored, like Gallon saying that Highlander Rogue is better
Yeah, or
than the
Gallon
other
just
rogues.
saying that, yeah, Highlander Rogue was his thing, wasn't it? Or Language Hacker saying that Highlander Priest.
Yeah.
It's like, what is wrong with these people?
Highlander besides Mage and Hunter, no.
I agree. Ike used to be the best with his Shaman decks. He would just say, yeah, good Shaman, the best deck. And then I think the only person who believed it, he would convince himself he believed it. And then when he should just not do that.
Yes, back in Arlington, I went with my Highlander Warrior, which I regretted a lot.
Which one was which tournament?
Yeah. In Arlington, in Master Tour Arlington.
Right.
I went well on that tournament, but yeah.
So yeah, you played all 7 of those events for the Masters Tours. Is that really tiring because all the qualifiers as well you have to play?
Yes, I'm trying to get a finish today on ladder. I'm currently on rank 30.
Oof, that's
So
on NA, right?
Yes, I think I have a chance. I will try. I will sleep after the casting, right? But
Yeah.
I will try later to get my top 16 to try to qualify for the 8th Masters Tour. If I not get it, I'm not that upset. It's okay. I will get the casting of the Brazilian casting anyway.
I think there's
But
only
yeah.
3 of you left now. I think there's you, Maverick, and somebody, and I can't remember who else, has qualified for 7 in a row through the qualifiers
Yeah?
or through the top 16.
I
I think
didn't
it's
know
just
that.
3 of you. I might be wrong, but I seem to think it's just 3 of you left. 1 or 2 people have done it by qualifying for 4 or 5 and then getting the 7 and 2, so they qualify automatically. But I think there's just 3 of you who have gone through the qualifiers over and over.
Trying a finish by ladder is the first time because I never had to go with that way. And I'm not like a ladder player, but I'm trying to.
Yeah, only 30th. You must be absolutely rubbish. I don't think my rank has ever been just 2 numbers, unless it's 25.
So yeah, we are looking forward to this matchup, Lorinda. So what do you think about the concede by the Xyz on the last matchup of the series, like having the flick on the hand?
I was surprised when it happened, but I tend to assume that I'm wrong at the time because casters sometimes miss things.
Yeah.
And then I went and sort of asked around and read some people who are asking around saying, well, what was that? And nobody knows. Nobody knows why he conceded. The best is either his brain melted and he forgot what flick does.
Yeah, he seemed like really burned out on that matchup, right? Because he was looking stressed. So maybe it was the factor. I think because I don't get to see a reason for that play, right?
It was so strange. Or maybe his deck tracker either messed up or he's not using deck tracker and he thought that Zephyris was still in hand. That's a possibility. In which case he just thought he had lost. But why not carry on? Didn't we learn from Na'Vi when he conceded to a Leroy that wasn't lethal?
Right.
This is look how big this hexagon is, though. Look, these 2 players are 2 of the highest rated players in China.
Yes, this happens sometimes, but when it has so much at stake, like this matchup that gives you to the final of this tournament that you are playing for like days and days, it's such a shame.
So the deck list says Tempo Demon Hunter, but the deck list I have is definitely not that. So we're going to have to wait to see. No, there's a Horde Pillager there. There's definitely not. It sticks out in that deck list.
It's Control Demon Hunter for sure. Yes, before the nerfs of the Warglaves, I played a lot of Demon Hunter, the Control one. And yeah, I think it's favored for the Control Demon Hunter. The thing is, I don't know if it can get like 2 wins in a row because it has a lot of counters. So I don't know if it's the best play here. Like I would go with the mirror, but yeah, they will take the shot.
Yeah, it's very difficult in this format when you go 1-0 behind, because everything you do can just be countered back. And if you get it to 2-2 is your main hope, and then try and get lucky when all the counters have been used up. But it's a long way back. But they are one match ahead, so Gallon can't go to sleep just yet. He may have to come and cast match number 3.
Yes. So yeah, let me see the lists here.
I quite like this Demon Hunter. It's really weird, as Merctherodon just doesn't really work, like, ever. Something gets polymorphed and the 12-12 doesn't happen, or whatever.
Yes, but nice counter for the mage, like to make a board, like you destroy his board. Not you will get the 12-12, but for board clears, he's really good on this matchup.
Yeah. And if you do happen to get the 12-12, you might just win the game.
Yeah.
Reno, Rolling Fireball, they don't really deal very well, so we shall see.
Yeah. Oh, the top deck's really good for them. The spectral side on the right side of the hand is really good.
Yeah, just getting those cards, get through that deck. There's so much versatility available when he does draw more cards. And he does need to draw some threats, because the Demon Hunter can suffer the control version with no threats sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and he has to go to try to find his Warglaives, which is the perfect tool to make a lot of damage. Another spectral side for Ewing, but this time he would overdraw unless he used the coin, which is a way that I think he doesn't want to go, right?
I don't think he will, but he might. As long as he has a plan to use up another card, maybe the Moarg, he can just play it to make some space with the coin.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes this deck, it comes to be really difficult because of that, the hand space. You have to get rid of some of your cards, and sometimes you just can't.
Well, he's going to try and get a 12-12 in play. Pretty close to being able to do it.
Yes, he has the Moarg plus the Immolation Aura to clear this board on the way back. And here Sword has the Ooze, which is the best card for the mage on this matchup.
Yeah, it is. As long as the matchup goes far, and he should be okay because he has the Zephyris to get the polymorph he's going to need.
Yeah.
And then it's going to go very long while Yu Ying tries to set up 1 or 2 turn kill.
Or even Taunus, and Taunus gets to draw a card. Okay. They only have 1 Tails Nova on the deck, which is pretty standard.
It's going to hit once.
Here he goes with Shadow Word Death, right?
Uh-huh. It's funny, it gives Deadly Shot.
Yes, or Munificent to go with Deadly Shot.
Love that.
Okay, Zephyrus is taking a time to be active on this hand.
And now Yu Ying, I think he will rope this turn and maybe the next 2 or 3 turns while he tries to make a plan for the whole game, not just this turn. He can't just make a board like normal Demon Hunter. Has to start setting up how he's going to win using the Warblades and maybe even a very late game Zephrys himself.
Yes, I think here he can go with the spectral side, like drawing only one card, but it's something, see what he draw, and then go with the word blades. Okay, and face is the better place here.
Yeah, he's got to get the damage done, so starts off now. Mage doesn't heal, with the exception of the 8 armor, so the damage will be there for the whole game. That might matter in 10 times time.
Yes, and here Bonnie Wraith is like super annoying for Demon Hunter.
Yeah, you don't want to be messing around trying to deal with these 2/5 reborns. You just want to be hitting your opponent in the face, and with no minions you can't get through, and Sword is actually just going to make it into a race because his hand is all good minions.
Yeah. Yes, and he doesn't want to use his own ooze on the Warblades because, of course, you want to snipe the Warglaives for sure. Here, Yu Ying is with an awkward hand.
And this deck does that when it's up against control decks. The problem that Control Demon Hunter has is that it lets the control deck set up. So it always ends up in this position where it's trying to combo kill the opponent. And you have to be very, very good at this deck to make it work.
Yeah.
Which I assume Yu Ying is, as one of the best players in China. And he's been selected to play this deck. He's probably played it a lot against Mage.
For sure, Lorinda.
Rather him than me.
Okay, Horde Pillager, which he has only one copy on his deck. But for sure he wants to use her after the Warglaives to try to get another Warglaives.
Mm-hmm.
Doomsayer here doesn't do that much.
No, I think Sword's actually trying to not go crazy attacking, but at least be the person with the tempo on his side. And you're right with this Pillager, obviously it means he can waste a Warglaives if he wants to at some point.
Speaking of which...
Yeah, about time. That damage does start to accumulate in hand. Since the balance changed to Twin Slice, I don't even want to call it a nerf because it does so much damage now.
Yes. And here a Sword can go with Power of Creation, I guess?
Yeah, why not? Actually, so what he will want to do is make sure that the Deep Freeze later gets stuck, so yeah, just keep the pressure on until that, and then Deep Freeze your opponent, and then if Yu Ying gets Deep Frozen, he will never win the game, but Sword hasn't drawn it yet.
Yes, and those were pretty bad options because he knows it would die for Tails Nova, which Yu Ying has on the hand. He wanted for sure like minions with +5 health.
Yeah. And normally you would take the Rocketeers in that position, but you know that the health's going to heal back up, so there's no point. You just have to hope he doesn't have the Nova.
Yes. And here Yu Ying it's not happy to see the skull for the top deck because he has to clear this board. But you can't get everything right.
Yeah, he's up against it, so he's going to have a clear way for one turn, but now Sword should be able to start to build yet another board. Health total is down to 19 though.
Yeah.
Oops.
Cartut is a good top deck here.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. So just like that, he's up to 32 or 33 or something.
Yes, and it's Warglave's time, and he will get through 2 stacks of the weapon. So this ooze will have a kind of use here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he saved it for a long time. He's going to get his reward. Taking down the weapon, getting rid of quite a lot of damage.
But Tortolian trying to find the deep freeze for sure. And the deep freeze only freeze enemies, so you will have the sure that it will hit the face of your enemy.
Yeah, and now things are going to get so difficult. Zephyr's not active yet, but maybe the skull will activate it. Because this deck relies on its weapons.
Yeah, Blade Dance here is huge, but he will lose some damage that could be going face later, but if he doesn't deal with those elementals, he will be froze for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and definitely not where you want to be. Doesn't get another one.
Okay, but I think counter spell maybe.
Yeah, why not? There's a lot of spells in this deck, so it's just gaining more health.
Okay, Metamorphosis. Okay, Mana Burn is fine to see if it's counter spell.
Yep.
And now he has another Twin Slice, and this is kind of damage you want to have from the Cobalt Speckling, right?
Yeah, he's looking to win this in 2 turns now. There's half the damage this turn, half the damage next turn. And if Sword doesn't do something about this, he is in massive trouble.
I'm counting 17 here. I don't know if I'm missing something.
I think I'm getting similar. I think you're ahead of me on the count, but yeah, around... I don't get 21 anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not 21.
Okay, viewing, going for the board all the way here. But he is in a dangerous position here, Sword.
Yeah, Yu Ying will have the chance to play the skull as well as doing a lot of damage this turn. And that will likely give him the damage he needs, or at least the... I guess he can't get to the skull. I guess he goes from the right, so he'll play the other Warglaves. And open the skull that way for next turn, because he wants to keep back the Zephyrus.
Yes, the only problem here for him is if Sword has Alexstrasza, right?
Yeah, then he's in some trouble. So no need to do too much damage. Oh, is he looking to kill off the minions as well on the way? With the second Warglaive,
If
maybe?
he is hero powering, I don't think so.
Yeah, not now.
This way he can.
Oh, but he gives himself a chance here. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, Warglaive. So this ooze will get into the game. And okay, Siamat's healed here. A taunt is all he needs to.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a dragon to the arcane breath.
Was this the rare taunt and yeah, the only way out? Soul Cleave gets rid of some bits.
Yes, he's 1 damage off here.
Yeah, how is Zephyrus not active?
Yeah, 5 cards on the deck, Lorinda.
But he's looking pretty good. I don't see what Sword can draw. I guess his Sword can draw box and get very lucky.
Yes, or Alexstrasza. Okay, but it's not enough, right? No.
Right, because next turn Yu Ying will be able to play the Skull and get rid of all the cards from his deck, and then he can just get anything he likes from Zephyrus either then or the turn after. That's the absolute worst. But that's the scoundrel he needed, so now he just picks up anything that does damage, swipe, fireball, whatever, and it's 1-1, sorry. The counter works.
Yes, it's a tie here, so now they doesn't have the mage anymore since this is last hero is standing, so LF will keep with his Control Demon Hunter. They doesn't have the rogue anymore, so for
IG have their warrior up and they have their rogue. They're the 2 big ones here. And maybe their druid, actually, because the demon hunter's so slow.
yes, with Battlegrounds, they can like counter so many plays of the druid, but if they doesn't have, it's like pretty bad for the demon hunter.
Yeah, so they get 5 minutes to work this out, and it's not because they want to work out what is good now. They want to work out what makes it difficult for game number 4 as well. They get the counter of the counter.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it. That's where the players start.
Sometimes this only doesn't work, Lorinda. We already saw like plenty of times going 3-0 or 3-1 in the series, even with the counter. Sometimes they are in his luck day, right?
Yeah, we have seen Priest just be uncounterable in this tournament. And I mean, this is the first time we've seen it banned by both sides. Did you think Priest would be that strong coming into this?
No, never, Lorinda, because on Conquest, Priest was suffering a lot. This is why we didn't get to see so many priests on the last Master Tour. But on last Hero Standing, he is working pretty well.
Yeah, when Hunter gets banned and Demon Hunter gets banned and Hunter gets banned, Priest suddenly becomes just a monster. It's had no nerfs, so it's just really happy.
Yeah, so now we will have Sif for the IG players. Yu Ying will continue with the Control Demon Hunter, right?
Yes. And he's going to play the Warrior.
Whoa.
Which I love, because we haven't seen this much at all. I've played this matchup quite a bit from the Warrior side, and even though it's not favoured, apparently, if the Demon Hunter makes any mistakes, the Warrior wins. The Demon Hunter has to play perfect.
Yes, it's Warrior, Lorinda. So, yeah, Warrior, I think, is the most powerful class on the game right now. Like, not only right now, like, since the expansion released it. And Yeah, Warrior is not that bad on this matchup. It will depend if he will manage to put some pressure on the Control Demon Hunter and make copies like from the eggs and something like that, right? Let me see if it's a egg version or only a enraged version.
And Sif is a player we have to keep a very strong, close eye on. You saw the hexagon there, it was nearly completely full. It looked like Bunny Hopper's one. And we've heard a lot of good things about just how good Sif is. He could definitely be the next world champion. He's already in their playoffs in the top 8 for that coming up.
Yes, and I saw here it's the egg version. So it's pretty annoying for the Control Demon Hunter to deal with like death rattles and that kind of stuff, because sometimes he can't like clear 2 boards in a row. So let's see if Sif can manage to get a better hand than the first game, right? But seems like he already has like 2 battle rages on the initial hand again, Lorinda.
It will also be interesting. Let's say he used those battle rages, he gets some damage through, he doesn't quite get it done. I want to see how he uses the armor smiths in this game, because the Demon Hunter has a lot of damage, but it doesn't have infinite damage.
It's going to be like super important. And here, besides he has the battle rages on the hand, it's not that bad because he already has the risk skipper plus the armor smith. So in a couple of turns he can draw a lot of cards. And here he got his face damage, so it will be easier for him to get some cards.
Yeah. And the 110 is fantastic in this situation. The Demon Hunter does 6s and 4s and those numbers quite well. 10 just gets a little bit difficult. And Yu Ying doesn't want to injure this because he might give it a rampage. So he doesn't want to kill it over 2 turns in case Sif rampages up and just hits him really hard with it.
Yes, and here Yu Ying doesn't have like draw cards, which is like super weird because this deck is full of draw cards. So it's a pretty slow hand here.
Really interesting choice for Sif. He has to think about how long he thinks this game will go. Dragon Queen Alexstrasza is very powerful, but Ysera, I usually think of Ysera as 5 guaranteed damage. It's not quite guaranteed, but it's roughly what you get from Ysera.
Yeah, since he will draw a lot of cards on the next turn, it's pretty reasonable he go with the Queen Alexstrasza here. Okay, the Anchor is really good for him because he can cycle his deck. Try to get off those pirates.
Yeah, I think Sif is looking good at the moment, but this Demon Hunter deck can be a bit of a mystery. When good players play this deck, they win from absolutely nowhere sometimes. I'm really interested to see how Yu Ying builds up and how much damage he's willing to take.
Yeah. And I think the next turn, if Yu Ying doesn't do anything with this board, he will go with the skipper turn and battle rage plus the armor smith.
Yeah, he's in no hurry
Go
either.
with Anchor. Yes, to try to get a better hand, like more a proactive hand, because he doesn't have a way to like put so much pressure on Yu Ying, because he doesn't have like Inner Rage, Rampage, or even the Bloodsworn Mercenary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he'll just draw the cards. There's the Bloodsworn, and try and sort of keep Yu Ying at around the low sort of 15, 16 type of health. So Yu Ying feels he has to heal up early, so he wastes healing, and Sif will try and represent Grommash, Inner Rage, Rampage combo all game to make sure that Yu Ying has to heal when he doesn't want to.
Yes, and here with the Metamorphosis, I think Yu Ying is in a really good position because he will manage to clear Sif's board on the next turn. Oh my god, this pirate is insane.
Yeah, and yeah, really absolutely nutty, and the fact that Yu Ying doesn't know it's there is even more important. If it starts in the deck, you play around it, but at some point, Sif's just going to steal this at the most important moment and ruin Yu Ying because of it.
Yeah.
Kobold sticky fingers. Something like that.
Yeah, the thing here is Sif doesn't has like hand space to go with the Inner Rage turn, I think.
Yeah, he's playing it so sort of value ways and setting up so carefully. He doesn't actually know what to put on the board now. I think if he has 7 mana, he'd just play the Brute for full cost.
Yeah, maybe you can go with the pirate already. You will still have a pirate or a Sky Raider on the deck, right?
Yeah, I think he will try and save it for surprise value so that Yu Ying makes a mistake. This worked. So just burned that into the egg.
Let's see what's got. Oh my god, this is really good.
Yeah, I think there's 3 spells that you can get from the Kobold and from the 3/5, and that is one of them, Scalebane. There's that one.
This Mana Burn and Dispel, the Silence one, right?
Yes. Those 3. I can't remember what it's called now. I never can, let's face it. Okay, so Sif again has the chance to do enough damage to be annoying, but doesn't have a chance to do enough damage to win the game. Curious to see at what point he actually builds another big board, or whether he'll just go very slowly still. His hand size is now making it that he has to do something.
Yes, I think he is counting the hand size here to go with Skipper, Armor Smith plus the Brute.
3 mana Brute seems good. The armor is so handy just to be comfortable that you're not going to die to the Demon Hunter because it's a bit crazy.
Yeah, you can go with the Sky Raider to have more armor here.
Yeah.
So I think he could hit with the armor, with the weapon on the dragon, and be with the Brute with more health.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yes.
Despite that, he's kind of winning in every direction. He's got so much armor now that he's winning on health. He's also threatening lethal, so Yu Ying is having to do things he doesn't want to. And also having all these minions on board means that a lot of the cards for making Megalodon work, like Blade Dance, don't work anymore.
Yes, and you don't have a way to get off the Armor Smith before the other minions, so your opponent doesn't get that much of armor, and it's really annoying here.
Yeah.
But he's going with the Blade Dance, and this way Sif will get more 3 armor.
Yep, and having to attack face, he's been saving these charges, but gaining at least 5 health is quite nice. Wants to be over 22, the way that Sif is saving this. 22 is double inner rage on a Corcon Elite, a Rampage, and a Mercenaries. That's 2 11s. So when he gets to 10 mana, 22 is a number to watch out for. Or 9 mana even.
Yes. In here, he's tempted to go with Grown Inner Rage for sure, but he has to have in mind that there's a lot of removal, and Yujin doesn't play any of his Moarks fighter, so...
He's trying to save all of these cards. Like, he wants to play the Sticky Finger on the other weapon and buff it up with green skin, and that will be insane on the Warglaves. And so by elimination, he's kind of ended up with this, but he might not inner rage it. Yep, he's going to.
Okay, he has another one on the deck, and he already have like the Corcron Elite combo when he draws it, plus the Rampage he can go with.
Yeah, any buff for the Corcon Elite next turn, Inner Rage or Rampage, and he can copy them with the Mercenaries. Or at least on turn 10 for 12 damage. So Yu Ying, not only has he got to find a way to deal with his Grommash, which might not happen, even if he does, he's got to get...
have some ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go with it and play this.
Yeah.
Okay, nailed
Oh no! Hits all 3.
Yes, if it gets on the Grommash, he has to attack on the one of the 1/3 minions. But since they get on the really right place here, Yu Ying could get more damage on his own face.
Wow. But he has 36 damage to do, so still has some issues. And there's still that Sticky Finger just waiting there to steal the next weapon, which is a big deal.
And here he has to deal with a pretty annoying board. Like I said, you doesn't want to give that much armor for your opponent, since you have like a count amount of damage on your own deck. You could go with Immolation Aura, but it would be a lot of armor.
Yeah, because it does it in 2 lots of 1, so it gives you even more than you think. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So it would be 8, then 4? Yeah, you can't do that. Maybe you have to.
Yeah. Maybe you go with, Iving and then Immolation Aura, because it will be less armor, but still is a lot of armor.
I think what Sif's going to do with this Sticky Finger is wait and try and steal the second Warblades, and I think he might let this weapon live, unless it's lethal, ever. Because then he just wins the game by getting rid of the lifesteal.
Yes, but it's three stacks of the weapon, right?
This is a lot of damage.
Oh my god, this is Lorinda.
Is the mercenary still there, or has he used it?
No, he used it
So it's...
to cop the armor smith, right? But he's going with the stick finger right now, seems like, to make a board, to steal his weapon.
Yeah, and he's scared of dying as well now.
Yeah.
That armor's been eaten away, and there's a 12-8 on the board.
This is not looking good for Yu Ying right now. Wow.
So hard to get Zephyrus.
He doesn't have a way to draw any cards here, so he has to trade. And by trading, Sif will have 1+ of the green skin, so it's 4. More 3 for Theron, +3 of the snake, +2 of the inner rage, +3 of the rampage. That's a lot of damage here.
I thought you were going to give me the
of
number.
The Corcoran.
But yeah, a lot is definitely the right total. And no way out of it here for Yu Ying.
I think he's dead.
Yeah, very dead. 9 from hand, 6 from board, plus the weapon is 18.
Yeah.
Very dead. It's going to be 2-1 to IG. And if they win the next game, they will be in a match number 3 in this semi-finals, where we get to do it yet again.
Yes, I think the chat agrees with that, Lorinda. Who does want more Hearthstone for today, right?
I'm all for more Hearthstone. I really don't mind sitting here casting these players all day long. I love these massive tournaments, and I like learning about the players, especially as tomorrow we get 2 of the rest of world teams that we know very well in Team Liquid and T1. And the winners of that will play the winners of this. So we're learning more about the Chinese players who will be in the final, and then tomorrow we will have the players we know a lot better to see how they get on.
Yes, and this is pretty good. They could manage to get like 1 Chinese team and 1 international team on the finals, right?
Yeah, it's really good fun when that happens. They used to do the seeding, so that definitely happened, but this time all they did was seed it so there were 2 from each in each group, and then just see what happens. And it's going to work out really nicely that we are going to get a China versus rest of world final. But we don't know who it's going to be, and there's a lot of Hearthstone potentially still to come. But first of all, IG have got to finish this off. They are 2-1 up. They are about to have to face the counter. And Lucky Future have been telling us they think that Mage counters this.
Mage.
I don't believe they think that, but that's what they've been saying.
Yes, let's see if they will have some luck on that, and we will get to find out which deck they were kill. We are going to kill right now.
Yeah, do they actually believe it, or is it just a thing they've been making up all along?
Let's see, they have Mage, Druid, Shaman, and the Pala. So yeah, I think here the Mage is a good option along with Druid, but Druid has some counters here because they can go with the Murloc Pala, so it's a really tough choice, and they will go with Highlander Mage, luring them.
They're putting their money where their mouth is. They say they think Mage is favoured, so they're picking Mage into Warrior. Good luck.
Yeah.
And the stats?
The stats, yeah, they say that it's way favored for Mage here.
And those are Chinese ladder stats. Now, I think that Warrior is harder to play than Mage, so that probably skews the stats, but I am surprised at 56 for the Mage. That's a big number.
Yeah, it's a lot of stats for Mage here, and we already saw this matchup earlier. Like I said, like Mage could win against the Warrior, but we can agree that the Warrior have a really bad hand, right?
Yeah, that game didn't count in terms of this argument, but this game probably will. I'm surprised to see the Hexagon, the stats say that Zhou is not very good at micro. I've cast him a few times, and he's a very, very steady player, a very careful player. I was surprised to see them not rate him very highly here, I think.
Yes, maybe they didn't cast that much as you did, Lorinda.
I don't think anyone's cast as much Chinese Hearthstone as I have, apart from the Chinese casters. I have cast a lot.
Yeah.
Much better looking hand this time for Sif. Still not really the card he would want, but having Corsair Cash at least means you're going to get some pressure in the early turns.
Yes, and I think this is it, right? And for Zugling, I don't think he can kept anything here. He wants Doomsayer, he wants some early game minions. Whoa.
So
His whole hand? This is right.
That's
Oh
what
my
it
God.
looked like. Yeah, I can understand keeping the intellect and the fireball because you never
The
do
early
anything on
game,
turn
right.
3 anyway, so you might as well have something to do. But I want to go fishing and try and find... Oh, they're not playing Swampoos. Okay. Interesting.
Okay, Zulang is really confused about the risk skipper here, but Sif already have the inner rage and the rampage on the hand, so he can push a lot of damage on the beginning of the game. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, you know, it's not going to help you because you're going to see it now. You know your opponent's exact hand when they do this. It is always this. There's no other combination where a good player just plays Risky Skipper on 1 against Mage.
Yes, and here Reno is looking too slow, right? To keep on the initial hand.
I think how he saw it going was on turn 3 he's going to draw some cards. Turn 4 or 5 he clears the board. Then he puts the Kartut in the way. And he keeps the coin. And he Renos. And everything's happy. And he's going to be dead on turn 4.
Yeah.
None of that's going to happen.
He already has the anchor. Going to 8 damage face Lorinda. If Zuling doesn't manage to get a freeze here, I don't think this will last too much longer.
And don't forget, there will be a third match today. And I want to know if Lucky Future, assuming they lose this game, which looks like they will, I want to know if they stick with this Mage beats Warrior nonsense, because I think they're just misusing statistics or something at this point.
Yeah. In here, Sif doesn't want to go with another pirate for sure, because he knows that will damage and will be able to clear.
No, he's got to coin the fireball. The Arcane Intellect is just stuck in his hand.
Yeah.
And he's been unlucky. He could have drawn differently, but if he did keep these, and that's how it looked on our screen, this has, let's say, not worked very well.
Corcron Elite going to the lethal on the next. Ooh, Kobold Lucky. It's too explosive here, Lorinda.
I reckon I know how the next turn might go. He needs to get
the barrier.
The barrier is the only out, yeah. That's not the barrier.
That's not the barrier.
He's got a chance. That's also not the barrier. I don't know what you're trying to draw. That's the barrier. Unlucky.
And this is the barrier. But here Sif will try to go for the lethal for sure, right?
Yeah, it's not a bluff that's going to work because there's no punish. There's no other thing to try here. And
yes,
IG.
This is it. It was like super fast.
IG have equaled the scores. And this Mage experiment, which worked in the first match, has failed horribly in the second match.
Yes, let's see if they will change their minds about the warrior, right? Because when I saw warrior open on the first time, I was like, what? Like warrior can easily do 3-0 and he managed to get the 2 wins he have to. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's down to only one best of 5. Normally one best of 5 decides it all, but we've had 2 best of 5s. And so far, we haven't really learned anything apart from you don't keep Reno in your hand as mage against warrior.
Yeah, it was like super slow. If your opponent have like egg and inner rage with that hand, like Reno on turn 10, I didn't get it.
And you're not going to trick them. They're going to keep egg and inner rage if they get those cards. It's not like they're going to mulligan for something very different and surprise you, and you go, "Ha ha! Rolling fireball! I tricked you." It's like just you die, and that's what happened.
Yes, it's like enraged warrior.
Yeah, it's like the enrage cards are the ones you keep. Well done. How do you think it's going to go? You've seen most of match 1, I assume. You've seen all of match 2.
I
Who do you think is going to take it?
Both sides made like wacky turns and wacky bangs and this kind of stuff. So I don't know. They are really good players for sure. So I have no idea, Lorinda.
This is terrible. You haven't cast with me enough to know that I'm not accepting this. You have to pick one.
Oh my god.
I always sit on the fence. I try and get everybody else to do all the work while I just go, I don't know. I sit in the corner. No, I'll let you. I'll let you.
I'm seeing Look Future to have a Look Future.
Okay, that's a good way of putting it. They've got a plan. The plan doesn't seem to be working, but who knows? We are going to have a break and set everything up for the big finale of today. We're going to find out which of the 2 Chinese teams remaining are going to go to the finals. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
换成闪耀荣光，愿你永远地绽放。所有的魔法都会快快变化，一样好好学习它。许多社团
教派派对也挺多的，
全都欢迎你参加。学会了神奇的魔法，会变双手两开花。
但专记住不要到处乱逛，
我的园长会让你长大。
开玩笑的，别当真。
你要正直诚实，永远不服光，努力学也是我的家。嘿，嘿，我爱他。
Welcome back to the semi-final. It's going to be the deciding match of this best of 3, best of 5 semi-final. I hope you enjoyed the break. That was very interesting, I'm going to go with. And Galen is here to talk us through who, why, and what was in that video, and also maybe a little bit about Hearthstone and who's going to win.
Remix.
Okay, I believe that Galen is muted. So I'm going to talk as if Galen is not there until he tells me he is. So we have the bands and IG.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I could hear you all along.
All right. I'm getting...
Because of how it works.
Okay, we're good now. I'm so sorry about that. For some reason, the audio that we were using cut out for a bit. I was just saying, happy to see that video. It was a cool thing to see. I couldn't really break it down in 1 minute, but just happy it exists. But we have some real Hearthstone to focus on. This is going to be the third best of 5 between Lucky Future and Invictus Gaming. And it is coming off of a pretty brutal loss, I have to say, Lorinda.
Yeah, and the experiment of Mage versus Warrior is over. I don't know why you'd want to experiment with that during a semi-final, but maybe they were going from the ladder stats, which said that Mage was 56% in that matchup on Chinese ladder. Remember that Chinese ladder has over 100,000 legends 1 month. Maybe the 100,000th best player in China is not very good. I don't know at Warrior. It's possible that skews the stats. But anyway, they've stopped the experiment. They're not going to leave up any more stupid classes. They've banned the Warrior out and Hunter's up.
Which I am so not sold on, Lorinda. The last time that we saw Hunter be left up, it was by FC Barcelona in one of their first matches, and they promptly got rolled by the Hunter. I think that Hunter is supposed to be an auto ban. So the strategies that Lucky Future is bringing out right now, or Invictus Gaming is bringing out right now, are very strange to me. Like not banning Warrior and then switching off from Warrior to Hunter, leaving it up. I don't know, man. I think that this is just all kinds of wrong.
So I can defend some of it. You've got 3 matches to try and outwit your opponents. It's not just your normal best of 5. Oh, Hunter's banned according to this. So maybe I've got bad info. That's interesting. Cool. So what I was told was wrong. So that makes things a bit more sense. It also means I've just got to readjust quickly.
Yes. So important things to note is that I believe the Priest is still banned on the other side. And
the Warrior is up.
The Warrior is still up. So they're still going with the leave up Warrior strategy, which I think makes a bit more sense than Hunter. Like if they're going to be consistent, I think that's okay. But switching to Hunter last second really did not make any sense to me. One interesting point about this ban phase, though, is that they decided to ban Priest from IG's perspective. And normally we see Priest not being like one of the powerhouse decks in the format. It's still pretty strong, but it's not one that you want to ban. However, XC has been performing phenomenally so far in this tournament with Priest, and maybe it's just a respect for how good he is on that deck.
Hexagon there just says that blue is XC light, according to the Chinese casters. And to some extent, I can go with that. Blue is a player who's obviously going to be very good. He takes a lot of time. He's very sensible. He does good things. And sometimes he plays crazy fast. And the Priest is up. So I think my initial information was correct and the graphic was wrong.
I believe that the Lucky Futures Priest is still up, but IG's Priest is still banned.
I'm going to cast it on a play-by-play basis just for now. But I think yeah, okay, that makes sense. However, look at this for a game number 1. They've just gone with, we're trying Shaman.
And honestly, I think this strategy, it's a high-risk, high-reward strategy to queue it first. This would be one of the few times that I could actually respect queuing Shaman first. If you really think that your opponent is going to be playing Priest, the Shaman queue is by far your best deck. Sure, what's probably going to happen is the series is going to go 1-1. They're going to beat the Priest, and then the Shaman is going to get hard countered. But I think that really favors the team that wins the first match. We've talked about this a lot in last year's standing. The person that wins first has a huge advantage, even if the score ends up being 1-1. You get to counter queue your opponent with one of your 5 decks remaining, and if you have 5 choices against their 1 choice, it's very likely you have a deck that beats what they do. So overall, I think that the skew was high risk, high reward, and it really panned out well for IG.
Yeah, and we spoke a lot yesterday about how you lose game one and then you cue your shaman into their priest and you've lost game one. And then the opposite is true. Now you're 2-1 behind because your shaman's exposed and gets destroyed. So if you're going to get the one, get it almost like a type of tempo. Get it in there first, get the win with it, and now you're rolling with the tempo in your favour as opposed to how we described it all day yesterday. And I just feel that IG have had the better of the mind games all the way through this so far, even though it's only one match each.
The one point I'll disagree with you on is that I agree with you that they have really good game sense and really good mind games in their pick and ban phase, but we did see XC kind of just give up in the first match of the day, excuse me. He was playing it well throughout. He had mapped out a scenario that I didn't see until 5 turns later, and something that he couldn't even see because he doesn't have access to the opponent's hand, not knowing there was a togwaggle scheme there. But he played it incredibly well. It got to the very late stages of the game. It was so unclear who was going to win, and then he just conceded kind of out of nowhere.
But even then, so let's go with that's a terrible mistake. Let's say he thought there was still a Zephyrus in the deck, or he forgot how Flick worked, or any other unimaginable thing. One of them actually happened. We don't know which one it was, but something impossible happened to him that game. He's had a match off. IG put him on last. He didn't have to play. He's had time to get over that. They've obviously used their brains. Blue, on the other hand, has just come off being destroyed in the last game of the last set. I don't like him being thrown straight back out there.
That's a good point to bring up. It's really interesting in this current format that we almost never see in Hearthstone, where people play multiple best of 5s in a row. Generally, you do have like a little bit of a break during team tournaments between matches, but I think you're entirely right. There could be some kind of mentality going on there where, if you do just lose horribly in your first game and you're immediately thrown back to the wolves, that could cause a couple mental issues, I would say.
Like if you're on my team and you do a stupid concede, I'm not shouting at you because you're on my team and you've got to play another match today. I might shout at you in a week's time when it's like, well, it's your fault we didn't win, unlucky. But not on the day. We do the post-mortem after we finished all the matches and we work out what happened afterwards, not during the match, because you could only make your friend play worse.
Right. Makes a lot of sense.
That being said, he's going pretty well here, however. But the Breath of the Infinite will sort a lot of this out very quickly, and of course that is the issue with the Shaman deck.
XE is actually really heads up with this Totemic Might here.
Mm-hmm.
That extra health is going to be crucial.
Oh!
Well,
you can't play around this.
The second breath is really powerful, but look at what XC's curve is going to be for the next couple turns. He could either A, Guardian Og Merchant his own totem to play around the second breath of the Infinite, or he could just play a Menatide. The Menatide is going to live through it.
And Blue actually just decides not to do this.
Yep, I think that makes a lot of sense as well. The Breath of the Infinite seems kind of like a losing game plan. I imagine from Blue's perspective, the game plan now shifts to turn 6, double Breath of the Infinite, clear up the board from XC's perspective all at once.
Yep. And that actually ties in with the game plan he just had as Mage, if we did get that mulligan right, which is be greedy, clear everything up, and win the game. The difference was in that game that being greedy, by the definition of being greedy, sometimes doesn't work and you just get smashed. But Shaman isn't Warrior, let's face it, so you do have a better chance of getting away with it.
They are different classes. That's very good analysis and insight, Lorinda.
I'm getting good at this. They're both the same sort of color, give or take. And
one of them is blue and one of them is red, so I guess if you're like colorblind.
They're both blue. But you say the Shaman's red?
Well, if you're comparing it to a warrior, I think you might be colorblind, bud.
I might be colorblind. It's possible.
All right, back
it's
to the
possible
game.
that warriors aren't
Let's focus on what's going on here. Blue wants to clear off something here, I have to imagine, with the penance, but it's actually a pretty hard decision. You could either A, go for the evil totem or the Mana Tide totem. The penance alone clears off the Mana Tide. With the Guardian Augmerchant, you could also clear off the evil totem. But it's not as simple as just clearing off the Mana Tide. The evil totem has a lot of potential deadly things that it can do.
Right. Yeah, look at the value that has been slowly but surely coming IG's way here.
This for Totemic Reflection would be crazy good. Alright, no Totemic Reflection.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely insane. Taking some damage for much later in the game. He has gained a lot of value. He's actually going to have more cards than the priest even after he gets wiped here.
Depends on if he decides to hero power or not, I believe. The hero power has some merit. A healing totem would be really cool against Blue's next play. But maybe just 2 1-drops is... 2 1-drops overall is just more tempo. It also plays pretty nicely around the second Breath of the Infinite if that were to come out. This Guardian Augmerchant is probably going to go on the evil totem.
It's quite a tough choice.
Giving up a little bit of power in play now for the guaranteed safety of your totem, I think, is much more important. And looking at Blue's hand, he's going to have to use a penance now alongside this Breath of the Infinite if he actually wants to clear out that evil totem. So, yeah, I mean, XC does lose a 1-1 and 1 damage that turn, but removing a penance seems way more impactful than just having that 1 extra damage that would even be cleared off by the Breath of the Infinite in the first place.
This shows just how favoured this matchup is for the Shaman. And we're probably going to show it by the Shaman actually losing. Blue has drawn everything here, and the Shaman's still sort of ticking away.
Oh yeah, I mean a single Totemic Reflection still, it just puts XC way back into this game, right?
Yeah.
Hero Power Totemic Reflection. A Bloodlust off the top would also be sweet.
And that's all the removal gone. Might get some more generated with the Sethek. I imagine next turn we'll see Kronks to get an emergency-looking Galakrond, but XC now gets a bit of a free reign for a few turns.
Biggest minion all face definitely applies in this scenario. Interesting that he does it in this order. I imagined that playing the 4-drop first was just pushing guaranteed extra damage. In some respects you play around Doomsayer, but I feel like the 1 damage is crazy good. I don't even think you're winning the game if Doomsayer pops out. There's also the concern of Mana Wraith, where if you get a Mana Wraith for 2, then... No, what am I talking about? It's only Doomsayer, because you just play the Squall Hunter first. This actually plays directly into Mana Wraith. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think you're right. Have noticed that Doomsayer is a thing that the players in China play around a lot more than I've seen sort of Grandmasters play around.
You definitely don't want it to happen, and like playing around it is, you know, it's an interesting concept. But at the same time, if a Doomsayer comes out for XC, I think his chances of winning the game are close to 0.
Yeah, I think it's just habitual. In the same way that we position around Betrayal habitually, and sometimes people just forget. I think it's just literally habit rather than... I'm not defending him. I think you're correct. I think it was the wrong order. Just explaining that I think that the habit overruled the...
Right. And I mean, there definitely is merit to it. Like, playing around Doomsayer in some scenarios is really important. You know, checking the Faceless Lackey to make sure that you're safe to develop a lot of times is, like, really important in decks like Galakrond Rogue. It determines your entire turn if a Doomsayer comes out. So, at worst case scenario, I'm glad that XC is keeping it in mind.
Shaman has solved how to beat Priest. Like, Priest takes your good cards and kills you with them. But Shaman doesn't have any good cards. So how's the Priest supposed to win?
Checkmate.
Genius.
Plague of Death is big. This going face would be bigger. Oh, darn.
Worst one.
Splitting Axe is very interesting. I imagine that is going to be a late game kind of card. I don't see it ever coming out here.
It's just amazing how it's continuing to find some aggression. Plague of Death on 9 seems a very long way away right now.
Does Xe even want to play this Faceless Lackey? I don't think he beat Doomsayer. I don't think he beat Soulmere, excuse me.
Correct, yeah, I agree. So yeah, just go all in at all opportunities now and hope for the best.
That
had a fairly
Knife
unlucky
Juggler is
start with
actually
your opponent.
pretty big too. If a lot of minions die this turn, Hero Power plus Splitting Axe actually summons, 2 or 3 damage worth of pings for the Knife Juggler.
I think so. When people say they struggle against Priest, it's one of the classes that people hate playing against, not just because it's tedious and takes forever, but because they don't know how to win. The Priest here is on 28, but watching it from the Priest side, you can see the Priest is slowly but surely falling apart. They may still get it done, but when you're playing against a Priest, just never assume they have everything. They do run out of things to do, and what you have to do is just keep putting them in the spot until they do eventually miss a turn, and then you kill them. This is a masterclass in how to try and beat a Priest.
Bloodlust off the top would be more than enough to win this game. And by more than enough, I mean exactly enough. There's 7, 8, 10, 12 in play with another 18. That would be 30.
So close.
I do not like the Splitting Axe here.
Okay. Why not?
I think it might just be too all-in. I guess from Xe's perspective, he has absolutely no way of knowing that there is a Plague of Death in hand, and that's a totally fine play if you have no idea, but Blue is going to run away with this game. In my opinion, I think that Xe was still very far ahead. He could have probably gotten away with just a Magic Carpet instead of the axe, and they kind of did the same thing, but the Searing Axe gets much better the next turn compared to the Magic Carpet.
Yeah, I think maybe he came to the conclusion, rightly or wrongly, that if there is a Plague of Death, I lose, and that's Hearthstone.
Sure. I mean, I think your odds of beating a Plague of Death are slim to none, but it's more than 0, and you have to save the axe for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and you see now
comment
Blue's just going to
might
kill him
also just be caster vision talking. It's really easy to make that statement when you see Blue's hand. Obviously, it was a randomly generated one.
We had that situation twice yesterday, and I'm comfortable with our call in both spots. But where one time it was correct to attack all in against the Priest, and one time it wasn't. And the players got it wrong both times, as it happens. Or was it against mages? Anyway, one time it was correct to go all in, one time it was not correct to go all in. And as casters, it's very hard to know exactly what they're playing around, what they're not. But this was a case where he decided that Blue shouldn't keep it in his mulligan. He's drawn less than half his deck. I think I lose to it anyway, so went all in. And if he hadn't had it and we hadn't seen it was there, it would have looked fantastic.
Yep, I agree with that.
But now IG are going to be in a really bad spot because they're going to be 1-0 down, and I know it's the first game, but this is kind of their counter queue used up.
Yeah, this was a very important match to win. This is the win that Totem Shaman really wanted to find, and it just did not get it. The good news is that it is Totem Shaman being knocked out, and that's probably the weakest of the playable decks, so they still have a decent picks to choose from.
Yep, and I'm going to have to leave that to you because I've still got the Hunter in my notes. And my notes are such a mess right now that it doesn't make sense anymore.
By the way,
it's the Warrior. I can just swap
just
that
an
out.
important thing to note to further say why I think Xyz's play actually makes a lot of sense. They don't actually run Plague of Death in their main board for Priest. There is no Plague of Death in Lucky Future's main board. So yeah, everything I said about that, I think Xyz's play to go all in actually makes a lot of sense with that in mind.
Yeah, we have seen most of the teams have played it, or many of the teams have played it, so I just assumed it was main decked in this one. But yeah, looking through, you're quite right. So yeah, he has to go all in there. Absolutely. The combination of it shouldn't be there plus I don't beat it anyway is so strong. Good call.
The don't beat it anyway part, I can definitely get behind. You really don't beat 9 mana clear your entire board as Totem Shaman. Totem Shaman does not have the late game value that a lot of decks have. One of the reasons
not after
why
double breath.
one of the reasons why Plague of Death just isn't that common right now is because decks always have refill. You know, in previous Hearthstone metagames, I think a lot of decks did go all in, and after their first or second push, they really didn't have much remaining in terms of gas. Like I'm thinking about old school Tempo Mage, for example.
Mm-hmm.
They might have a Firelance portal or two, but beyond that,
it's a good point. The current meta, and this is a reason why Mage never really made it to tier 1, even though it has really good cards right now, is that it really struggles to get to the board because all of its spells cost, let's say, 8 or 6 for the sake of argument. So your opponent makes a big board, and you kill the big board, but you don't get to play anything of your own, so your opponent plays another big board, and you kill the big board, and eventually one of the boards sticks. And what you actually want, this is why Flame Strike's quite good at only 7 mana, if Mage has a good 3-drop, which it doesn't, is you want to kill the board and play a thing. Like this is what Rogue does. Kill the board, play a thing, and then the tempo's on your side.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, AoE removal was so powerful in early Hearthstone because it would always just be like a 2-for-1 or a 3-for-1. You would get card value out of it. Sure, the board state would go back to being neutral, which means that your opponent actually has the advantage because they can play their cards. But if you do that a couple times in a game, they're just going to run out of stuff to do, and you're going to win. In current Hearthstone, there's a lot of value-generating engines that every single turn is going to have an 8, 9, 10 mana play. Draconic Lackey by itself can accomplish that, and that's like a 1 in 7 off of every single Rogue Invoke, or even just Priest's Invoke. Every single card is playable, so it doesn't matter if you go 3, 4, 5-for-1 with your removal spells, because you're just facing a deck with several hundred cards.
Something to note about that last game, by the way. XC was facing an entirely full Priest board, and his only card in hand was Bloodlust. Somebody in his team has told him you never concede ever again. After what he did earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that
I was saying you don't nag your teammates, but somebody's had you always concede there just because his game is over.
Oh yeah, sure, of course, yeah. That game was over. That game was more than over. It had been over for ever since the Plague of Death happened. The game was over. But that's kind of what I'm talking about. Shaman is a deck that it's a very glass cannon-y deck. And I keep bringing this up in broadcast, but I think it's highlighting why we don't see as much Totem Shaman being queued in this tournament, is the fact that it just runs it rolls over to removal spells. If a single totem gets removed, if someone gets ahead on board before the Totem Shaman can decide play Totemic Reflection, the game kind of just ends. You have a lot of really awkward tools to fight back with if you're behind. Bloodlust is terrible if you don't have board. Splitting Axe is terrible if you don't have board. Even Totemic Reflection is pretty terrible if you don't have board. And those are all the power cards. So if your power cards need you to be fighting from ahead, when your board gets cleared and you don't have a ton of value like Priest and Rogue does, then you are just going to lose the game almost immediately or in the next couple turns. I mean, that's what we see here. So
dies to removal, but some really good art on the cards. But now they have the very real problem of trying to take down the Priest, having failed with the Shaman, which is one of the reasons to have that in your lineup. They really have got a problem. Luckily for us... Oh, is there Priest banned? I've lost track because my notes are wrong.
Invictus Gaming's Priest is currently banned.
Thank you. I'm going to get these notes sorted out. You talk for a moment.
Sure thing. I mean, they just need to figure out what they're queuing back into the Priest, and Priest is currently banned. So of the options available, we've already seen their shaman be used. I doubt that it's going to be their own warrior. That doesn't really make sense to me. Warrior is a bad matchup against priest. So the remaining decks of paladin, rogue, mage, and druid. We really haven't seen druid be queued at all by the Chinese teams in this tournament, so it would probably be between rogue and mage. And knowing IG, I think they're much bigger fans of mage than they are of rogue. So even though I would personally queue rogue here, I think that mage is going to be the queue.
I want to disagree with you because I think they should queue the rogue because I think that priest destroys mage, and I've said that all along, and I've been right all along, apart from when Casey got mega unlucky, having played a great priest game. But I think you're right. I think they're going to queue the mage, and we're going to watch mage get thrashed by priest again.
Or priest or mage thrashes the priest. We've had a couple games here where if the mage was just a little bit more on top of what the game plan was, they would have easily crushed the priest. I'm thinking even two of the games that we've seen so far where with perfect play from the mage side, you could argue that they were the ones that were supposed to win.
And we're both wrong.
All right, so it is going to be Dragon Druid. This is kind of unique. We haven't seen much of Druid on the broadcast so far. What do you make of that, Lorinda?
It's really interesting that we haven't seen much. Earlier in the week, I'd have been saying, Druid will play against the Priest because the Chinese scene for Last Hero Standing, Druid's actually just banned a lot because it's so powerful in Last Hero. But it's just been weakened so much with one little looking nerf to Fungal Fortunes that it's obviously not doing as well. I'm surprised we haven't seen it more, but I'm even more surprised, having watched the rest of the casts, that we are actually seeing it here. And this is a fight. Priest versus Druid is one of the matchups where both players just go crazy right from about as quickly as they can.
Whew. Lorinda, nodding of the head from Sword. His opening is Overgrowth, Exotic Mount Seller, plus a 0-mana spell. Heck yeah.
That's all you want. Or you want more, but you'll take that. And the management from the Priest is often really key in this particular matchup. They sometimes have to just take a chance and hope they're not dead, or do some really careful math and make sure they don't mess it up to survive one extra turn to save a removal spell. And a lot of it does come down to, does the Druid just kill you, in which case you get Druided and that's life? Or can you manage your resources as Priest? In that case, the game gets very interesting.
My perspective on this matchup is that it depends a lot on the power cards from Druid. Oh, well, there is a very good counter to what I'm about to say, which is that if you ramp his Druid, you are going to blow Priest out of the water. Now, on the flip side, if Priest manages to find one of your power cards, like Overgrowth, they come back, and they come back even harder. One of the reasons that we saw Blue take Thoughtsteal this game over Holy Nova, even though Holy Nova is a pretty good answer versus something like a Glowfly Swarm board, is that Thoughtstealing and Overgrowth is a way to win in this matchup and a way to win easily. And he manages to find the Overgrowth with the Madame Lazul off the top. That was huge for him.
It's really something else I've had to just check. In China, a lot of the teams...
This is like taking someone's hand, slapping them in the face, and saying, "Stop hitting yourself."
This is why Shaman was so good.
Well, it got a little bit worse here because it targeted the one minion that it was not supposed to.
His sword rubbing his hands together a little bit when he saw that. But yeah, I had to check there was no mind games, because the longest time this was quite a big matchup. And to swing the balance from a roughly 50-50, Priests were playing mind games, which is just an auto win if you cast it. Because you get a Mount Seller on 4 or 3, and you just win the game of Hearthstone with Apotheosis.
A pretty unique tech, I would say. Mind Games is generally a very lackluster card because it's just so random what you're going to hit with it. But yeah, Druid is probably the deck that we've seen the least amount of minions in Hearthstone's history.
Yeah, I think Dragon Druid existing sort of stopped that tech to some extent, but it was literally just 2 Mount Sellers and an Asira at one point. In Mind Games, Asira being the bad one was fine.
4 mana 4/12 is a very playable Hearthstone card.
Right. But anyway, the plan for blue just didn't come off here just because of the buff going wrong. And Sword is back in the driver's seat, big time.
Power of the Wild's going to come down just to protect his minions. Makes a lot of sense. He could decide to go for the Breath of Dreams instead to give himself one more mana the next turn, but I'd like stats in play now. And this is just really tricky. I don't see a clean answer to this board state. Timer does deal with the 6/9, but then there's a huge board, and you can't really fit the Wild Pyromancer alongside of that because you just don't have enough mana to clear off the rest of the minions. They're all at 2 health. One spell deals 1 damage. That is not 2.
Yeah, 2 would be nice, and that's where that Power of the Wilds made a huge difference. Imagine if he didn't play it.
Right, and he went for the Breath of Dreams. This would be a way different game plan.
Yeah.
There would be 3 minions that die.
As opposed to none.
Right. He would lose
pretty important
12 power off the board right now, plus another 6 from the Savage Roar. So that Power of the Wilds representing an extra 18 damage for Sword.
Well, the play would have just been easy. You just time rip an Apotheosis, because then you're killing off 3 of the minions and getting a 6 attack Panther, which kills the 4/6 as well, and gains you health. It would have just been insane. So that one Power of the Wild decision has made everything different here.
Definitely. I'm not totally sure about if I agree with the Apotheosis. I think Apotheosis has a lot of merit to be saved in this matchup. Just because if you combo it with a Wild Pyromancer, every single time that Wild Pyromancer deals 1 damage, you gain that 1 life. So with a board of 7 minions, you just gain 7 life every single time you cast a spell.
I think I just had like
that another Savage
mana.
Roar? That is another Savage Roar. Sword is going to equalize the series. That was blisteringly fast.
And that's why sometimes you just druid people. But he played it really well.
Right.
There's not a lot to play well, but the one thing he had to play well, he played well. That's the important thing to note there.
Yeah. And honestly, that was still a pretty back and forth game, which is not normally what you see with the powerful druid hands. The fact is that blue got the Overgrowth, and he also had the Murozond for the power play. He got horridly unlucky on what the buffs and the I-Beam landed on, but at the same time, he did play a Murozond, summoning an Exotic Mount Seller and another beast, so you can't really complain about that. And he did get the Overgrowth from the Madame Lazul, so I think luck went a little bit both ways there, but yeah, the Sword played that pretty well. That being said, Lorinda, I don't think it was a very hard turn. I think the Power of the Wild is a pretty obvious thing to do if you have played a lot of Druid. But, I think that just speaks to the fact that they're practicing a lot. And once you have that rhythm and repetition down, then those plays become second nature. And he did it pretty quickly. So, I'm sure he's been in that spot before. He was like, yep, this is how you do it. Power of the Wild plays around AoE. Easy. And that's what it did. And he ended up winning the game because of it. So, practice pays off.
Yeah, it's very hard to stress good play in Hearthstone because good play is usually just the absence of bad play. So when somebody does every stage right, you kind of have to point it out as this is good play. And it often comes across as, yeah, guy did obvious things, well done. But you don't see that happen game after game after game many times. You see people do something silly because there's a clock, there's a timer, there's pressure, there's teammates, there's slight gaps in knowledge. They have to know all 10 decks for this tournament, or at least 4 or 5 of them each. Given that you can sort of meet it out a little bit amongst your players. So when somebody doesn't make mistakes, okay, he drew the nuts as well, you kind of have to compliment it even though it looks obvious.
Right. And I mean, another thing about the games that we see a lot in broadcasts, when we see these priest games and we see these mage games, it's kind of hard to say that players aren't practicing for them because you're just going to be in so many situations that you've never seen before and no one has ever seen before because the math on how many different cards are being generated and stuff, it's literally impossible to recreate those positions in game. With Druid, on the other hand, a lot of the positions in the early game can be pretty mapped out. I'm sure that there's still some variation there. There's still things to consider, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sword had actually come up on a really similar position during playtesting compared to those mage priest games where you literally can never practice for the end game. Yeah, I mean, I really do think it's one where practice pays off, and I like to see that in game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, practice is definitely the thing that is most underrated in all of Hearthstone, I think, for people who are, I don't know, Diamond 5 trying to get to Legend for the first time, or 5-figure Legend trying to get to that top 200 or top 1,000 for the first time. They know a lot about Hearthstone, but playing Hearthstone just gets all those little wrinkles sorted out. I should probably try that more.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people always ask questions in stream chats about, oh, what deck should I use to get to Legend? And the answer is, it's really not about the deck. A lot of times it's about just playing more Hearthstone, getting better, improving, watching other people play, figuring out what strategies work and what doesn't. Most decks in Hearthstone, have the power behind them, and we see that on this broadcast. A lot of decks are being played at the highest level right now. People are even picking Shaman, which is something that you rarely see on ladder, and it's working out pretty well. So, practice matters quite a bit, more than most people understand. Even like really high level players understand. Like, the amount that practice matters is insane, and it's really hard to not stress that enough. It's really hard to stress that enough, if that makes sense.
Oh, we're going to see Shaman again.
Well,
That
this one
makes
actually does make a lot of sense.
Yeah. This is unbeatable almost.
For the exact opposite reason. We were talking about how using Shaman as a counter queue when you're behind is a really bad idea because it almost always goes 1-1. Well, Shaman when you're ahead is a really good idea because it almost always goes 1-1. And instead of being 1-0 in a series, you're 2-1. And then you only have to win one more game instead of two. Which is like the exact opposite reason why it's so bad as a counter queue when you're behind. But, I mean, this is they already won the first game. They lost the second, but now they actually have the ability to play Shaman here. And I think it's really going to pan out well.
Yeah, and I'll be fascinated to see how much of this hand Sword keeps, because all of it, apart from all of it is an option. Just all of it. I don't think you do keep all of it, but you've got to consider keeping a lot of these cards.
Breath of Dreams makes a lot of sense. Glowfly Swarm makes a lot of sense. Power of the Wild and Crystal Power. Crystal Power you could arguably keep because it kills off a totem.
Yep.
And I like that mulligan from Sword. I think this is a pretty powerful hand as long as he finds a dragon. Best draws right now would be Fungal Fortunes and a dragon off the top. I think that would be a very easy way for Sword to stay in this game.
And the other thing to watch out for is totems with 1 health just get hero powered. That's a thing that will come up, potentially at least. So, going to be interesting how long Sword can hold on, because the Shaman does run out of things. The Druid's not in a hurry to just Druid you. It just has to act like a really bad control deck for a few turns and try and get that 22%.
I do not think it's getting that 22%, Lorinda.
Amazing, isn't it?
Sword needs another removal spell here. If he doesn't find a removal spell, he's gonna lose. Breath of Dreams finding second Crystal Power would do it.
So next turn the reason he's got to think so hard this turn is because next turn he has Innovate Glowfly.
Right.
But all the things he wants to do this turn are spells.
From Sword's perspective, the best draw is Crystal Power. I have to imagine, because if the totem doesn't die, it's going to get Totemic Reflection, and then the game is just going to spiral out of control. There's a Bloodlust in hand already. Goblin Lackey is going to go on the 0/4. It's going to get copied again, so it's going to be 2 3/6s. So you're looking at 3 + 1 + 2 + 3. That's 8 damage the next turn. He's at 18 with the Bloodlust in hand. There's no way that Bloodlust doesn't kill him.
So So the reason I think he's done this is he's saying, I'm not beating Reflection. Good luck. Have it. Show me your Reflection.
Oh, yeah. I think there's very few hands that actually beat Reflection. The one that I could even imagine was Breath of Dreams for the second Crystal Power, and even that is so unlikely.
Yeah. So this makes a lot more sense than it looks like when you see the actual outcome, is what I'm saying, right? This was, I'm 22%. What are my conditions for winning this? I know if he's missing a couple of the key cards, maybe challenging the board works for me.
Right, and I mean, you have to take risks when you're this unfavored in a matchup. Druid versus Shaman is so bad for the Druid. Because it's one of the classes that can't easily answer totems. The hero power only kills the 1/1. They don't have early game minions to just free trade on the 0 attack totems. And all of their removal spells, using them actively hurts them. It stops their exotic mount seller stuff in the late game. It stops them from developing overgrowth or fungal fortunes. And it also hinders their glowfly swarm. So for 4 or 5 different reasons, it's really good to queue Shaman into Druid.
Yep, and it's going to be 2-1. Sword hasn't given it up, but he can't see the hand that we can see. He's got a good idea, though.
Oh, yeah.
And how do you see Zhou play? The reason I ask is because I've seen Zhou now something like 7 games of Hearthstone. Sorry, something like 7 matches of Hearthstone. And he gets really low ratings from the Chinese casters relative to the others. But I found him to be incredibly solid, straightforward, steady player.
I can't remember a time where I was critical of him, and I'm like, I could even be considered overly harsh to some of these players. Like they're doing a lot of really smart stuff. Yeah, so he has to be doing something really right. And based off of this game and the last couple ones that I've seen from him, I'm going to stick by that. I don't think that the low marks that he gets for micro and macro decision making really is true at all.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Good chance we get to see him in the final. Obviously, they're not there yet, but they're going to be 2-1 up in this deciding set. So, a good chance. And I'm keeping an eye on him because I just feel that he's unspectacular, but that's not bad. Jarla's unspectacular, and he's one of the best players in the world.
I'll disagree with that. I think Jarla
you think he's
plays
rubbish?
pretty well, and I also don't think that Zhou is unspectacular. I don't think that's a good way of putting it. It might be that we just haven't seen incredibly hard games. Like, I don't think that was a really hard game to win. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything about his level of play, right? Like, it's really good to be
spectacular
to
mean
games.
like he just does what you need to win the game, which can sometimes be very clever and interesting.
Right.
But he's not playing a box on turn 6 and flamboyant then, maybe.
Okay, well, box on turn 6.
And that attracts casters, to give you high points.
Are you rating people based on your entertainment value or rating them based on how much they win, Lorinda?
I'm not saying what I'm rating them, but I'm saying that,
Sure.
I think that people may get marked down if they don't draw attention to themselves when they're just casually, quietly doing everything correctly.
Sure, that's fine. I'll give you a counterpoint, though. I think that easy games can sometimes be the result of really intelligent decision making by the player.
Oh, I agree.
At a really high level, after a certain point, your game plan as a pro player is to say, how do I stop my opponent from playing Hearthstone? Like, what can I do over the next couple turns to just give them no chance at all? It's not going to be any kind of a game. They're going to have no fun. I'm going to win and just absolutely dominate from this position onwards. And if you can ask that question and find the answer, like I think Zhou did in this game, where he managed to save the evil totem to a point where he could buff it, which means that it could never die and he could totemic reflection it. That's how you win the most amount of games against really good players. Just give them no options. So yeah, it doesn't look spectacular.
I'm agreeing with you. I think it's a semantics thing. It's just unspectacular. It's just you don't notice that you've watched somebody strangle their opponent out of options.
For sure. And sometimes spectacular games come from those misplays where someone has won 100% of the game and then, they miss some crucial information tidbit that means that the player can suddenly claw back. And that's how we get some really exciting games in Hearthstone from player misplays. So, you know what? I'll change my stance. I do agree with you that Zhou is unspectacular, but not in the way of unspectacular in terms of impressive play.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think Jarla is a fantastic player. If anyone's misunderstood that, Jarla would be in my top 5 in the world easily, and possibly higher if I actually list them. But you don't come away from watching a Jarla match thinking, wow, look at all those things he did. You just come away thinking, God, he won again.
That's pretty fair. There's 1 or 2 games that I can remember watching Jarla where I was really impressed by what happened. I think there was a match during Season 1 of 2019 Grandmasters where he narrowly managed to find a win with Control Warrior when he absolutely should have no chance to win. And it was like turn after turn of just amazing understanding of what the correct play was. But yeah, I definitely see what you mean.
So this is how this match is going to pan out, I feel. This opening hand from the Warrior is going to destroy this Shaman in about 2 minutes. And then we're going to have Priest versus Warrior, the ultimate question that we don't seem to answer.
I normally would never recommend keeping Battle Rage against Shaman, but this hand is looking really strong. It has a 1-drop on turn 1. He's going to keep Risky Skipper, which I actually actively agree with, but he does mulligan away the rest of the hand, which is pretty interesting to me because I think there was some merit to full keeping there.
I liked the full keep. I just thought it would destroy the Shaman off the board. I understand why he didn't, because turns out getting a Warmaul Challenger is actually really good. Warmaul Challenger with Rampage is insane, in fact.
Right. Warmaul Challenger solos this matchup. Legitimately, that card single-handedly wins this matchup. In my mind, I without a doubt, Warmaul Challenger was a better card than what Sif had before. But he's also really favoring this matchup in the first place, and potentially throwing away an average hand for cards like Bloodboiled Brute and Grommash Hellscream might be a way to lose. Whereas,
yes. That's why I would have kept.
And no question, the hand that he has now is better than the hand he had before. But it's just something to think about.
Yeah, that both hands win. So do you need a better hand than you had before?
Right.
And saving the Warmaul Cat Challenger in the ultimate greedy act, because he knows now he'll get a totem to trade it into and save some health on it.
It also answers the Magic Carpet much better than playing the Warmaul Challenger the previous turn.
Yep.
Something to consider.
Mm-hmm. Although I'm just looking at this hand. The Rampage with Warmaul Challenger is just such a game-ending set of cards.
Oh, definitely. But it's going to pay off here in spades. The Warmaul Challenger is going to kill the Divine Shield minion for free, pretty much.
Did you notice, by the way, he quite rightly took a long time on turn 1, working out whether to just play the Skipper out as well?
Yeah, he ended up not playing it, which I definitely agree with. But there's always some... you should always think about the early turns, especially against something like Totem Shaman, where, the turns that matter the most are the early turns. This is not a type of game that lasts 20 turns in a row. It usually ends by turn 5, turn 6.
Yeah, so you have to sit there and go, okay, will I get use out of my Skipper by turn 4 or 5? And the answer is yes, because he had a weapon. Had he not had the weapon, he may have just played the Skipper to challenge the 2-1, then next turn coin out the Warmaul and blow everything up. The Skipper's gone, but you've got the board. But he's got the weapon, which is going to give him more 1-drops, which means the Skipper is immensely useful going forwards.
For sure. We are actually approaching the end game of this game, Lorinda. We're getting pretty darn close. That's an Eye of the Storm. 10 mana, summon 3 5/6s with Taunt, Overload 3. Okay, he's going to take it. That's very ambitious. That is very ambitious.
Yeah, against other control decks maybe, but Warrior's not really your common or garden variety control deck. Sif being, I was going to say being pretty greedy, but just using his mana efficiently and clearly, so no problem.
I love this play from Sif. I don't think it's that important to save the Risky Skipper, and if Zholong actually had access to something like Totemic Reflection plus other buffs, that could really spiral out of control for Sif. So just, not playing for value, dumping his Risky Skipper to deal with a medium-sized board, I think is just the way to lock up this game. And this kind of goes back to my point that I was saying where, it looks unspectacular, but it's going to win, and it's going to win hard, Lorinda.
And the other thing is he's made a lot of decisions in these 5 turns. It doesn't look like it because he's made it look so smooth and easy. But every turn, you could easily have won this game by doing something different, but you'd win the game with fewer cards than Sif's going to win it, and probably with slightly more scares than Sif's going to have. And this is exactly what I mean by unspectacular versus good sometimes. Just smoothly rolled this over. At high speed as well, which is interesting.
Zholong needs to find a lackey to claw his way back into this game. That's generally what it boils down to here. He's not on board, and it's turn 6, and his hand is full of... I'll use a Lorinda term here. It's full of gubbins.
It's a good word. I appreciate it.
Can you give us the dictionary term for gubbins?
I'm going to have a look, and if it's correct to read out on a broadcast, I shall do so. informal British for miscellaneous items and paraphernalia.
That's good to know. I specifically
There we
like
go.
that it said it's British too. It's a very.
It
British
actually just
word.
say British, which I didn't know, but I'd assumed. As you can tell, we're kind of waiting for Game 5. Do you think it's going to be the Priest? Assuming the Priest is up, which I think it is.
The Priest, I believe, is banned.
It is. It's up for one of the teams. It's up for.
The Priest has already been played this series.
Okay, so it's out. So it won't be the Priest.
It lost to the Druid.
I'm so sorry. My notes just went to pieces, and they never get back on track when that happens.
That's okay. I believe Lucky Future has played their Priest and they lost with it. That sounds correct.
Mm-hmm.
So of the remaining decks,
they beat the Shaman with it and lost to Druid with it.
I believe they want to queue their Mage.
Okay.
That's what they've been doing against Warrior before. That's why they have left it up. So
yep.
I think it's going to be Mage.
Yep, you're right. It's okay. I got my storylines all crossed up when I was told incorrectly by myself, probably, that Mage, they changed it. But yeah, they've been saying the Mage versus the Warrior, and it's all going to come down to that. And they're 1-1 with Mage versus Warrior as well. So it'd be a fitting end to the series to see if they are correct. But I think they're basing it on faulty ladder stats.
Maybe. I mean, I think that there's still a lot to be said about like good play in that matchup. This is just going face. Does he have lethal? I believe that is 18 or 17, excuse me. Yeah, this is 2 over now because of the Kobold Lackey. So we are going to a game 5. I think that was pretty much set in stone for the past couple turns. But
yeah, I'm amazed you were still watching the game. I was busy looking at decks and getting them wrong and checking things out and looking at the Mage. And you're still counting 17. I'm credit to you.
I mean, there's always the chance of a Lackey buying back some percentage. It's very unlikely, but it's always there. Brightwing off of Draconic Lackey. But anyways, we are going to a game 5. It is going to be game 5 of the final best of 5. So, you know, this is actually for all the marbles, or for half of the marbles, because it qualifies for the finals. And the other half comes from tomorrow. So, based off of what we've seen so far, it does seem like Mage is going to be the counter queue for Lucky Future. And hopefully, like they're going to need to rely on their read that Mage is just favored versus Warrior. That's what they've been doing. That's what they think. Does practice
What I don't understand is this Mage build, which I have got in front of me and I have got right, does not have a Swamp Ooze in it.
Ooze is always
if you're going to claim that Mage beats Warrior, don't you have to have a Swamp Ooze?
Well, Corsair Cache has been quite drastically reduced in power level. You know, it deals 3 less damage. It'd be like, it's a 2-mana card that deals 3 less now. So it'd be like if Frostbolt dealt 6 damage instead of 3. That's how much damage you're removing from Corsair Cache.
Sure.
You know, 6 damage Frostbolt sounds absurd. But anyways...
And actually it's more because you get rid of the greenskin builds entirely.
Yeah.
Because there's no point anymore. So, okay.
Another thing about Acidic Swamp Ooze is that a lot of people are always like, oh, the way you counter weapon decks is by playing Acidic Swamp Ooze in your deck. And it's like, when they have a weapon, you don't have Ooze, you're still getting kind of rolled over. When you have an Ooze and they don't have a weapon, it's a 2-mana 3/2. And when you have an Ooze and they have a weapon, sure, good job, you use their weapon, but this game's still going to continue, and you just played a 2-mana 3/2 in your deck. So it's pretty funny, because a lot of times when you look at the statistics for a Mage deck, Acidic Swamp Ooze will be like one of the worst cards in the deck because it's a tech card. And I don't think tech cards that don't necessarily solve the matchups are that important to include. They're nice to have. You definitely want an Ooze rather than not wanting it against Warrior, but I don't think that's going to be the end-all be-all of whether Mage is favored or not versus Warrior.
So it is going to be the Mage versus the Warrior. There was 1 point total difference between Yu Ying and Sif on the Magic Hexagon. Just 1 point of experience, where Sif had the most experience. Yu Ying was 1 step down. Everything else was exactly equal. I'd class these as the team captains. I don't know if that's the official terminology, but they're both the known big player in their teams. And it's one game of Hearthstone, which both teams think they're favoured in, to see who goes to the final.
Based on the initial hands, Mage already has a very impressive start. Zephyrus and Imprisoned Observer are both very powerful cards. It's very interesting to me that he tossed Imprisoned Observer. I always think of that as like a very strong early game card. And having it on turn 2, turn 3 is pretty much when you want it.
Oh, Sif's all in on finding the cash, and he finds it. Throwing Ankar is always an interesting move. I was really pleased to see him keep the Inner Rage, though, so he's going to have minion in to attack you. And he already has a decision now. This is a tough one. It was easy last time. He had Inner Rage and Rampage in the second match. This time he only has the Inner Rage. Do you play the skipper or don't you?
I generally would avoid doing that. The good news for Yu Ying is that the Corsair cache is almost always going to come out on 2, which means that he no longer has to play Zephyrus. Instead, he can just play the Astromancer Solarian, wait for the ooze to come down, or wait for the weapon to come down, and then on turn 3, go coin Zephyrus, Acidic Swamp Ooze. And you don't need ooze when you got Zephyrus in your deck, Lorinda.
This is also true. Well, I mean, you have different experiences with Highlander decks to me. We know this. You think Highlander Rogue's good, and I've never drawn Zephyrus, even though I draw all my cards every game. So. But yeah, this is correct. If you've got Zephyrus and you're going to draw it, then you don't.
All right.
Sif gets his Ankar back, so he's in a decent spot now to start to do the things that Warrior do.
I think the next couple turns are pretty mapped out for both players. It's going to be Astromancer into the weapon, into coin Zephyrus Ooze. So this gives me some time to talk about something, which is that with Highlander Rogue specifically, and I'm going to argue with you about this, because what I'm about to say is going to sound silly. Highlander Rogue is just more consistent than other Rogue decks.
Yeah, that sounds really silly. Explain yourself, young man.
Because the power cards are what matters in Rogue. You need to draw the power cards to win, and Highlander Rogue just fits more power cards in there.
I love this play! It's totally different to what you said, and I think he's got it right. And I hadn't seen it. So, hear me out on this before we go back to the Rogue nonsense.
Sure thing.
When you have Ankar and you kill a Solarian with it, it's done its job already. So oozing it doesn't really do much apart from save you a bit of health. It's done its job of fetching the pirate, and there's probably another pirate on your hand, so he's now got a skipper most of the time. So the way you're going to beat this warrior is to ramp into your bigger things, which you haven't got in your hand right now, but you're going to trust are going to come. Because we know, and we've talked about a lot, warrior does not beat big minions. It does not beat being frozen in the face a lot. And Yu Ying has decided to give up some health in return for all this mana he's going to have in the next few turns.
Sure, I mean, like it's definitely a way to take this matchup. It was something that I was considering. I still am a bit more interested in the Coin Zephyrus Ooze line, but what you're saying is definitely right. If you go for the very large minions, that is a way to pressure Warrior in ways that they have trouble answering. Siamat, Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, Power Creation are all cards that Warrior really struggles with. And yeah, I mean, if this is his game plan, it does make a lot of sense.
So what I really like about that play, and it's something that we don't see enough of, even at very high level Hearthstone, is he's completely throwing his trust in the deck here. None of the cards you just mentioned are in his hand, but there's enough of them, coupled with an Arcane Intellect and some taunt minions, that he thinks he'll get them in time. So he's not just playing the cards in his hand, which is the easy Hearthstone here.
For sure. Relying on cards being dropped from your deck is like, it always feels a bit uncomfortable because there's no guarantees compared to what you have in hand, but it definitely is something that you have to do, especially in the risk-taking spots. A lot of times risk comes down to whether or not you're going to draw an important card. I'd say like over half of the risk-taking scenarios in Hearthstone actually are because of that.
Mm-hmm. And it's just not a risk that people factor. They factor in the risks of discovers and this and that, but the risk of not drawing one of your 6-drops in the next 4 turns, not so much. He can just win this game if he gets the right couple of cards here. The difference being is they're claiming they think this is favoured and they're making this route, whereas this looks like the slightly ambitious route. But let's see how it works out for him. I like it.
There's a 6-drop. Not the right one, though.
I mean, it's not the right one now, but it's good enough to sort of be a draw, a tie. Just buys you some more time later. Everybody holds tight. Sif is not at all happy with the result of the bounce there.
Escape Mana Saber is just a much scarier minion. Oh, does that change anything? Risky Skipper, plus Bomb Wrangler, plus the Blood Boiled Brute.
I mean, it changes it pretty well. Is it enough?
I'm really
we
interested
can
in that.
see. Yeah.
You're
Remember,
gonna
he's
end
a
up
little bit
with-
scared of freezers and doomsayers. Yeah.
I believe you can trade in the 1/1 as well into the 3/3. The Blood Boiled Brute is going to cost 1 more, but that doesn't really change the math on anything. It does mean that if a bomb were to hit the Escape Mana Saber, it would only need to deal 1 damage instead of 2 or more. Now, you could also go face with the 1/1 and push 1 extra damage. So there's a real decision to be made there. I don't understand the...
Hard to see exactly what happened there. It looked for a minute like he was trying to proc his egg.
Yeah.
To get the attack on board, but I like the egg as a defender. Yeah. So, luckily, the graphics just didn't do their thing there.
Yeah, I doubt that he's looking at the inner age. He was probably just hovering over the card.
So, big board generated, and Yu Ying's got to be very careful here. Is guaranteed to get the flame secret, though.
Yep, that's important. He could play the Flame Secret, Rusty Raider, the 5/7. The big issue right now is that if there's a Battle Rage in Sif's hand, that Battle Rage is drawing 5 right now.
Yeah. You can't let that happen.
Sometimes you have to, though. Sometimes you have to just assume that the Battle Rage isn't in hand. Otherwise, you're just never going to win.
I love how it's come down to this. I love how Lucky Future said they think they bit their favour with Mage, and that we play it 3 times and they win 1 each, and it's the last game of the last match. Okay. Where do you want to put everything when you don't know what the secret is?
Whoa, that is a huge draw.
Oh my goodness.
Do you do it
free
first
kill.
to guarantee the damage from the bomb face?
Well, you don't know what the secret is.
Well, now you do.
So you find out what the secret is.
I am
And
definitely
now
interested in
it's
that. I would like to see the... Oh, okay. I guess this doesn't matter too much if you're not planning on playing the Wormwall Challenger. But I really did like the Wormwall going into the Doomsayer here.
I agree.
You trade 3 damage, you trade 3 life for your Wormwall with, you know, guaranteed 1, if not more, on average, 2.5 damage to the opponent's face. I don't think health on the Wormwall Challenger is worth 3 damage right now.
In fact, I like my Wormwall Challengers to get a bit of damage on them.
Yeah, right?
I guess he's got Inner Rage in hand, but even so.
The good news is that this actually still sets up exact lethal. Grom plus Inner Rage is 12, plus another 2 from the attack from the weapon is going to be 14.
Yeah, it looks like he's got it done. And that is a pro thing. You find a line that wins you the game, so you don't worry too much about other lines. You try to, but your brain sort of turns off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So close.
This is where not having the bomb go face could have been really painful for Sif.
Mm-hmm. Half the time, it would do 3 or 4.
Right. It's super results oriented, but you know it does seem like I believe he'd be at 1 right now instead of at 3.
How do you feel about this? Doing this now?
Oh, I love
when
this.
you're
I
only
want
out?
to push the damage as soon as possible. I think that makes a ton of sense.
Okay.
If Coin Reno comes out, then you just follow up with Ysera, and the Ysera is uncontested on board.
Yeah, Sarah drawing 2 cards is quite often 10 damage. When other people play
Yeah,
it.
decently
When I
often.
play it, it's a 3/5 minion twice.
Ysera's going to come out.
That Rampage is a massive pickup as well.
What's it going to generate? Not a damage spell. That's very important. Sif is so unhappy to see that. And a Vaporize is played with a puzzle box being drawn. That vape is huge.
I love how Yu Ying's trying to work out if there's any other option. It's great. I love it.
The double taunt has some merit, right? Even if Ysera's Awakening were to come down, the Kartut Defender dies at the same time, so you still gain some health back.
Yeah. You do give your opponent an extra Ysera card because you stop them from attacking your face with Ysera.
Yu Ying might feel like he's actually just locked up this game at this point. I know, as weird as that sounds, Ysera is such a scary card to play around.
Warrior does get locked out. I mean, on 8 health, it's definitely not locked out. Obviously, you can Pyroblast your own face with Reno's ability, but if it's not done in the next 1 or 2 turns, Sif is going to start getting seriously concerned. And obviously, double Ysera Awakens just wins games of Hearthstone too. So being forced to chew through this, but there's no removal for Yu Ying to get rid of the wide board he's forced Sif into. But now his puzzle box has a lot more power should it get some good AoE. Another
terrible draw. What just happened?
Everything turned into...
Wait a second. That's nuts. That's really good.
My goodness! What just happened? I don't even know the name of the spell that does that.
Shadow Council.
Thank you. I knew you'd know. Look at the size of these things! Oh my goodness, there's like the next sets in play already.
I tried that card out for a bit in Zoo Warlock. It actually worked out pretty well. What you do is you'd play an Imprisoned Scrap Imp, and then the next turn you'd tap and Shadow Council, and then the following turn everything would be a +4/+4 demon.
But one of them's a Pit Lord as well, right?
Right. Well, one of them's unplayable, but that's fine. The Hulking Overfiend just soloed.
Remember, this is game 5 of match 3, so it's for everything.
Laughing Sister does not get the job done here, Lorinda.
Not really. It's not the ideal candidate right now. And Sif's face, I feel for him, I must admit. It's like, what just occurred?
Really good sequencing by
just...
him to get as much power in play as possible.
And he can get a spell, he's going to need it.
Oh boy,
yeah,
that means that Rampage is now offline. They can't target untargetable minions.
No. This Reno has gone absolutely off the charts.
Reno has been, like, bonkers this game so far.
Normally, you don't even notice the Reno. Somebody takes a point of damage or someone draws a card and it's like, who cares? This Reno wanted to be noticed in this semi-final. He is up for it.
Kobold Lackey, that's pretty big. Could damage be assembled here? Discover a mech dragon or Lackey. Another spell.
Right wing.
That just goes infinite, Lorinda.
Yay! 10 1/1s on a 7-person
Yeah,
board.
that's... Yes, 10 1/1s on a 7-thing board. Yes.
Let's do this.
I would love 10 1/1s.
Bright wing into... Can I have some of what you just had, please? Oh dear.
That's like a reasonable board state. Oh boy. What is Caligos going to
going
give?
on?
This could whiff super hard. Flame Ward.
Yeah, or Mirror. Both are good.
I kind of like the Flame Ward over the Mirror.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that. How much damage is this? There's going to be 5 from the Akama getting Inner Rage, plus another 6 from the Rampages, as long as it connects space.
Well, this is horrible as well, because it's a random secret. Sif can just get it wrong.
Right.
If you take the Flame Ward. He can just play around Vaporize or the wrong thing. So
I think that there
bad
is a
things can
way.
happen.
I think that there's a way to guarantee this from Sif's perspective with what he has in hand right now. He can Kobold Lackey his own minion to buff it with the Rampages if he so chooses. So if he wants to play around Spellblender and Counterspell, that lets him do so. Vaporize, it seems like he has enough minions in play to stay around Vape. I believe he knows it's not Ice Barrier because he just attacked with the weapon. This looks like it's lethal. Both the 2/1s attack into the 0/2s. The 1/4 goes face. Inner Rage, Rampage is going to be 11 plus 13. That is way more than 10. Warrior's going to come back and actually win this game.
And there should be no complaints from Lucky Future here. Sif's tidied this up nicely. I like to equate the Reno hero power there to roughly the box they were going to get. It felt the right sort of equivalence of strength, to be fair. Crazy. And the Mage versus Warrior story of we think Mage beats Warrior, they've lost with it twice. So there should be no complaints. They got the matchup in all 3 matches. And the one time they won the match. And the 2 times they lost the match. So Invictus Gaming going to the final, and I feel overall they were good for it. There were some bad moments, but I think they were good overall.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be, minor issues when you get to see both hands from both players, and the games are going to last for 30 turns. There's always going to be 1 or 2 things that we as casters are going to spot that are just not. That's the nature of 1,000 decisions being made every single game. But yeah, I mean, I do think that IG has been playing pretty on point. I liked how Sif approached the Warrior matchup so far. I do think that the first game we saw with him on Warrior, way back at the beginning of today, was pretty unfortunate, where he just didn't get anything going with a double Battle Rage weapon hand. So I'm glad that he had a chance to show off how good it is versus Mage in actuality.
They're going to have to do a little bit of planning in the final. I think they need to just be careful with XC. Don't tell him you're upset with him. Just explain to him that he needs to take his time. But the how he played this time around, when he didn't concede with Bloodlust versus a million minions, was almost an overreaction to the mistake he made. So let's just hope they can sort of settle him down and just tell him to play how he plays and forget today. No harm was done. You had to play an extra set, but whatever, that's life.
Yeah.
No harm was done, and just get him to play on. But they're going to have a tough final, whoever it's against, because they're going to have to play against Liquid or T1.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a really exciting matchup. I think that T1 and Liquid are both teams that we see a lot of, and they're both really good because seeing a lot of them is not because it's because they are really good, if that makes sense. That it's just a nature of the fact that when people play well, they're going to be in the finals of lots of tournaments. But yeah, just going back to your point about XC, I do think that besides that weird conceit at the very end, I think his approach to the matchup was superb. Like, he noticed the macro game plan of a very weird scenario where his opponent had a hidden Togwaggle scheme like 5 turns before I did, and
you
managed to do every single thing right to play around Yu Ying's information. You have to remember that all of this was hidden to XC. Playing around hidden info is so much harder than having the board state be revealed to you. It's like playing chess blindfolded, and your hands tied behind your back, pretty much. So
yeah. And your opponent's not telling you their move either.
Right, yeah. Exactly. And he was still navigating it perfectly. So,
and he was given chances to mess it up. A 1-mana Alexstrasza was played to try and get the flick out of hand. Because, hey, take both my Alexstrazzas, what could go wrong? And he played around all of that. But he did make that mistake. He was flustered. It was fairly obviously flustered in the next set that he played. So he just needs to play normally and he'll be fine. But playing normally and being fine in a big final for a lot of money, when you know you've made a mistake, can matter how your teammates and your surrounding friends and whatever treat you for that mistake.
For sure. I mean, when he is calm and collected, I think he has the ability to play some brilliant and beautiful games, and that's what I love to see in Hearthstone. In the series that IG has won before, XC was the one that carried them to a 3-0 sweep each time. So maybe it could be partially the fact that there's a lot of confidence, being up 1-0, 2-0 in a series versus having to play the final match of a series could be the deciding factor there. Maybe in the future, so they should just have XC always play first instead of last. Maybe he does not like to feel like he's carrying his team on his back and is just playing for himself. That could be another potential solution. But yeah, I do think that given a bit of time to rest off, he should be a really good one to watch for the finals day.
So that will be us for today. But tomorrow we do get that Team Liquid versus T1. And Dead Draw, now of Team Liquid, actually signed for Team Liquid, not just representing in this event, has the chance to get to the final of a big one for the first time. And I think a lot of people will be cheering him on tomorrow, along with obviously all the other massive names in those two teams. So first of all, will be Battlegrounds, RDU in action again, having won one of his lobbies yesterday. Can he get their G2 into the final? You have to tune in tomorrow at the same time to find out, and we'll see you then. Cheers, man. Sorry about the notes in that game. I had everything written down so nicely. Take care, man. Thanks, Kyle.